All right, guys. Today we got a special guest. You might know this man from being one of the most consistent battle rappers over a long span of time. You might know him as your teacher. You may know him as just being an overall good guy. I'm talking about the one and only Real Deal.
All right. What's good, dog? Thanks for having me, fam.
Man, I'm so glad to have you here, bro. I just want to thank you for your time. How you doing today?
Solid, man. Solid day.
Dope, man. So typically I like to start at the beginning, but you know, we just had World Domination 9 event, and there was a lot of things that were, going around that we haven't got the most information about. So I thought we'd start there first.
Gosh.
You were originally not scheduled to be on the event, right? And you felt a way about it and you let it be known. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, bro. I did not get put on the card. I understand that these things it's hard to fill up a card, and there's a lot of people that want plates per se. But I just felt that there was it was communicated with me clearly a couple times, like, yo, because I did the last couple tribute cards, which, that's fine. Pat was my homie, of course. But whenever you do those cards, the idea is like it's just a different feel. Like it's great, but it's a different feel. So I was really anxious to get back on a competitive card, and I had spoke about doing one of the on beat joints when the Reed and Jazz one went down, and it seemed like everything was lined up. And then I was kind of like for a 2-day card to come out, and I hadn't been reached out to about it. I was like, but at the end of the day, what are you going to do, man? Just keep it moving. But yeah, I did feel a little bit of a way about it, man. I got to keep it 100 with you.
Did you talk to like Organic about that? Like at first to be like, yo, what's up? Like, why am I not on this card?
So I kind of told myself at first, like, yo, I'm not gonna be that guy. Like, so I think I put one feeler out there, like, yo, who would you guys want to see me lock horns with? Boom. And then I didn't get reached out to after that. And I waited and waited, and I still didn't hear anything about it. And I know homies that were like on the card, and then the card came out. And so I did reach out, and I'm like, yo, man, just to be transparent, like, there was conversations that we had. And it was basically, I got met with, well, bro, a lot of people want on these cards. It's tough because, that spiel, bro. The spiel that ultimately it says a lot and doesn't say a lot at the same time. Again, devil's advocate, I realize that these cards, there's a lot of people want on them. You have to do what you can to maximize whatever, I guess. But in my opinion, then maybe don't have the conversations before, like in other events, like, oh man, we really want to have you on, you know what I mean? Because then I feel like, that's kind of where I get a little bit pissed off. You know what I mean? If it's just a regular card, like that's why I'm not gonna, like, RBE puts a big card together. I'm not gonna be like, yo, what up with me? Like, cause I'm gonna be like, okay, they never promised me anything or whatever. But yeah, I felt a little bit of way about it. You know what I'm saying?
So last minute, Cortez doesn't end up battling Bobby Rex, right? What happened with that? Like, why did that happen?
Apparently, Bobby Rex couldn't get across the border. I'm not 100% sure why, but there was a border issue, and they were doing an on-beat battle, and there was actually somebody else that couldn't get over, and, hence the reason they reached out to me. I was already heading up that way anyway. Toronto's only like a 5-hour drive from me, max. So I was shooting up that way anyway, and then they reached out to me probably about 48 hours notice or so. Maybe it was like 72 when they first reached out to me.
Holy shit. So, all right. So basically you were going up there for the tribute, or it was just more like you just wanted to attend the event?
I was going to attend the event. Again, I wanted to see my folks, show love. You know what I mean? There's some people that I definitely wanted to be in their corner for their battles and what have you. It had been a while since like a big dope Toronto event. And like I said, it's a 5-hour little trip. Wasn't nothing too crazy. And then yeah, they reached out with probably like I said, 72 hours notice or what have you.
Was that hard for you to prepare in just such a short amount of time?
Well, they offered me 2 things. Both opponents. One was Pathogenic. That was gonna be an acapella, like 3, and then the on beat one. And I'm like, man, it's way easier for me to write or prepare on beat. Um,
Really?
yeah, for this particular situation because everything doesn't have to be completely tailored to my opponent. I could just have some dope shit. And also I know it's gonna be like 90 seconds.
Mm.
Whereas I don't want to prepare against somebody that's gonna out prepare me, and because Pathogenic is dope. And I think I'm a very easy person to write for. Pathogenic is an easy person to write for too, but I just wasn't gonna put myself under that kind of pressure. And I also wanted the aesthetics and I wanted the content of an on beat battle, which I haven't done in a very long time. So
Right, that's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah, and I thought the storyline of a me and Cortez was a cooler kind of way to. So I tapped in with him first to make sure he was cool with it.
Do you think that also like it was to your advantage because like you've already battled him before, you kind of like know like his story, maybe like some things that you could reference, some angles that you could go about too?
Honestly, man, my thing was prepared, like put some vague bars together, and
Mm.
then when I was really wanted to save anything personal or anything for the back and forth, because I felt like that would be the most amped of the thing. But I didn't even get a full prep time, bro, because there was a discrepancy about the beats. Like, basically, this is like little goofy shit we deal with as battle rappers. Like, he said, Tez is like, and this ain't on Tez at all, but he's like, yo, I got a beat. Bobby had a beat. Obviously, you're not gonna use Bobby's beat. I was like, okay, so I get a beat, you get a beat. And in the third round, King of the Dot got the beat. Yeah, boom. So I get Tez's beat. I send him immediately a beat in my archives, you know what I mean, from a well-known producer, very well-known producer. And I'm like, okay, boom. So we start prepping. All of a sudden, I get another beat. And Tez is like, yeah, I think they're trying to go my beat, their beat, their beat. I said, no, no, what? Yeah, I mean, and the other beat I didn't feel like was a battle beat. And I'm like, hold on, bro. Like, no, bro. So I had to, this is now we're at 48, 50 hours. I had to reach out to the powers to be like, yo, I need a beat, my beat on this. And they're like, well, can you get that producer to fill out the, release and da da da, which I get. But I'm like, bro, this is 48 hours. And this producer gave me, I mean, this dude is a diamond producer. You know what I mean? He's done work with Mac, Wiz. Like, he hooked me up with beats for
You
the
can't reveal who
crazy.
it is?
Yeah, it's E Dan from ID. So like E
Oh,
Dan
okay.
is responsible for pretty much putting on Wiz Mac everything. And he just showed me so much love from being from Pittsburgh and being dope. And in my head, I'm like, if I go back to him, like, yo, do you mind filling out this thing so I could use your bit? Now he's gonna be like, damn, I shouldn't even, you know what I mean? And maybe he won't. Maybe he won't. But in my head, I'm like,
He
fam,
doing you a solid already.
right. And then, so it ended up working out anyway because I have Marv One produces some fire. And when I thought about it, I'm like, let me just go with this Marv beat anyway. And any kickback can come to Marv. I mean, not that I wouldn't like some kickback to come to Edan, but he doesn't need it. Not that Marv does, yada, yada. So, but anyway, so we finally get the beat situation solved, and we're looking at 48 hours. So, to be completely transparent, I have some battle verse, little random throwaways I threw in there that are fire, but I'm like, they're not super test specific. I said in the last 8th, I'm gonna get my freestyle on, I'm gonna take a throwback, and I'm gonna throw some more personal stuff in, but I can't, I don't wanna over prepare myself. Plus I'm gonna be drinking, what I mean? Like,
So, did they have judges for this? I haven't seen it,
nah,
so
nah, no judges, bro. They just I mean at the end he did kind of like make some noise if you think. I think that was just for the nostalgic feel of it. You know what I'm saying? I
got
don't think
you.
that, yeah, I wasn't nothing legit.
So, who won?
Yo, I think we was both super dumb. I'm not even trying to be like a cornball. Like, I think we
Right.
was both super dope, and we both gave the crowd exactly what they wanted, man. I really do, and I honestly, like, on some that short notice, I wouldn't even put, like, a judgment on it in any, you know what I'm saying? Like, I
Yeah,
think both of us doing a 72-hour, you know what I mean? Like,
absolutely. So it's dope because like this is the second time that you guys have battled. The first time was what, back in grind time at Grizzlemania, right?
mm,
Which you
yeah,
won, and that was how many
mm,
years ago, bro? Like 15
oh,
years or something like that, or
I was gonna say it might be longer. You might be looking at 16, 17. I think it was '09.
oh my god, man,
Yeah, bro.
that's insane.
'09. So you're looking at, I mean, you yeah, probably about 16 years ago, bro.
Right, right. That's dope, man. Well, shout out to Cortez, bro. Like you've been doing it a long time too. You know, I was so happy to hear because I remember when you first came out and said that you weren't gonna be on the card, I was like, what? Like that, you know, and then all of a sudden, I think I even commented on your post or something like that.
Bro, I was in the same boat. I was just like, I was kind of I was kinda pissed, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I said, like, I was a little pissed. I was like, you know, though things slowed down tremendously over COVID. I get it. I gave up the title. I get that. There was just wasn't, you know, whatever, what have you. But I did some battles in a row and was told like, "Oh, we put," and, you know, I did the one tribute battle, which is, I would do anything for Pat. It's not about that, but it's like, "Yeah, we're gonna be throwing another big event, boom, 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 boom." Another event comes, I don't get booked. I said, "All right, cool." I do another tribute event, of course, for Pat in his hometown. Love it. "Yeah, thanks, bro. It was incredible, da, da, da." So in my head, I'm like, "Okay, like, I'm here every time that you guys need." And then I was hit up when the read, because it was in Philly. "Yo, we're thinking of doing this on Beat Stuff. We think, you know, we know you do music and you've been around for blah, 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 blah." "Yeah, that's great, man. Hit me up, let me know." And to not even get hit up, I think I at least earned a, "Yo, hey, I just want you to know this was very hard to fill these cards. Whoop-de-woo." Man, you know, again, even if they were BSing again, I don't know, but yeah, I was ticked, bro. I was ticked.
Yeah, yeah, totally understandable too. All right, so now the other controversial thing pertaining to the event was Charron's battle with Dizaster, right?
Mm,
And I was supposed to interview Diz, but he's been real busy traveling and
right.
everything. But some people have said that Charron won, and they didn't like the fact that Diz rapped for like 20 minutes. It was
Mm.
unlimited rounds. Charron, I think, said he didn't want unlimited rounds, but he agreed to it. What is your account of what happened?
So, I'll tell you one thing, and again, I love both of them, homies, for years of mine. I would be pissed though if I was Shoddy and Rock, because Dizaster Sharon was supposed to go last, and that somehow jumped Rock and Shoddy and really sapped the energy of the building. And that's not to say they didn't write some incredible stuff. Bro, I wouldn't even wanna hear Jesus give a sermon for 40 something minutes, you know what I'm saying? Let alone 2 rappers rap, you know? So, there was an hour plus battle, and then Shoddy had to follow it up with Rock, and so that's the first thing I would take away from it. And
So
then
there was no reason given why.
I didn't hear anything, bro. I thought they were the headline, and again, I didn't know what the gist is of the times. I wasn't sure, but I was under the impression they were the headline. And so when they called them up, I didn't. I still was like, okay. And then they rapped very long, bro. And so I think Dizaster is such a legend and so good at battle rap that he is thinking of new things and thinking of ways to do things differently, and because he's accomplished everything in battle rap that's kind of regular, right? And I'm not a fan personally. I don't care if it's Diz or whoever. I'm not a fan of unlimited rounds. I'm not a fan of long rounds.
Mm.
Um
What is the sweet spot? Like 3 minutes? 3 to 5 or what?
Oh, 5 is long. 5's too long.
5's too long.
'Cause
Okay.
in my opinion, um, yeah, 3, because you gotta think even that 3-minute mark, you're gonna get stopped a bunch, you might run some stuff back. That 3 minutes is realistically looking 5.5. You know what I mean? You're slower in person. So that means you a 6, 7 minute, you're looking at a 10-minute round, man. And then if you're having these stipulations, typically you're very late in the day. Everyone's been standing around. Um,
Right. It's not like everybody's sitting in comfy chairs watching and
nah,
shit.
nah. And so the thing is, I'm sure Dizaster's material was probably phenomenal through and through. And Charron's was probably great too. It's just so much, and it's such. I mean, and maybe it's just me. Maybe there are some people that really appreciate the longer rounds nowadays, but me personally, especially when you're battling someone with that much history, like, I mean, you could say you can make a punchline out of every opponent they battled. Like, we gotta trim some fat because trimming is the hardest part in battle rap, I believe, of preparation, is trimming.
Absolutely. I
You
mean,
know
there's
what I
too
mean?
many angles. There's too many things that you could reference, bro. Like that.
Right.
I mean, remember that 2011 tweet that you made? You know, like I mean,
That's
like you
what
could
I
like
mean,
pull
bro.
a bunch
So
of shit out.
deciding what you can cut, and when you just have the freedom to just put it all in there, it again. So yeah, the battle, it probably will not get the fanfare that those 2 names deserve.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is one of my favorites, but I think
Mm.
what it is that like he wants to rebuttal what you say in your round, right? And then he goes into the written. So then I think that that's probably is that safe to say that's probably what happened? He rebutted a whole bunch of what Charron said and then went into his written.
I wish I could tell you that, bro, but no, he just had that much prepared
Oh,
shit.
oh shit.
I mean, he might have had a rebuttal early on, and I wish I can say that he just like, just freestyled a whole gang, and I mean, they both rebutted once or twice, but he just prepared that much material, and Charron as well. What's getting lost in the sauce is Charron had long ass rounds. It's just Dizaster's rounds were like, Charron probably had easy 6.5 minute rounds, 7, and Disasters were coming in at, 12, 13 minutes or whatever. I don't know the official,
Because
but
they
it
said
was,
what I think like Diz's second round or something like that was like 20 minutes long or something. I don't know if that's an
yeah.
exaggeration, but like,
I don't know, man. I don't know. And the crazy part about it is if you think Dizaster doesn't rap really slow. So if he had a 20-minute round, like
that's a
there
lot
was
to
a
absorb.
lot said, dude. But yeah, I mean, Dizaster is, so incredible on so many levels, man. The man learns new languages to battle in other countries.
Bro, the commitment level is ridiculous, right?
Bro, I had I was drinking, I was heading to a bar, and I jumped the Uber, and my Uber driver was from Lebanon and, drunk, chatty music. "Yo, my homie, duh, 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 duh," and I pull up a Dizaster Battle in Lebanese, and dude put it on, and I don't know what the hell this was saying, obviously, but this dude was losing his shit, and he was so proud and happy and just like, "This guy's amazing," you know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying, like, Dizaster, I think, and it's funny because here in the States, people were like some people, "Oh, he fell off or he ain't." I'm like, "Bro, he's done doing the same." He's trying to, that's why he battles the oxymorons or whatever, and then
Right.
he was traveling everywhere, so he's such a legend. And then Charron, he's doing Wild Out for a while, and he's been on an absolute tear, and not only that, like, Charron is well off, like, Charron doesn't need battle rap checks, and if battle rap is not gonna be something that's continuing to serve him the way it used to, then, I mean, we might not see as many Charron battles, and I don't fault him for it. But yeah, Charron is now much more selective about his battles. Um but yeah, I mean, both of them just incredible, incredible battlers. I would've if it was me, I would've loved to see 3-minute rounds from both of them. in a
So
perfect
did
world.
you watch the whole battle?
I watch is a strong word, and that's not at all slight. I was watching for a while until I caught on. I'm like, "Oh, this is only the second round now." I was like, "Yeah, I can't." You know what I mean? And I like went and was kinda I had my merch and whatever. And I hadn't heard their material beforehand or whatever, so I know that I saw clips of times that the crowd seemed kind of, and I will also add, it's a good thing it was in Canada because other cities might not been as graced not graceful is not the word, gave as much grace. You know what I'm saying? A New
Yeah.
York crowd or like a
Oh man, we're
yeah, it would
assholes in America, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, yeah, I don't know that that same amount of grace would have been given, but
Right, right. But from what you saw what up to like the second round, like to the end of the second round, maybe?
man, maybe I know I saw the first but again, I think by the second round early, I caught on because again, I say this again, Sharon's rounds were long. So Sharon round long as hell. I'm like, that's a long ass round. And then Dizaster goes, I say, oh, okay. And
Damn.
so at that point, I mean, I wouldn't even have an honest assessment of, you know what I mean? Like Dizaster at some point, he had rapped for so long that he wasn't going to get the reactions regardless.
Were the
And
fans getting mad though? Like, did you hear them like being like,
there is a clip where it appears the Dizaster finishes and the fans start to clap, and then he goes to rap again, and they're like, "Oh," like, and it's and you know, I don't know, but like I said, Dizaster's had so much success at this. He's so great at this. Like,
right?
with who's anyone to tell him what to do and what not to do, and everything can't always be a hit. I've been involved in some shit battles and some shit cards and had some shit ideas. You know what I mean? It comes with the territory of being around so long, and you want to entertain yourself and you want to do something that's truly epic. And when you look at it, he really did. You can't say he didn't try to give the fans what you wanted him to rap. You want Dizaster on the court. He gave you freaking 40 minutes of material. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
so it's not like he rapped for 30 seconds and then was like time. You know what I mean? And
that's
then
like a whole concert set right there, man.
yeah, bro.
You
So
know. But from what you're hearing, most people have said that Sharon won.
in certain spaces, yeah, I feel like that seems to be more of the consensus, but I push back and what I mean, I guess, but again, let's put the shoe on the other foot. Like when he battled Soulcon Dizaster, and the battle was pretty much unwatchable, and majority had Dizaster winning, I guess. But at the end of the day, in a battle that is viewed like that, I mean, is there a lot of winning slash losing to take from it? I don't know. If I were both of them, I would cut snippets up and just release the snippets if you had powerful stuff to say. And I don't necessarily, I mean, I guess it'll be perceived that maybe that's your own, but again, I would have to know the stipulations. I would have to, because I definitely don't go by crowd reaction a lot. I've been in crowds where they've reacted to shit where I was like, oh, you must have a third grade reading level to think that was incredible. Like, and I don't mean to be a douche. Like, I've seen people react to like things that just blew my mind. I was like, "Oh, that's terrible. Oh, okay." Like, and so, and again, I don't think that Sharon or Dizaster had anything like that, but yeah, I wouldn't be able to give it an honest assessment without sitting down meticulously, and then I would have to take out the memory of the crowd not right. It would just be, yeah.
Right, right.
I think it's a wash kind of deal.
So I guess we gotta wait till King of the Dot puts out the footage to really see, right?
Yeah, and again, and here's something that will aid Dizaster greatly. He got through a lot of material. And so when the battle drops, there's going to be, because there is what seems right now a heavier presence of Sharon victory, there is going to be people that now want to hear. Like maybe Dizaster was saying some shit like, "Oh, he was. Hold on a minute." Like, so yeah, but it will take some dedicated watching because just for me, I'm not watching battles that are that long. But I'm not watching a battle that long personally, and I think a lot of people aren't. And I actually think maybe battle rap rounds are working their way back to lower times.
Mm, yeah, for sure. All right, man. Let's start at the beginning. You're originally from Mount Oliver, Pennsylvania, right? Born and raised.
Mm. Born and raised, yes, sir.
And Mount Oliver is basically like a city within a city because it's surrounded by Pittsburgh, right?
Yeah, it's in like literally like the heart of Pittsburgh. It's in the south side of Pittsburgh, but it's a borough and like, you know what I mean? Literally like you could halfway down the street, you could throw a rock and hit the south side of Pittsburgh. And it's like, but yeah, it's like on the way up the hill. It's in the South Hills area of it. Yeah.
Got you. And so then you grew up with three siblings, two brothers, and one sister, right? You're the youngest?
Yes. Mm.
Okay. And what did your parents do for work?
My mom was just a stay-at-home mom, and then my dad just did odd jobs, man. Like I remember, like just not like I remember he used to carry TVs, like floor models. Not, I mean, like he would whatever drag them, whatever the hell. Like I remember he delivered Chinese food for a little bit. I remember he dishwashed, like just really. He never had. He worked janitor at a bank a couple years. I mean, he was always a good worker for these places that he worked for, but none of them ever like the business would get shut down or whatever, and he'd have to find a new job.
But your dad is a was a vet, right?
My dad was. He was a vet from 68 to 70. He went in 68 and he did his 3 years and then yeah, that was it.
Got you. Yeah. So what was it like for you as a child? Like how would you describe the dynamic of your family? Were you guys all really close with each other?
So, I think my mom and dad, they did a really, really nice, good job of like, they'd never favored one over the other or anything. And the four of us were born within 5 years of each other, right? So my oldest brother is like a smidge over five, like maybe 5 years and 2 months older than me. Um, I mean, we were close, yeah, but we were always looking for we kinda would pit each other against each other. I mean, we all had things about each other we didn't care for. My sister being the only girl, she definitely probably had the toughest of the four of us. Um, but yeah, I would say we were close up into, for a long time.
Hmm. And what was the dynamic of like your parents? Like were they very like nurturing and loving towards each other and you guys, or like how was were they like, you know?
My parents loved each other, you know what I mean? I mean, they weren't over the top like, public displays of affection or whatever, but my dad loved my mom loved my dad. Um, but I think money was always an issue, being poor was always an issue. Feeling like my mom's family, her dad was very successful, so it was the big, like, I guess, letdown that my dad, won my mom over. Like I said, we lived in Mount Oliver and, we would have shit like, in the winter, our pipes always froze. We had like holes in the roof where like raccoons lived and shit, and we just didn't have the money to get the shit patched. So you'd be sleeping and you hear scurrying about. It was fucking terrifying. Like when it would rain, we'd have like buckets, you know what I'm saying, to collect the rainwater. Like I said, the pipes would freeze. My dad be down there with a blow dryer. We typically you'd have photos of one of us wearing a shirt during a school picture day and the other one wearing the next one the year late. Like it was very, you know what I mean? Money was the biggest issue constantly. And my dad, as much as, he was a wonderful man, like he bitched a lot about finances. So like you always knew, like if you were eight, like 6, 7, 8, we knew what, lie heap was, a shut off notice was, you know what I'm saying? Um, but yeah, he was they were great towards us. They did the best they could, you know. But yeah, that was pretty but just a poor upbringing, you know what I mean?
Got you. What were you like as a kid? Like, would you just say like you were quiet, you were social, into school or sports?
I was definitely into sports big, but I was very, very like attention starved, dude. I remember I would go in recess and we had this big hill and I would just jump down the hill and fall down the hill to entertain people. Like I did anything I could to just entertain people, like whether it be at my own expense. I was in fights a lot when I was real young. I was a a bit of a knucklehead. My parents were overwhelmed. Like my dad, I remember him telling me later in life, he's like, "Yeah, son, I didn't want any kids." I'm like, "Dad, you had 4 and 5 years. Like, did they not have protection when you were what's your deal, dude?" Like, but he was always trying to pay bills, and my mom was suffering from depression, and she was very overwhelmed. So, like I said, they loved us, but we were left to our devices a lot of times. And yeah, I was certainly always the class clown, always getting phone calls. I was very smart, but not ever maximizing my potential in school. Loved I played all sports, but football I was really, really big on, all the way up through high school, and that was like my thing.
So, did you notice like from a early on, like kind of like the tone in the household where like everybody was very like on edge or overwhelmed and everything like that? Like, did that like personally impact you?
So the one thing I'll say, and this still sticks with me to this day, is my dad and mom, like they were very when I guess they say a lot of adults, you should keep your problems between each other internal, like the kids should know. Like my dad was the type, he'd be like, "Hey, can I have $1 for the store?" And he might be like, "I just had to pay a $150 electric bill. I just had to," and you're like, a fault I would say is we were more aware than we should have been of the financial struggles. But again, we were always out of the house. Like we go play football, we play deck hockey, we go, you know what I mean? We just run the neighborhood or whatever. So that wasn't it's not like we were sitting in the house all day hearing about watching bills being counting and knees being scrounged together.
So you were talking about you played football like all the way to high school. Um, your teammate was Wiz Khalifa's right hand man, right? Chevy Woods.
I played ball with Chevy Woods. Yeah, Chevy was a senior when I was a freshman. The funny thing, Chevy was really good at football too. He was good at hoops, but he was like Pennsylvania every year has this thing called the Fabulous 22, which is the 22 best players in the state, or excuse me, the western side of the state. And I went to like a small high school and what didn't win a lot. So for him to be on this list, he was getting looked at by like Notre Dame and freaking, D1 schools. He was 6'4", 220, wide receiver. Defense, I don't know. He didn't play a lot of defense, but he ended up eventually going and playing basketball instead before ultimately him and Wiz had formed a relationship and he was able, he's doing wonderful things obviously through hip hop and rap. But yeah, he was a stud, man, like is a football player. He was legit.
Wow. Oh, so you knew him before he even knew Wiz.
Yeah,
Got you.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Well, I don't know if he did or didn't know Wiz. I mean, Wiz wasn't even a rapping thought. This is,
Right.
circa 2002. So Wiz is younger than me. So Wiz would have been in like middle school or something,
Mhm.
maybe at the oldest. And yeah, funny thing is, back when they used to haze freshmen, Chevy was one of the ones that like I was a freshman, you know what I mean, and they hazed us. He like they threw all the freshmen in the shower with all their clothes on, which is like not the worst form of hazing considering at that time, like, there was some schools doing some crazy stuff, but it's funny to look back, like, that's my homie now, but, like, at the time, and I knew it was coming at some point because I remember I was a pretty big kid, but then when I hit ninth grade, like, we had 4 linemen over 6 feet and 300 pounds, and I thought they were people's dads when I got to
Oh
practice. I was like, "Oh,
shit.
whose dads are these?" And they were just our, like, guard. I was like, "Damn." And so, yeah, that's, kind of like a funny thing about that.
So when you're coming up in Mount Oliver slash Pittsburgh, right? How would you describe how this city was like? that raised you, that really shaped you as a person?
I would say it's very true about Pittsburgh, man. Blue collar, a lot of people just working, you know what I'm saying? Like tough, like construction, driveway. Everybody knew a guy, an uncle, got him started early. I mean, people when I was young started jobs at 14, you know, and they could not wait to get jobs, get money. There was like a youth core thing that you could get at like it was a youth group or something, not youth group, something like that at 14. Where I was from in Mount Oliver, it was tough, you know what I mean? Because we were around some tough neighborhoods too. Like people were always looking to fight or do, meet up places and scrap. But the Mount Oliver that I knew growing up didn't have as much gun violence. Like people did still get jumped, scrapped. You know what I mean? Someone might throw a brick through your car window. Dumb stuff like that. I mean, it's the ignorance is bliss. I mean, if I probably look back on it, I'm like, that's kind of a shitty kind of way of it, but it was, you entertained yourself, you figured it out. Um, people drink a lot in Pittsburgh. It's a drinking city, you know what I mean? A lot of the adults I remember young, it's funny because 'cause they're my age now, and they all have that alcoholic voice, you know? The one that's like this, Panda, you know what I mean, dude? Like, and it's like they've been drinking all day, like, soon as they got off work, drinking in, like, painter pants and shit.
Somebody told me that it's comparable to like South Boston, where there's like a lot of like Irish, German, Eastern, like European guys, very working class, but a lot of street guys too.
The thing I'll say about Pittsburgh, and I've said this for a long time, I've been to South Boston. I haven't really gone to specifically soak up the culture, so I can't comment if there's definitely a lot of hardworking guys, but a lot of Pittsburgh is kinda segregated.
Mm,
You know what I mean? So, like, it's kinda jive, man, like, it really is, like, when you look at how they up and just dropped a hockey arena right in, like, one of the most predominant black neighborhoods in Pittsburgh, like, not in it, but, like, right on the doorstep, you know what I'm saying? Like, Pittsburgh is, so, like, yeah, there's a lot of, Polish, Irish, and again, hardworking people and whatever, but the neighborhoods are very segregated in Pittsburgh quietly. Like it's not as loud about it, but um yeah, I mean it's a sports town. That's the one thing that probably brings the most people together is like the Steelers and stuff like that.
right. For you, when you were growing up, did that segregation or like that quiet segregation like affect you at all as far as like how, your friends were or anything like that?
We were so again, I went to schools like when I was in elementary, I went to a place called Philip Murray, and it was right in the part of this neighborhood, St. Clair. And so that was predominantly black, probably like 60-40. And it was tough. And then I went to Knoxville, which again, 60-40. And this is the 90s. And like when I first got there, like they were chasing white kids home and like fucking them up. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't till high school that I got into again, even my high school was probably 60-40 black, and so but it was a much more chill environment. Like, my middle school was fucking tough, man, like and I was very fortunate. I came as a 6th grader, but my homie that lived on the street with me, black dude, uh, named Money, he was in 7th. So, like, I remember him telling homies, like, "Nah, he's cool, like, dude's cool." And cause I like a lot of those dudes that would chase people home and like they all got like murder cases. They're all doing life and shit now. Like they were it was tough, man. Like it was tough. And so the funniest thing I laugh about is the first time I got a real culture shock is college when I was surrounded by white people. I was like, there's so many white people here. And like in my college, there was so many white people, and they would just go to class in, like, hoodies and flip-flops, and I'm like, "Man, if I would've done this in elementary and middle, we would've roasted me," like and that's the crazy part, like, the schools that I went to were poor, but you always had to know how to roast people so no one knew you were just as poor as the person before that you was roasting, you know what I mean? So I'm like, these dudes are, you know what I mean? They're coming from, whatever, $500,000 incomes at home, and they're dressed in like Aeropostyle style hoodies that, the lettering's falling off, and flip flops and mismatched socks and hair looking like crazy.
Like they just
And it
rolled
was
out
it
of
was a
bed.
culture shock for me. And yeah, I was like, what the hell is going on? I'm like, this is crazy.
What was the first hip hop song that you ever heard?
Oh, so I know the first album that I was ever obsessed with was Snoop Dogg, Doggy Style for sure. I definitely recall very vaguely Vanilla Ice's Ice Ice Baby. I mean, it was being played everywhere, and as well as MC Hammer. And I always thought they played at the same time, but I'm pretty sure Hammer predates him maybe by like 8 months, if not a year, or something like
Yeah.
that. So that, I mean, I definitely recall those songs just being played a lot. And my brother being older, I remember him buying all this like Malcolm X gear and cross colors and shit, and getting beat up for it, rightfully so at the time. But like I think like Snoop Dogg's Doggy Style was an album immediately that resonated with me. I really, really enjoyed Bone. Uh the I guess it's the East 99 joint.
Yeah.
Those ones I was just like, and I remember the Regulator song because me and the homie knew it word for word, and we were on this thing called the Walkathon, and we walked 50 blocks as a school to raise money or something, and we kept rapping the lyrics, and they kicked us off the walk. Somebody picked us up and drove us back to the school because we kept singing the Regulators verses. Like it was crazy, bro. Like to get kicked off of
Mount
like a
up.
yeah, to get kicked off a charity walk, and,
That's crazy.
I know, man, I was like, "Damn," like but, that and then I remember another low-key one was, or not Snoop, Pac, "Cradle to the Grave," because I used to go
Right.
across the
Off of
street.
the Thug Life.
Yeah, my homie's mom had the white cassette, and she would throw it in with a "From the cradle to the grave." I was like, "Oh, this is cold."
Yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
That's a
not
dope
probably that
album.
9-3 through 9-6 is when it, like,
Right, for sure. That's crazy, man. So what was the hip hop song that made you feel like, okay, I want to do this?
Man, probably not probably a lot later than that. I probably didn't have an because what it was is I liked writing poetry when I was young because it got like my teachers, I always got the attention for doing something negative. But when I would write some poetry, then became the conversation like, "Trevor, this is what I mean. You're so talented. If you would just stop, da, da, da." So I like doing that. And I actually, my earliest influences music-wise were like classic rock. You know what I mean? I was like really big on like for everything from CCR, the Beatles, Bob Dylan, you know what I mean? Actually, Bob Dylan was a little later, like Beach Boys, stuff like that. And I was always a glorified shower singer. Like I would always go for it and thought it sounded all right. And it wasn't, you know what I mean? Like it just was not good. And so I don't think I really had aspirations of quote rapping or even wrote raps until high school. And even at that, probably 11th grade is when I think confidence-wise I started to peak, and I think that's something you really need as a rapper is I mean, I don't know, maybe there's a lot of younger rappers nowadays that write some stuff behind I don't know, but I think that was when because when I wanted to take a persona on as a rapper, and that's also when I would start to roast people in rhyme form because normally I would just roast them, you know what I'm saying? Like, and, yeah,
Well, for the time period you're talking about, though, you definitely needed confidence, though, because of the style of hip hop
yeah,
versus like
man.
now you could write sad shit and stuff, maybe,
Right,
so
right.
like
Right, no, back at the time, you had to have a larger than life persona. We're talking, 8, 9, 9, like, there wasn't I don't know, there wasn't that I mean, I guess M was just hitting the scene or had hit the scene a few years prior, but, you had to make some money, get your gear up, that kinda shit, you know what I'm saying? So, I don't think it was till, like, you know, 99 like 99, because I remember I would call myself like the Millennium Man. I was like, that wasn't my rap name, but I would just tell people like, yo, it's real deal. The Millennium Man's coming, like whatever. And I knew I got big reactions. We had a commercial arts class and we would rap back and forth and roast each other. And that's when I was like, yo, this is a way quicker payoff and a way bigger payoff than like writing poetry or anything like that.
Hmm. So during that time, are you like starting to do ciphers and like in battles and actual battles during that time?
So again, it would be something quick, like someone would rap and it would go around. I would consider it cipher-ish. Like someone would, play a beat on a commercial arts table, someone would rap, next person would rap, it would come to me, and I would try to say something super shocking and direct at somebody, and then so I would say it's cipher-ish. I probably did my first rap battle as a senior, but it wasn't even, it was like a street corner rap battle. And so that's what circa '02, you know what I mean? And then once I graduated high school, I started finding the different rap battles that were taking place in the city. There wasn't a lot of them, but so circa '03, '04 is when I was jumping into the on beat, the freestyle battles and such.
Got you. Okay. So, with that being said, during that time when you really did start rapping, who would you say was like your top 5 influences?
I was huge on Snoop, which is weird because it's very contradictory for me to be so lyric based at the time, but I just loved Snoop. I think it was the nostalgia of him being one of the first rappers I connected with. I was big on Pun, big on Pac. I really enjoyed DMX, and probably Jay-Z. I weirdly did not like Eminem early on, just because of the fact that every other white person did. I was such a cornball for it. So, as soon as Bubba Sparks hit, I was like, "Yeah, I like Bubba Sparks." So, like, I was, like, huge. I still am, like, Bubba's the homie, but, like, '01 when his, like, dark, and it's funny, I had no experience in the country, like, I had nothing, like, never, not a country bone in my body, but I was just like, "Yo, dude can rap, and he raps what he knows and whatever, and everyone's on Eminem's jock, so, like, I'm just gonna, like, you know, Bubba Sparks is dope."
So,
And, like, I
would you say that during that time it's just you wanted to be different because everybody was into Eminem and like you didn't want to
oh,
be
yeah,
like
I
another
was
white
corny in
guy
that
that was
regard, yeah. I was a cornball in that regard, bro, and I would find any corny excuse to, like, downplay a verse he had. Like, someone would be like, "He said blah, 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 blah," and I'm like, "Bro, do you really think he did that, though? Like, that's so dumb." Like, bro, like, I would just find any, I was such a hater, bro, like, because I remember, like, someone was like, "He said, 'I'd grab you with the knife and stab you with the fucking handle.'" I'm like, "Do you know what that would do to his hand if he did that? That's dumb as shit, bro." Like like, and I was just, like, again, like, hindsight is so dumb because, like, with all due respect to Bubba Sparks, like, he has a video of him, like, jumping in pig slop and shit, and I'm like, "That's the dude," you know what I mean? I mean, again, Bubba Sparks is incredible, that's when he knew he rapped about whatever, but, now, obviously, looking back, like, Eminem is, infinitely.
Wait, so you were even hating on M even when 8 Mile came out?
Yes, bro, yes. Oh, yeah. I wouldn't even see it at first. I didn't see Emin 8 Mile till years after it came out.
Wow.
And because I was just like, bro, I was just a I am hater. Like, I didn't really jump on board the M train of like, okay, dog, I'm talking about. So I obviously knew that he was talented. When I first seen Hi My Name Is, I didn't even consider it like a rap. I thought it was like a parody. Cause Weird Al had that song 2 years before, and I was like, oh, this is another like Weird Al situation where this goofy white dude's gonna like be funny. I didn't even put it together until his second album come out. And
Oh,
then
until the
people
Marshall
were like,
Mathers LP came out.
yeah, and then they're like, oh no, bro. And it was people just constantly trying to sell me on him, bro. And I was just like, and I did like Stan, so I was like, "Okay, that one's kinda cool." Like, you know what I mean? Like, but again, it's one of the dumbest, like, um, things ever, bro. But yeah, I was a hater at that time. But I would say those 5 that I listed, JX, Pun, Pac, Snoop, at that time for sure would have been my 5, favorite rappers at that time.
Got you. It's funny because you brought up Bubba Sparks, and I think that when people think about Bubba Sparks now, they just think Miss New Booty, right?
Mhm.
But they don't remember like the great records that he had, and even the Deliverance album, which a lot of people consider a very classic album. You know what I mean? I know it's
Mhm.
one of your favorite albums, actually, right?
Yeah.
And I remember when that album came out and I was listening to it too, and I was like, bro, like I don't know anything about the country, but like I can visualize somewhat of what he's saying because of,
Right.
and that goes to show you that hip hop is like you know, so many people, despite race, despite region, wherever they are, right? You can connect with hip hop in some kind of capacity, and it teaches you things that you didn't know about. Because we didn't
Right.
have social media on the level that it is now, or the internet that you know that it is now. So you didn't know what other places of the world really looked like to that extent. You know, you just didn't know. But like, you know, when you hear Mobb Deep talking about New York, you're not from New York or something like that, and then like you're like thinking about it, you're like, wow, like
Right.
this is crazy, right? So it's like same thing with Bubba, like, oh, this is what the country is like in Georgia where he's from, you know, like
And the crazy thing is too, man, like, if you go to New York and you're driving through or you're walking through, one of the first things you wanna do is, like, listen to some Mobb Deep. You're like, "Okay." Like, you know, you wanna be the soundtrack. It's crazy, man. So, yeah, I've always, and I'm a huge Bubba Sparks fan to this day, but that was that kind of a funny thing is, like, when everyone else's white rapper inspiration is Eminem that's my age, or mine was Bubba Sparks.
right.
And I don't sound like Bubba Sparks. I don't necessarily rap like Bubba Sparks. I mean, he definitely influenced me lyrically because he's a good lyricist, but I definitely have probably now looking back have tried to take more from Eminem's arsenal than Bubba Sparks. But yeah,
That song Nowhere on the Deliverance album though,
bro.
bro, that song is crazy fire. Cause I mean, but the album in general, because the beats was crazy, right? Because you had Timbaland and you had Organized Noise doing the beats.
You
Oh
had
my
Travis
god.
Barker on that Madden joint, that Back in the
Woo.
Mud Again, and then I confess, bro. Like that album is one of my favorite rap records ever, bro. And I have like you said, I've never stepped foot in LaGrange. I don't, you know what I'm saying? But I didn't even see "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou" until years later, which I think he did the little parody video or whatever. Yeah, I mean it just says something about that record, bro, and like, but it also says something to be able to make a Miss New Booty when asked, right? So, like,
Mhm.
that's something that should be appreciated too. Like, yeah, I guess he could have stuck with his guns and released the same kind of record over and over again, but somebody was like, "Yo, the club needs something," and he dropped an absolute anvil, and you know what I mean? However you feel about it, I mean, that's an accomplishment for sure.
He's been through a lot in his life and his career, man. And you know, you see him now, like he's still going strong and you know, doing a lot of things, getting his life together and stuff. So shout out to him, bro. You know, he's
Yeah,
doing
he
real
blessed
well.
a record on the last project with me, man.
Right,
He's the
right,
man, bro.
yeah.
Yeah, it was an awesome full circle to be a fan since 2000, and then, you know, having blessed a record on 21 years later, man, it's cool. It's probably one of the coolest things I've accomplished in hip hop, rap, battle rap.
You know what's crazy is that on that Nowhere song though, he says that, you know, he's telling the fans in that one line, he says that, "Would you put my soul to rest and add me to your playlist?" Where he said, you know, Eminem's incredible.
Right.
So it's funny that, you know, because you were a Bubba fan over an M fan, but Bubba is saying that, you know.
Yeah,
So
and it's the funniest thing. He was at the same time like, "Yo, dude's incredible. Why do we have to stop with this white rapper comparison, da da da." And of course, the first thing I'm doing is like, "Bubba Sparks is better." Yeah, yep.
so when it came to hip hop though, like did you ever try any of the other elements like breakdancing, graffiti, or DJing, or was it always rap for you?
Man, always rap, bro. I couldn't make a beat to save my life. There was one time someone showed me a Free Loops thing, and I just made the same loop, and it was just not good. And I've never picked up an instrument. I think in third grade, I played the trumpet, and I don't know what happened to it. Either I lost. Here's what I think happened. I think I lost it, and I definitely it disappeared. And there was a kid that used to come over because there was 4 of us, so there's a lot of rotating kids in the neighborhood to come over, and there was this one kid that nobody really liked, and he would find his way. I won't say nobody really liked, but he had some jerk off qualities. I won't say nobody really liked. He was liked, but he was a jerk off, but he was our jerk off. I don't think my mom cared for him though. And so she was hell bent that he stole the trumpet. And now that I look back, I'm like, Mom, why would he steal the trumpet? Was he fucking starting his own jazz band? Like all the things he could steal, someone's shoes, he gonna come in our crib and steal a Pittsburgh public school trumpet. But because the trumpet disappeared, they told me I couldn't play any. They're like, yo, you have to replace this. And it was like $180. My dad just looked at it, was like, yeah, I guess you're not playing the trumpet, son. And I was like, so I never, if I can't play, I can't play the guitar, the piano. I would like to someday learn how to do a little acoustic, if only for my own entertainment. But yeah, I can't do it. Oh, and breakdancing, bro, I was pigeon-toed. It ain't happening. I was pigeon-toed and heavy set. That ain't happening, bro. Like, nah.
Wow, so you actually used Fruity Loops like really early on then.
Bro, this has to be circa '04, maybe, I guess, and I just took I don't even know if it was a sample, bro, and I pasted it and pasted it, and it just went nowhere. It was like the same sample running over and over again. I remember I thought, I was like, "This is kinda sounding alright." My man's like, "You just pasted the same thing 4 times. I guess, what is that? What else are you gonna do? You know, there's drums, I was like, "Yeah, this is a lot." I was like, "Yeah, that's
Yeah, I
it.
remember what it looked like during that time too, and I was I felt the same
That's it."
way.
I said, this is too much for me, bro."
So around 2005 is when you're hitting the stages and battling in the local circuit, right?
Mm,
Like this is like where you start going to like rhyme calisthenics and everything.
mhm.
So that's something that you won 4 times, which is not an easy thing to do either. Like talk to us about what that is.
So rhyme calisthenics is and was a game that was created. And what it was, they took a Wheel of Fortune wheel and they would cut up, how the wheel is cut into pieces, and each you would spin it. And the guy, his name's Thelonious Stretch. He's the man, tall dude, dope rapper. And he would have a homie on the soundboards, who did a lot of the beats and stuff, Shade Cobain, and this dude Armstead, great guys. And Huggy would supply some stuff on the DJ. And anyway, he would take 16 MCs. You would come up, it was judges, spin the wheel, whatever it land on, you had to do. So one of the things it would land on was like mirror match. And they'd be like, "It's mirror match." And then they play the talking to the man in the mirror. And then they bring a mirror and you had to dish yourself in the mirror. Another thing was like was like grab bag, and it was just a big duffel bag of random shit. They play a beat, you freestyle, you just pull whatever it is out and rap about it. Boom. Another thing was crowd topics. Another thing was there was a Scrabble bag and you pulled a letter, and whatever letter you pulled, you had to get as many words as you could with that letter. So it was super dope. And the idea was eventually, I want to say it was either inspired kind of off EO Dub or they knew each other or however.
Right, that's what I
But
was just about to ask you. It's like that, the PA
yeah.
version of EO Dub, basically, because it's like MC challenges, pretty much, right?
Right, right, and then the judges vote. So, what I learned to do early on was turn everything into a battle, whatever I could do. So if it was like spitting acapella, I would be like, "All right, I'm gonna do an acapella, but I'm gonna smoke these people. How y'all feel about that?" Of course, they're like, "Oh, that's crazy." Like, it's really not that crazy what I'm doing, but that's where I learned how quick gratification was to like rap battle, like battle rap reaction. So I was able to, win these things. And at the time you would win them, you would win like $300, which at that time was like, ooh. Now it's funny, but yeah, man, some great nights, bro, and a lot of dope local talent. You know what I mean? Like I said, Mac Miller would be in these rhyme calisthenics. He was part of the little 4-person pilot with myself that they put together, and they did a big thing at the Kelly Strayhorn Theater, and it was just cool, man. It was an amazing thing for sharpening your blade. You know what I'm saying? It really, really, really was. And so you had to there was a round, I guess, where like the first round you spin, the second round somebody spins and you all do the same thing, but it was still is going on. It just, you know what I mean? There's another one coming up, but now I just kind of help facilitate or whatever. But I owe a lot to that game and whatever. Um,
So it wasn't any battles taking place there. It was just mainly MC challenges.
so that was MC challenges, but there wasn't a lot of throne battles in the city. But anyone that there was, I immediately signed up for. Now, some of them were absolute duds. Like, I signed up for one in '04, and, I go all the way at the time, bro, look, I didn't even have a license, I didn't have a car, so I'm catching a bus everywhere. So I go out, and they had this our local radio station's Whammo, and so they're like, "Yo, they got this freestyle battle competition." I'm like, "This is gonna be crazy." So I go out, sign my name on the list. I go back outside and I'm talking to this dude who was just chilling there. This dude was in a wheelchair. He was chilling. And not only was he in a wheelchair, but he was a little off, you know what I'm saying, on top of being in a wheelchair or whatever. But we was just shooting the shit. I'm waiting, I'm waiting. I'm with my homie, like, what's going on? So they like, yo, I think admission was like $5. So they're like, yo, we got the battle going down. You ready? I'm like, all right, what's going on? They said, we got Real Deal versus Young Rider, and he was Young Rider. So this dude, I've been talking to this dude in a wheelchair. I'm like, I got to battle this dude, and so I smoke him, like, cause I'm like, I didn't know at the time, right? I'm like, I can't let him beat me out of in sympathy. So I like smoke him, and there's nobody else signed up. I got my $5 back and got to leave, and now I felt bad, but dude was super cool though. Dude was super cool, but I mean, I went in on dude. You know what I mean? Like, and so they gave me the $5. I'm like, damn. But, I always say this, for every miss, I've had some battle rap things I've showed up or that changed the trajectory, and I had one where I showed up and was able to connect with Ron Noodles, and that was game changing for me. And I didn't even know it at the time. And that wasn't a rhyme cow. Like, I definitely got my name buzzing off rhyme cow, but this was the one that sent my trajectory to where it was, you know what I mean?
Wait, so when you're battling the guy in the wheelchair and everything, after that, there's nobody else to battle, and you just go home. Basically, you get your money back and you get to go home.
So that's what I'm saying. So I'm like, okay, I'm advancing the next round and blah, blah, blah. And they're like, okay, we got the winner Real Deal. Come on up. And I went up and he's like, yeah, man, nobody else signed up. Here's your entry feedback. That was fired or you fired, bro. And I was like, okay, word. And again, I'm 18 or whatever I am at the time. Or no, it's '03 probably. I was 19 or whatever. And then I dude outside, like, thankfully, the dude I clipped, he was like, "Yo, you're dope, man." I'm like, "Thank you, bro. I'm glad you enjoyed the battle." Like, I felt bad now, I thought I was clipping him to go to some prize or be on the radio, and it just didn't pan out. And there was definitely, certainly a decent little amount of those, there's been some shit shows, but like I said, I took every risk just because I was like, I wanna get out there, and eventually it did pay off for me.
Right. So in 2007, you go to Scribble Jam for the first time.
Mm.
You found out about Scribble Jam in like the year prior, right? In '06.
Right, so I went to a battle that a homie of mine, Darius, rose through, and him and his brother Dylan. And again, by this time, I had won a couple rhyme cows. Like, my name was buzzing in the city as like a freestyle dude, a battle rap dude. And I didn't even know that right before my era, like, so this is circa '05, '06, like '02, '03, '04, there was these dudes, Dose Noun and Ron Noodles, these two other rappers that were amazing. And they had made the Scribble and all this shit. I didn't know about this. And so I'm at this battle event, and this dude outside, and we're ciphering, and this dude takes a shot at me in the cipher, and I'm like, "Oh, man." Well, so I come back, diss him back. So we in a full-fledged battle in the street, and I find out after the battle, like, oh, that's one of the judges. This is this dude Ron Noodles, because I was like, why does everyone think this dude Ron Noodles is crazy? And he was dope. I end up losing in the second round of this little tournament. I legit lost. Like, this dude kind of styled on me, because I was so worried about just saying everything super lyrical for a good pop, and I enunciate really well, so I'm like, everyone will hear it. And so when you enunciate super well and it doesn't hit, I don't, it's just it's weird, right? So he calls me. I'm like on my, I don't know how he got my number, but he calls me. We had just left, and he's like, "Yo, man, come back." He's like, "Somebody else that was in the next round bowed out or whatever. I think you're dope," which says a lot of Ron Noodles, because he could have been like, "Yo, fuck that dude. He should, do your homework. This is my shit, da whatever." And he didn't. So come back. I end up battling somebody, beating them, then battling that dude again. It was a super dope crowd, super dope everything, and winning, like, I think it was like $200. And then he started contacting me about being part of Jump Off. So I heard about Jump Off before I heard about Scribble. And when I saw Jump Off, I went to the library. I didn't have a computer. I'd go to the library and I was hooked. I was like, this is amazing. And I remember seeing something that said, the Saurus defeats Tut to win Scribble Jam. I was like, Scribble Jam. And I went down the rabbit hole, man. And it was, I was like, I said, I'm going to end up here. Like, this is where I need to be at.
Wow. So did you battle on Jump Off?
So Ron Noodles said, yeah, when we're trying to start a Pittsburgh division. I said, okay. And I would look at the end of all the WRC videos and it would say Ron Noodles' name would get credited. And I'm like, oh, that's fire. So I'm like, okay. So he booked, it was the first pre-written battle I did. I battled my homie Ajax, who's dope. And we did this battle out by Pitt. And there's still footage of it, you know what I mean? And we ended up, so they didn't judge it or anything at the time, the same kind of like the WRCs was doing. And we ended up using that. I used that footage to pitch to Scribble to be like, yo, you know, let me get a spot down in Scribble or whatever. And so no, that it never came to fruition, the WRC Pittsburgh. But I went down to Scribble and there's the prelims the day before. So I got a spot in the prelims. And PH, legendary PH, he hosted the prelims. And it went on solely off crowd reaction. So at the end, he'd be like, make some noise if you thought he win. Make some noise if you thought he win. And I actually lost in the second round. I was like, all I had to do was win this second round. And I thought it was really close, to be honest. I can't remember. It was pretty close. Whatever. I was like, damn. I was like, all right, you know. And they pulled me aside. They're like, look, bro, there's some people that don't show up. Hang by the gate because we think you're dope. I said, cool. So by this time, I had watched months of WRCs and I was like such a big Thesaurus fan. And so that's when, you know, the next day, Scribble Jam day, you know, I see Kevin Beach and me. He's like, oh, yo, buddy from last night. Yeah, come on in. We got a spot for you. I was like, oh, shit. So, yeah, and I was able to battle at this Scribble in 07.
Yeah, so when you go to a Scribble Jam, right, like in the first round, you battled Half Blown, and you said you're tall and fat with tits. You could play in the WNBA. That shit was crazy. Did you come with writtens or was everything off the top?
No. So at that time, like everything is off the top. Now at that time, however, full admission, you start to get ideas. So you see your people across the stage and immediately you're on roast mode. You might be like, yo, bro kind of looks like Sinbad a little bit. And now all you got to do is come up. So I don't know how you would characterize that as maybe a pre-battle, as whatever. But I cooked Half Blown. And then the way Scribble worked was, looking back, it's actually super dope. They don't say who wins. They just, you know, there's a back, they go, and then you wait to hear if your name gets called. And so I had a really good idea I won the first round. I'm like, there's no way I didn't win this. And then the second round I heard, you know, real deal, Thesaurus, a real deal. And they just say it real quick. And then you're already on the sides of the stage. And so I made it as the second round of battle Thesaurus. And I was like, damn, this is crazy. Like I got here already. Like, you know what I mean? And I lost that one. You know what I'm saying? And then that was like a big moment for me, like learning afterwards and everything. But yeah, I remember thinking, did think at some point, like, I thought the journey would be longer to get to the final boss. Cause at that time, dude, Thesaurus in that era is the scariest form of battle rapper that has ever existed. I promise you. That's above Gray Hoodie Lux. That's above Dizaster and this is no slight to any of those people. I always call him Cincinnati Sorry Pope, like Cincinnati Saurus from that 05 to 08 was just a machine, dude. And yeah, so
You were relentless in the rounds against the Saurus, though. The way you were saying you look like Greg Popovich. that couldn't stop popping zits, and you fell asleep on the cheese grater. But you know what's so funny is like when you look at the footage, people are like commenting that they're making fun of. They're like, "Yo, why is he like breakdancing and rapping at the same time? Because you were like running around so
Insane.
much and like holding your pants up."
Insane, bro, with the red, black Echo hoodie or shirt, dude, like, because I watched a lot of Scribble Jam footage, and all of those that the cloth that I was cut from, like those white dudes, they just bounced around a lot. Your Mac Lethals. Now, your Mac Lethal didn't bounce around that much. So I didn't realize how much I was bouncing around until the footage came out. I thought it was like idea or like, you know what I mean? Like I was moving a lot and you deliver your line, you're in like almost like a umpire stance like this in front. And so it wasn't until I watched it back, I was like, damn, I am moving around like a lot. I'm making full figure eights and shit. And yeah, yeah, the Scribble Jam, I made sure in '08, although no footage exists, to cut the jumping around to at least, at least cut back half of it.
Right. I didn't think the Source's first verse was the best. At that point, I was like, "Yo, Real, he's doing good. He's got a chance right here." And then his second verse was really the problem. The way
Yeah.
he ended that was where I was like, "Damn!" Like,
And
like,
I think I went to shake his hand too when he's like, "Imma shake your hand and tell you you're lost," and I was
yeah, right.
like an idiot. Yeah, 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 he beat the shit out of me that second round. I mean, if let's say, let's say at best, in my case, he rope-a-doped me. Let's say the first round, okay, maybe, I guess out of the 2, maybe I had the more direct. Second round, he packed me smooth the fuck up. But I come back to that battle as being so important because I left on a high note. I said, "Man, people are gonna be like, 'Yo, dude was dope, blah, blah, blah.'" I had 0 experience with online criticism. And so, keep in mind, I was going to the library every day to check out battle footage. I didn't have a computer. So I was waiting every day. And in my head, this battle would drop and there'd be a new star in Scribble. They'd be like, "Look, Source won, but look out for this dude." And it did not happen that way, bro. I was signing up for the computer. And I remember one day the half blown footage came out and there was like a couple comments like, "Oh, this is cool. Cool. Oh, yeah, buddy won." And when I say footage, I don't this some dude would just record it on, like, a phone or some shit.
I don't even think a phone. I think it was, a video camera
Yeah.
at the time,
Yeah.
right?
And so when the thesaurus joint dropped, I log in, and you can log in for 30 minutes, and I get on, and in the corner, it's like 30 minutes, and I click, and I'm just looking at the comments, and they're just like, "Buddy's jumping around, he should kill himself. This is the wackest dude I've ever heard. The hell with this pussy ass dude." And I just was, like, stunned, and then I look at the time, and it's just, like, 28 minutes and 30 seconds left. I'm like, "Nope." I logged out, and at that point, I was done battle rap. I'm like, "Yeah, I learned my lesson." I was like, "I was a big fish in a small pond." I was like, this is" 'cause I was really putting stock into what these idiots were saying,
Right.
and it wasn't until I come back the next year, I won a preliminary to reserve my spot. I won it in Cleveland. And I go and No Can Do. I see Sonny Bamboo and I see No Can Do. And Sonny Bamboo's like, "Yo, we want you in this grind time shit we're doing in the Midwest." I said, "Man, that'd be amazing." He was like, "Yeah, you battled the Source right last year." I was like, "Yeah." He goes, "Why you say it like that? You were dope." I was like, "Yeah, but he's like, dude, he beat all of us. Who gives a shit?" He was like, "You were dope."
Dude, he was the
And when I
champion the year before
dude,
then.
he was so the year he won the year out this year and
Yeah.
oh wait. And No Can Do was just like, "Yo, yeah, you were buddy with the red and black? Yeah, you're dope." And again, I was like, it all occurred to me like, man, I was looking for the wrong validation. So, Scribble '08, I made it to the second round again and whatever, what have you. But the funny thing is, if you ever see me addressing negative criticism about battle rap online and you're like, "Damn, Real Deal's kind of he's cool, but he's kind of a dick to people like this," know that this is why. So years later, probably a couple years ago, I got drunk and went back to the Thesaurus battle. And I would comment under people's comments. They'd be like, "That dude's whack." I'm like, "Yeah, am I still fucking whack right now, bitch?" Like, you know what I mean? Like, cause I was like, But the funniest thing is, when I went back, the comments weren't that bad, and I'm like, "Did I create, like, a Jordan scenario?" They weren't great for me, don't get me wrong. They weren't what I thought they were gonna be at first, but I remember them being harsher, unless
Well,
people
you got to
delete.
remember that that was like the first of its kind. We didn't have like social media on this kind of
Yeah.
level where you had people talking. Well, I mean, we did have the forums and everything, and people would talk shit, but like this was a little different. Like this guy's watching me and he's saying this shit about me. Like, yo,
Yeah,
this is
and I didn't know
terrible, you
about the
know?
forums until circa you're what you were talking about. So I was on like, I'm talking about those, like, rap music boards. I didn't know about that until, after my first grind time, like, or up around the grind time. Like, my Scribble was already done.
Right.
And so, yeah, I mean, it was again, it was I was about to be done battle rap. I was like, "Oh, shit, battle guy 777 just said I'm ass. Maybe I'm ass." Like, you know what I mean? And
I
you're
mean, because
right,
the
it was a
period
new.
that you're talking about, like, you're coming off of, okay, there's MySpace, right? But most people that are visiting your MySpace aren't necessarily dropping like a comp. They probably know you. They're not dropping a comment like talking shit to you or something like that. So, like
This
this is
is I was gonna say this is '07. What was MySpace? '06. So this is maybe right in the thick of things for MySpace, right? Is
right.
that
That's what
fair
I'm
enough?
saying. But like,
Yeah.
that's what your frame of reference is coming from. Like, oh, this is how we're interacting online. It's not like now when you look back, it's gonna seem like, mild because of what we
Yeah,
are,
good call.
seeing all the time online where people are like, I hope your kids die. And, in the
Yeah,
comments, like,
bro.
like they say the worst stuff online. Like, I don't know about you, but I see the most racist stuff online compared to in person.
I see the most racist stuff under news stories, Facebook pages. That's where if you really
Yeah.
wanna find, like, real scumbags,
Yeah.
like, but yeah, online, yeah, yeah, yeah.
And
I
I
mean, it's
say race because usually, like, to me, like, a racist is like pretty much like the worst you could be besides like a or something like that. You know what I mean?
yeah, right,
So it's
right,
like kind
right.
of like there.
But
That's what I would say.
those ones aren't as out and proud of it.
Right, right.
You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like,
Yeah.
the racist people, sadly, like, some of the like, a lot of these idiots are, like, wear it like a badge of honor, and, like, it is deplore yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, that was the Scribble experience, and, '08, I don't know if very little footage has ever come out of '08. I beat Alpha Male, and I lost a close one to Kid Twist, and then Thesaurus just thesaurused through everybody, like,
Wait, wait. So why was there no footage of that though?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Man, I gotta
I
get Dibs on the phone to ask him to be like, yo, where's this footage at?
I know, bro. I think there was a little bit of, like, I think Tantrum and because Tantrum was really good that year. I remember
Yeah, he
Okwerdz
was.
came back and he did really good. Everybody Knows was in it and he did really good, and No Can, I feel like the Source beat No Can, but I think it was funny because I felt like No Can kept winning, but, like, didn't seem to even wanna win. Like, he would just be
Hmm.
smoking a cigarette up there and, like, casually beat someone, and a couple of them I did. Oh, so this happened at that free that was the one that Franco went nuts on somebody, like, so
For
I al
2008?
2008.
Okay.
So I always bring up this comparison. I say, with Scribble Jam, I think I was around to see the death of the freestyle battle rap era. And I always compare it to the movie Almost Famous, where the kid calls Philip Seymour Hoffman and he goes, "Well, kid, you came around at the worst time. Rock and roll's dying. Like it's that this is the last hurrah or whatever." And so I say that because of the the amount of pre-meds and and all this thing. But the one thing was MySpace had come out, and MySpace was announcing the Scribble Jam winners in each, uh, prelim. So now, whereas before, unless someone was a Scribble veteran or you saw them the day before, like, you didn't really know everyone. Now you know. So at least you got a name. And if you got a flippable name, you could get four heavy haymakers in 2 rounds out of it, and that's enough to win you a thing. So, not that on top of pre-med. So anyhow, Franco's in it, and there's this guy that wins in New York's bracket named Storyville. And Franco is too he stuck to his guns with freestyling. Like, that was a freestyling ass dude, man. Like, he refused to do the whole adapting thing. I know he did a couple grind time battles, but he was a freestyling dude, man. You know what I mean? And so he gets beat in the first round by a dude that, I mean, dude didn't say some incredible shit, but he kind of knew that Franco was there every year, and it looked more like I don't want to say he had maybe he did. So Franco loses, and they're backstage, and I guess Franco says, "Yo, man, good shit," or something. I don't know if you ever know about Franco's, but he's like a short, like kind of like like he's like really busybody kind of dude, kind of. And I guess he's like, and the dude Storyville was super cool, and I guess he was humbled. He's like, "Yo, man, thanks, bro." And he was like, "But you'll always be whack as fuck, and you'll never fucking be better than me in the rest of your ever in your life." Or somebody like walks away like he's so mad that he lost a battle in like the passing of the torch kind of shit of freestyle to like,
Wait, who
he
says that?
Franco says this to this dude Storyville. He's
He
like, "Yo,
says
good shit,
you're
man."
whack as fuck, and
He was like, "Yeah, but you're whack as fuck. You'll never be better than me in your entire life." Or something. He just has like this wild ass moment, bro. And like, it was like, and I guess Storyville was like, "Whatever, dude." Like, you know what I mean? But it was fucking, yeah, he was pissed, bro. Cause
damn.
he was, like I said, he was a true through and through. If you recall '07, he beat Thesaurus by like pulling Thesaurus's card about a recycled bar.
Right.
And he was just through and through free. He was freestyling his ass off, man. And yeah, but it was
Right, because wasn't the finals Franco versus No Can Do for 2007, right?
in '07. Yep.
And No Can Do
Yep.
won, and that's crazy.
And didn't No Can get an extra verse or for some shit? So I guess like maybe something happened where if either Franco's mic, he dropped the mic, and then fucking No Can rapped another some crazy shit that should have never went down. But yeah, Franco ends up beating. I got beat, and then the source might have beat somebody after me, and then Franco beat him, or I can't remember how it shook out, but there was a big moment where he the source had already battled Franco. They're already out west, and I guess he tried to say a line he already said, and Franco predicted it to the crowd. He was like, "Don't react to that," and they were like, "What?" And it was like a big thing. So for him to lose in '08, and a lot of thing I remember Storyville saying was something like, "You battle in Scribble Jam and you lose every fucking year." And he was just really loud and enunciating, and Franco just rapped. And I guess Franco couldn't believe that, but it was a trip.
Wow, man. So are you in the documentary?
I don't know. I saw Dibs when he came with Atmosphere and Sage and shit that came to the Berg. I chopped it up with Dibs and he told me about it. And then so they have a page. And it was like, submit your stories or whatever. I was like, all right, boom. So I submitted a couple little stories. I don't know if he'll use them or not. I mean, to be completely transparent, there's certainly people with longer histories in Scribble, more crazier stories. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I definitely was around for the tail end of it. Um, and it was cool though. It was awesome. It was a really, really, really cool ass thing to be a part of. Like I wouldn't change it. You know, so it was
You
definitely
gotta
like
show
we
so
made it.
much love to those guys because it was so much work and they didn't make money off of it, bro. It was strictly for the culture, like a real love for the culture. You know what I mean? Like,
It was
bro,
so
Dibs
fire,
is such a
bro.
solid dude too, man. Shout out to Mr.
Thanks,
Dibs,
bro.
man.
Facts, bro. But yeah, it was like I said, man, for somebody like me from Pittsburgh, like, and I always tell people this, I'm from PA, and it's never an attempt to discredit Philly or like battle rappers from that era across the state, but that wasn't my inspiration. That wasn't what I listened to battle rap wise to come up. If it wasn't for a Dibs Scribble Jam kind of shit, I don't know where I would be at. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't listen to Reed on the corner of Meek Mills and shit, like, and that's not to say they're not phenomenal and they didn't change lives and everything, but that was, you know, a kid from Pittsburgh. That was what, and to think about it, like I said, I didn't even know Dose and Noodles battled in Scribble until way after they did. So it wasn't like
Mhm.
I could, oh, I'm following in their footsteps. Like I didn't even know.
So in 2007, you put out your debut album, The Renaissance,
Mm.
right? Talk to me about that album. What was your mindset when you were making it?
So man, I always say that I did so much in rap and hip hop without anybody to be like, I don't know if you should do that. Right. So like I didn't my very first time me and the homies put together a project, I didn't know about mixing and that. We didn't even mix it. We just rapped on a computer and we was giving it away to everyone. We thought it was incredible.
Wait, what
It
were
was like
you
that.
using to record at the time?
Jesus Christ. I couldn't even tell you, but this is '03, you know,
Cool Edit Pro.
it was my homie's computer, and we didn't even have sound, nothing, bro. This is just the shittiest quality you could imagine, right? And it wasn't until some DJ told us, like, we like, gave him the CD, like, "Yo, you should play this," and, whatever. And he wasn't working at the time. There was some contest, and we didn't hear from him, and we came down to see him. He was, like, in some bar, and we're like, "Yo, man, we didn't hear back from him." He's like, "I gotta be honest, man." He's like, "I don't know what you guys are doing in this album here." He was just, like, tore into it, but he was right. And so I stopped rapping with the homies and I was doing my own solo thing. So now I had a little bit of an idea that you needed stuff mixed, but like I was one of those like I'm gonna keep it super hip hop dudes early on, cornballs, and like so I put some on '07, and again, hence the name Renaissance. Like a hilarious story. So my homie, close friend of mine, he goes he gets arrested. He ends up doing like 6.5 in like 2000. He gets caught in like 2000. He might have went up in like 2000, 2001. But anyway, I had a show in like 2006. And so I'm always writing him a shit. So I sent him a flyer for it. And it said the flyer said like the rebirth of hip hop. And there was and he showed it to his homies, and all his homies, like the people he would lift with and work out with, were black dudes. And they was like, "What the fuck is this, man? There's 4 white people on the cover of this flyer that says the rebirth of fucking hip hop." And my man was laughing so hard about it. He roasts me to this day about it. He said, "Man, they was fucking with me all day about it, man." He said, "They fuck with me all week. Like, damn, man, your homie thought he's the rebirth of hip hop." So that's to show you how corny. So I put the album out. It was better sounding than the first, but ultimately I was like, after like a year or two, I was like, yeah, this isn't very good. So like I took it off streaming and like,
Yeah, I couldn't find it. I couldn't find it
yeah,
anywhere,
bro,
man.
it's just not very good, bro. Like
It's
it's
not
just
even on Discogs, like where you can find the track list or anything like that. The only reason why it's in your bio on your website that mentions that album. Like
yo.
everybody else pretty much thinks the Working Man MC is your first album, pretty much.
Nah, bro. And so like I said, dude, and again, there was just a lot of shit that didn't make sense, right? So it's called the Renaissance, but the cover is just me in a Steeler jersey, but it's a picture of a painting. It's just like so, and again, man, at the time I'm just rapping like, you know what I mean? And again, there's some songs that are better than some other songs, but like it is significantly better than my first attempt. But I knew, because at this point now I'm starting to listen to people in the underground. I'm like, oh, their shit sounds a lot better than mine. Like quality, it has more continuity. Like this is not good. You
Are
know
you
what I
still
mean?
recording at your friend's house for this album?
So for this album, I started recording at a spot in Pittsburgh, like an actual studio. So I was recording at a studio, and then at the end of it, like I had to get it all mixed, and it wasn't, to be fair, it wasn't that the mixes were, they did the best with what what I gave them. It's just that beats, like there's so many things about it that's just not good, like from the cover to, you know what I mean? So I'm like, yeah. So I
Where'd
was
you
like,
get the beats from?
oh, that's a great question.
SoundClick?
Did I? I wanna say some of them I definitely owned, like, some of them somebody sold me or gave me, but I know for the very first one I did was definitely all SoundCloud, SoundClick shit. I don't even know if we removed the tags off 'em. But, like, yeah, yeah, it was bad, bad, dude.
Yo, SoundClick was like our SoundCloud. You know what I mean? Like
Bro,
that.
and again, dude, like, just, just one of them early on experiences, bro, like, and I eventually decided, I'm like, "Yeah, this can't be this cannot be a representation of me," like.
Did you have any notable names on the album or no?
No, I don't think on that one. No, I had my homie, like I said, the dude, the Hilarious, the first group I rap with, we called ourselves the Triple Threat, but there was 4 of us, like, but so this is dead serious. The 4th dude got added later, but he was nice, so we had already started with the Triple Threat, so we're just like, "Alright, we're just gonna keep the Triple Threat." And then we had our first show at the Hard Rock. And bro was like, "Yeah, I can't do it. I'm not ready to be on a stage." So we're like, "So I guess we're back to 3, so the triple threat thing's gonna work out because 'cause you're not on stage." So it was real crazy. Yeah, I'm with 4 people on it. And again, I think that one was called, like, The Time Has Come. Again, it was all, like, some, like, big renaissance, like, hip hop
Epic,
change shit.
dramatic, like
Right, and that's what
this
I'd like.
all real
Right,
deal.
like, "Aren't you tired of the same old wait till hip hop comes back?" Which is so dumb because like, I didn't even listen. I wasn't a diehard listener to, like, what a lot of people might perceive as, like, true boom bap hip hop, like, so everything about it was just asinine and contradictory.
Wow. All right, so January 2009, this is your first battle on Grind Time was against Tut? Is that right?
A. Shaw, I battled A. Shaw before Tut.
Oh, before. Okay. So how did
So
that get
November was A. Shaw of '08, I wanna say, and Tut would have been, '09, and,
right in January?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I remember because I drove out to Indianapolis for A. Shaw. And I remember Sonny telling me, he's like, "Yo, you gotta be ready. This dude beat Rhyme Fest in a battle rap." And I was like, "Oh, fuck, man." And so I'm stressing. I'm like running my stuff to death. And this is a time where rounds were 60 seconds. And I get there and he's not there. And he's like taking forever. And the battles suck, except for like, I remember Alpha Male made a complete joke of it because he was still trying to freestyle. So he's like singing and just being goofy. And finally, A Shaw shows up. He's late. It's his city. He lives there. And he starts freestyling and I beat him convincingly, whatever. Like he was rough. And I remember afterwards, like, "Yo, you said this dude was like dope, blah, blah, blah." And Sonny goes, I said, "You said he beat Rhyme Fest." And Sonny's like, "He did." He's like, "A lot of people beat Rhyme Fest, though. He just be coming through bullshit sometimes." I was like, I didn't know that. You know what I mean? I thought like he beat like the boogeyman kind of shit. So um and then so it became clear, and then you got on the message boards that me, Mood Swings, and Fresco would be like the cream of the crop of the Midwest grind time movement. And Sonny as well, because he had a battle in Florida before around that time.
So help explain what that time period was like, man.
Man, I only hope that anyone that's a fan of battle rap will experience a time period like this where we would hit the message boards and watch every battle and leave comments and like we just would like, dude, it was man, World Star was all over the battles, man, and they would drop. And then the West, like the regions were so competitive. So the West,
Mhm.
the West at this time, they had been dominating Scribble Jam at this point now too. And they kind of became the evil empire to everybody else. You know what I mean? Because they were so good and so stacked. And then this is the first time I had seen Dizaster, and he beats the Saurus. And I'm just like, "What?" Like, and now this dude Avocado's filming and it looks so good. Um, and you're like, "Man," and then, occasionally, like, some battlers started to travel and battle in other regions, and now you could see people have hometown show region favorites. It was cool as shit, man. Like, it was
Do you think that
We
we
were
realized how special it was at that time? Or do
I
you
think
think
I do. I
yeah?
think I do, bro. I do, because I have not been that excited about battle rap in so long, bro, and to be fair, that was like an all-consuming excitement at the time. You know, people kept their records, and and you would again, there was man, it was a time, bro. It was a time. It was a time. And then, of course, Canada opens up a league, and the UK opens up a league, and you just couldn't stop getting yourself footage out there, and you just man, to me, it's hard to say a quote like a golden era of it, because I don't know that excitement equals golden era, because there was a lot of shit. There was a lot of bullshit, like a lot of shitty battles. A lot of battle rappers that should not have got platforms, shitty events. Like, you know what I mean? There's a lot of quantity over quality.
Right.
But
But I felt
man,
like there was something to look forward to almost like every day. There was like a
I
new
agree,
battle
bro.
coming out or something like that. Like I remember, you know what I mean? Like first thing I'm like looking on World Star, like, oh, what they got up today? Like, you know, like what did they put in?
Yeah.
And then this was like the era where they had to split on YouTube, like the first round on one video, the second
Yep.
round on the second video, you know?
And it was just different, bro. Like, it was, this did this predate Twitter, or like Twitter's '09, right?
Well, I know Grind Time definitely came out before then, but I don't know if like,
So,
yeah.
yeah, it was because Grind Time had a quick shelf life. If you remember, Grind Time was dead by 2012. It had an ugly descent. Like, I remember there was like some people fist fighting, and they called it Grind Time or some shit. It got ugly, like it got bad. Like, I don't know what the hell it was, but that '08 to peak like 10 and a half. Once the second half of 2010s, it was a short shelf life, but man, it was amazing, bro.
I don't know. I mean, I would say all the way to 2012 because, like, well, let's go over some of those battles first. All right. 2010, you battled the Saurus in a rematch.
Right, that was that Grizzle card. That was Grizzle 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a huge card. That was a great card. Mac Lethal came back to battle rap. Ines, Iron.
Mhm.
That's probably pinnacle. That's probably peak. Those Battle of the Bay events were around.
I don't think that we've seen events like that yet. That was like, wow. And like you said, Avocado shooting
Right.
it like, you know, looks all professional. You got different angles and all that stuff, right? The audio is sounding better, you know.
And I feel like they had a big Battle of the Bay, and then I could be wrong. I feel like they spent a decent amount of money on, like, Freeway performing or something, and it just
Sponsors, you got sponsors now.
and again, I always look at the grind time thing of 3. What appeared to me was 3 fans and rappers that loved battle rap came together and put something together that's amazing, and at the end of the day, the lack of being business savvy and everything kinda did them in, and from what I gather, and that's not a bad thing. It's amazing what they accomplished in that window, and you can't write a battle rap book without some of the people that came to prominence in grind time, and some of the formulas, and some of the things, and some of the things are so dearly missed, man. And you talked earlier about this past battle rap weekend, or not this past, but the World Dom. And one of the biggest takeaways is how amazing Dunch was. And this guy Dunch is an iBattle guy, but he's so funny. He's so witty, and he thinks of like the cleverest shit that really gives you some grind time feel. Now, it's first of all, he's an incredible writer. And I do think the writing is a million times better than it was, back in grind time. But like, there was something said about the different personalities. It's like the colorful area of wrestling when there was characters and everything. You know what I mean? That's what I look at grind time as. And so yeah, nowadays wrestlers are much more technical and can do 450 splashes and shit. But there was something to seeing Doink the Clown hit somebody with a whoopee cushion. You know what I mean? Like,
So for the Saurus rematch, right, in 2010, how did it feel to battle him again now that you're more like a seasoned, you know, battle MC and everything, and it's like a full circle moment for you.
I was just gonna say full circle, bro. It felt like, okay, now you're ready. Because again, this Thesaurus did not miss a step going from the Scribble era into grind time. Now, I will always say he was the more terrifying in the Scribble era, but he still could headline any card. He still could embarrass your favorite, had classics, room shakers, great angles. He was hilarious. So now I felt like, okay, you're ready for this. You know what, you know what I mean? Your name carries weight now too. And yeah, it was just and it ultimately, man, it worked out the best way possible. Like judgment wise, I lost in overtime, but it was so close. A lot of people thought I won, which made me more of a, I guess, like a, I don't say good guy, but like
Oh, you lost that one? I thought you did
I
win.
lost in overtime and I lost. Mac Lethal was the deciding vote. And then when Mac Lethal battled Thesaurus the next month, he said something about it, like, "Yeah, you're just lucky that, you're my friend, so I gave you that vote against Real Deal," or whatever. But it but it was dope. It actually did more for me than winning because the battle was so close. If I win, I might have been vilified by Thesaurus fans as somebody that, you know what I'm saying? Like, I remember one of the things of the grind time era is people there was a large portion of people that would get so mad at Dirtbag Dan for winning battles that they thought he should have
Oh my
lost, right?
god, I remember that.
So, they'd be like, "Yo, he robbed this dude." I'm like, "You realize he doesn't judge his own battles?" What? And so, yeah, that was like, "Oh, he robbed this guy, he robbed." I'm like, "Bro, he rapped." And then somebody thought he won or whatever. So, it worked out the best way possible, the Thesaurus, battle.
That was an angle for a while too. People would say that type of
Right,
stuff in the
right.
battles against him too.
Which is just comical, bro, like, comical.
That was hilarious, man. Well, in 2011, you battled Dizaster at Paid Dues, right? And this was like in an octagon kind of ring,
That's so
which was
fun. I
crazy.
just revisited and I don't revisit these battles often, but I revisited that one. It's so good for the first 2 rounds. It's, the on beat thing did us both in because I don't know where the beat was, what the hell happened, but the first 2
Yeah,
rounds.
that was interesting. Like how did that get decided? You guys were gonna do the acapella and then go on beats.
So what happened was they called us out paid dues to do this battle tournament, and I wanna say the winner, which ended up being Johnny Storm, maybe he got 500 or something, and it could have been more. I don't wanna downplay it if he did, but he was Johnny Storm's a legend. He was really, really good. And, then he beat Dirtbag Dan, who beat me, and, so me and Diz thought we were done battling. They were like, "No, you guys gotta battle for 3rd and 4th." I'm like, "We gotta battle again?" They're like, "Yeah, the winner gets $100." And I was like, "Fuck, when are we going on?" And they're like, "You're on in, like, 20 minutes." So, like, I'm just pacing the thing, and we go up and we battle, and it's honestly, man, it's a crowd of, like, 5,000 people in this gigantic venue in an octagon, and it's like, the reactions are insane, and it's one of my favorite battles ever. Now, it looks away nowadays because 'cause I'm hitting him with nothing but Middle Eastern shit. He's hitting me with nothing but, like, white trash shit.
You're racist.
We're just throwing stereotypes right at each other, right? And so, however people feel revisiting it, but I'm proud of the work. Like, it's fun. Like, first of all, both like, that's my homie, he's my whatever, and you gave us 30 seconds or whatever, not 30, 30 minutes or whatever to get ready, like and so we went out and we're freestyling about each other's shirts. He's flipping when I was like, dude, it is I've been on the fence. I think I'm gonna do it. I've been on the fence about like sharing it, like cutting into pieces and sharing it. I don't know. It's 2026. I'm sure I'm gonna get some pushback, but I do feel like there's a full circle of people coming around like, yeah, that shit was kind of cool. And like, you know what I mean? Like, obviously, these, whatever. I don't know. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. But it's so funny you mentioned that because it's one of the few I literally just revisited, and it is it's good. It's good. The third round is not good, but the first two are good.
It is funny though, because you see like how you guys are younger and everything, and like how your guys' images have changed over the years, though. You know, when you revisit. So that part's kind of funny. But the battle was judged by Alchemist,
Mhm.
Evidence, right? Poison Pen, Okwerdz.
Feel like Bollock might have been one of the judges too.
No, Captain.
Yeah? Maybe Bollock was just there.
Yeah, I don't know if he was there. Was he there? Oh, he probably was there. That's right. He probably was there, but I don't think that he wasn't one of the judges though, because I just watched it like yesterday. Um, they gave it to Dizaster. It was pretty, I think like only one person voted for you.
Yeah.
Everyone else voted for Diz. Did you agree with that?
Man, I thought I beat him clearly the first, and I thought the second was really close. And so if I woulda took I just remember the on beat part being shit. Pretty shit for both of
Yeah.
us. And it was like it was sucked because the third for it to just drop off like that. But I wasn't even mad because it was just such a great like, again, at the end, I can look back and say, like, when they were like, "Disasters, that crazy ass dude." Like, I battled him in a fucking octagon in front of 5,000. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't I like I said, I just rewatched it back. His second round is hilarious, dude. Like, and he's just
Mhm.
great, man. I mean, this is and thi I wanna say I am glad that there is a level of content that got cleaned up in battle rap, right? Like every other word you can't be calling people like first of all, it is definitely as a writer lazy to lean on stereotypes in battle rap. It's 100% lazy. Especially like there'd be times where you would drop, the F bomb as people, you know what I mean? Not the FUC, but and that
Yeah, I know
I'm
what you mean.
glad like we stepped back and be like, yeah, we gotta clean this up. So there is aspects I'm 100% glad that we cleaned up over the years. But, and it because it really was I could see now back then how homophobic battle rap probably looked, bro. Like, you know what I mean? And just so now we come to the point where there is absolutely like, openly gay battle rappers and whatever, and I have no problem with that. But it is wild at one point. Like you would end a bar, you know what I mean? You'd be like, and that's why you're whack. Maggot. And that would be like, it didn't even rhyme. Like it had no place to be in there. And like, so I'm glad we clean up shit like that. But
All right. So in 2010, you put out the Working Man's MC. Was this when you developed kind of like that identity of being an ill rapper, but you're like still like a regular hardworking guy?
so I think at that point, I started to stray more away from like, I'm gonna save hip hop or whatever the hell I was on. And yeah, I just wanted to embrace what happened to me as I was in Florida, and I remember this dude, Wise Guy, this battle rapper. He was dope. I don't know if you remember Wise Guy. And he said, man, you just battled like last month. Because that time, like people weren't battling every week. Like if you were on a card a month away from another card, that was crazy. He was like, "You really just be out here getting it, man." I think I was drinking a beer at the time, and I don't know why, like, people are always stunned to see, like, I guess very few battle rappers drink beer. So I think the fact that I just be drinking beer, they're like, "You like the regular working man's MC," and I'm like, "That's kinda dope." And so I ran with it, uh, and then with the work ethic and everything, it just fit the blue collar kinda mindset. So, yeah, I think that was the first project that I was like, "Okay, I'm proud of this record," like, for sure.
How did you approach this album differently compared to the first one?
I started to, like, look at what other battle rappers were like. I remember Sonny Bamboo made really good music, right? Illmac made good music. So I started to, like, what are they doing? What's their approaches? Also, opening more so for collaboration. I still would say that I leaned heavy on, quote, being lyrical, but I would also pick up different concepts, you know what I'm saying, that I enjoyed, and I spent more money on this record, I think I've applied the same things as the albums as I've gone up through the albums for sure.
At that time, were you like worried about the stereotype that battle rappers are not good at making music? Like, did that like cross your mind at all when you were approaching it?
For sure, because it was being people would say that in battle rap a lot. I heard like back then, circa '08, '09, people would be like, "Yo, I heard your song on MySpace. It's called blah 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 blah. You should throw that away." Because it's like they would list specific songs you had or albums you had. Like they would list your music. They had listened to it, and they'd be like, "This is trash." Like they wouldn't, you know what I mean? So they were. That was another. So we probably did ourselves no favors during that era by constantly trashing each other's music. Um, but yeah, I mean, it was definitely something. But it wasn't. I just loved making music. Like it wasn't like I was like, should I even make music? Fuck that. Like I mean, I knew I was gonna get some heat for it, you know what I mean?
Right.
But
On the album, you got my bros, Poison Pen, Icon the Mike King, right? I just spoke to Mike yesterday, and he said that
legend.
you actually saved him recently too, because he left his passport at the club or something like that.
My dog. Yeah, yeah, man. Bro, they was trying to not let him get his thing, his passport or whatever. I'm like, yo, man, let me FaceTime him real quick. Boom, boom. So they eventually did. Yeah, they did. You know what I mean? Which I could see could be a security thing, but dude, Icon's my guy, man. And it was a perfect moment. Like, and so getting back to the disaster shit, this battle, I battled this dude, Chef Trez, who's super fire, but the event was shit. The audio is terrible. And it sucks because here I had an organic moment where I had like Chef Trez is known for freestyle and doing freestyles. I got Icon the Mic King behind me. I have a super dope freestyle bar where he's there. Like so many things could have been made into a bigger moment. And it's damn near unwatchable footage and unlistenable audio. So it's fun. 'Cause like I was saying, you can't win them all. But yeah, Icon actually, whether he knows it or not, showed me a lot on that song because I wrote a verse, he wrote a verse were dope. I did a hook. I said, "What you think of the hook?" And I remember he was just like, "So the hook's cool, bro, but it kind of sounds like an extension of the verse. Like I think you should try to make it." And it was just honest, good criticism. And I knew he made good music, and I did switch it up, and I liked the song now. You know what I mean?
It's so funny he told me that.
Did he?
Yeah, he
Yeah,
said that he gave you a little input on the hook and everything like that, and you
yeah.
you made the changes. Yeah.
Yeah, it was 100% like I forget, you know what I mean? I put the hook down and then 100% sounded like an extension. He's like, "Yeah, it just sounds like an extension of the verse. Maybe you should do something that could da 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 and like, that resonates more or whatever." And again, my strength in rapping and on songs, I say some dope shit. Like my lyrics are really dope. My weakness has always been choruses. Always. So like
Mm.
I'm always trying to find um ways to do, you know what I mean? That's and so that definitely was cool. And Poison Pen is just a man. And like Poison Pen can drink too, man. That dude can drink. And I drink beer. So that dude be drinking liquor, just walking around, and the party ain't party ain't never over for Penn, man. He's got his wits about him the whole time.
Yeah.
Love that dude, man. I actually met him when him and Technique came, probably circa '08, '07-ish, '08. Great guy, man. Great guy.
Both of them are great guys, man. Like for real, like
Absolutely.
real solid individuals. You got any funny stories from around the time of making that album?
Oh man. So I do know that there was this guy, I don't know if you were on the rap music forum boards, rapmusic.com.
Hmm.
There was this guy that would go on and post, and his name was Crayon Flux. I don't know if you remember this dude, but he was the ultimate troll. Like he clearly was
Also,
trying some.
he was the troll before trolling became a part of the
Yeah,
culture.
and you could tell just by how aggressive he was that he was probably some nerdy white kid in the basement, but, like, he would, hit you with all the street talk, whatever, like, "Nah, I mean, cuz out here looking like." And I remember the first thing he talked about, he was like, was my puffy coat I was wearing, and he was actually right. He was like, "This Burlington ass puffy," and he was right. I think I did get it at, like, Burlington or some shit. It was like and he went in on it, dude.
Wait. When you say puffy, you mean like big or you mean like
No,
Diddy
not Diddy.
style.
I mean, like, a Goose. Goose, I guess,
Okay,
is the better whatever. But, like,
got you.
I thought, which it's still, like, the graph design and all the cover art, it looks great, but that puffy coat is 100% a ripoff, like it's like a $70 coat, or if it, at the time. And, I remember because he usually left me alone. He didn't fuck with me. But I did say something, I was feeling myself and I said something under one of his, like, "What the hell would you know about a crayon?" And he just pulled up my album cover, was like, I know this we ain't talking with this puffy ass Burlington." He just went in on me and I was like, "Damn, this troll kind of beat the shit out of me." But like making the album, I just remember this, bro, and it's not a funny story. So you're gonna be disappointed. But I will say this. Probably one of the most rewarding things of all time in the history of life is when that box of CDs came to my front door. And I was just like, I know this is gonna be fucked up. I'm gonna play track 2, it's gonna read track 3, something's gonna be right. There's no way that I just created an album in the same way the Beatles made Abbey Road or that Snoop Dogg made Doggy Style. Of course, I'm thinking just that you can grab it from a CD rack and put it in and it'll say Real Deal. And sure as shit, I listened to that album all the way through, not a mistake. Everything showed up real. I was like, damn, I made it. Like, you know what I mean? And I'm sure that album made, whatever. But that was easily one of the most rewarding things ever.
Just a proud moment.
And that's why I tell everybody that raps, man, do something that can be out there. Well, now you have Spotify's and you have these streaming shit. Like, then we went to disc makers and disc factories and, you ordered and they would send you. So I'm just waiting for this box. And now looking back, I was kind of nuts when I ordered like 1,000. I didn't even order some test trials for like some test CDs. So if this 1,000 was fucked up, I had 1,000 fucked up CDs. And luckily, like they came back good. And so yeah, definitely rewarding.
All right, so 2012, Blackout 2. You battled Okwerdz. Okwerdz was trying to bounce back from his battle with Rone. What was the mindset going into this battle?
I couldn't at this time, Okwerdz, which is so odd to say because he's such a solid dude. I did not care for him. Now,
You didn't like him as a person or as a rapper?
I didn't like him as a person, but it's dumb because he was at this point, he started to embrace the villain role. Because so Okwerdz caught lightning in a bottle with Grind Time and utilized it perfectly, which instead should have been something I was studious about. Like, man, that's incredible how but I was watching him and I was a big fan, and then he battled Rone, and then I just felt like he was, I don't know, I felt like, I guess I just believed or bought the hype that he wasn't as good as whatever the case may be. So, and then for years they were talking about, Okwerdz and Real Deal would be crazy, and he just didn't either want to do the battle or it didn't make sense, which it didn't make sense for him. And so when we did the battle, like, I remember he was like, he wasn't even popping off crazy on these forums, but he was just like, I didn't get that he was just playing a role. You know what I'm saying? He was just being a villain, a role. And I also thought like I was, I didn't know how many battles that he was going to continue to do. And I wanted to be the guy that, like, if Rome beat him, I wanted to be the guy that, like, really drove the nail into the coffin kind of deal. Like, I wanted to be more than just somebody that, shows up and wins battles and he's dope. Like, oh man, no, he officially like ended, Rone started started the Okwerdz downhill trajectory in Real Deal, man. But that was he really blah blah blah. So that's where I was headspace at that time. Easily one of my least favorite battles ever.
Right. Well, they got you beating Okwerdz in that battle 2-1. And you said in the past that you regret some of the angles you took in that battle, in particular with mentioning his father having cancer. Was that immediately after the battle, or did that happen down the line upon like reflection?
Pretty immediate. Like, so before the battle, I saw Okwerdz going over his shit and he was like, I don't want to say shaking because I don't want to he was like clearly trying to be in the headspace of battle rap. And that's why I was like, damn, he really cares about this. Like he was being vilified so much that he just figured, fuck it, I'll be the villain then. He really does care. Like he is really, and so I already had this shit I had written. And so I said it, and I think I had a rebuttal and said it, and it was pretty automatic. I think I hit him that Monday. And I was like, hey, dude, not cool. I was like, I don't fuck with that at all. That's whack on my part. And it was right at the era, and again, I would never try to blame this on era, but like there was a phase of battle rap I felt like where shock value was a thing, right? And the thing is, like, that's some people that works for, and some people it doesn't, and it just felt unnatural to me. And so I did it, hated it, reached out to him. He was like, yeah, man, cool. He's like, no worries, whatever. And then, I've publicly spoken out about it multiple times because I am a believer, like, the apology should be as loud as the.
Disrespect.
So I love Okwerdz now, like as a person, as a battle rapper, what he was able to do in a short period of time, the doors he was able to open, what he tried to do, what he stands for, like complete whiff on my part as far as seeing what he was doing, seeing who he actually was, you know what I mean?
Yeah, prior to
But
the
yeah,
Rone thing, though, he was having some crazy battles. Remember with Ness, right? You know,
and what
Hollow.
happened was yeah, and what happened with him, man, it appeared to me was he got these big battles and he kept getting them on the West. And I tell you, at that point, the West was pretty vilified. Like it's Scribble. The last year I was a Scribble, I remember the whole left side of the stage was the West Coast, and they were just cheering for anybody that was West. So for them, they was just like, now they was cool with me. It wasn't like they booed me or anyone else, but you kind of got like a chip on your shoulder, like, damn, man, like this is really the evil empire here. Like I got it. So I think by him getting these big battles and getting them on his side of the coast, and then when other battle rappers either would like call him out or wanted to battle him, he was very strategic, which is smart. You know what I mean? He shouldn't take 50,000 battle. Now we look at Mook and we look at Lux and we're like, that's brilliant how they branded themselves. Okwerdz was trying to follow a similar trajectory, and we were just too I can't speak with we, but like I was one of the people that was just too dumb to understand it and see what his grand plan is.
Because I think
And
during
he was
that
able to do
time, a lot of people were like, "Oh, you too scared to battle. That's why you're not going to take the battle." Basically,
exactly right. And meanwhile, it has nothing to do with being afraid. It's what makes sense because this battling can be exhausting and dedicating this kind of time and energy. And you want to, he's also making music. So he wants this stuff to be able to come back to his music somehow and get eyes on his music. Like, so now, at the time, somebody wouldn't battle someone, you're scared. He's scared. He's scared. She's scared. Now you look back, you're like, man, there's a lot of battles I'm not battling. I'm not battling that dude and putting forth that effort and doing this, if it's not going to generate anything for me. And at the time, these were also not big payday days.
right?
You know what I mean? So Okwerdz again, people, and I think one of the biggest things about Okwerdz is one of his big things was he started off saying that in his big line, one of his big lines was he saying Lux was a diva or something. And I think people started thinking, well, now you look like a diva because blah, 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 blah. And again, we all miss the forest through the trees when it comes. I think what Okwerd's impact in battle rap is again something that you can't leave out of the battle rap history books, man.
I think that it's so easy when you're on the come up to be like, "Oh, if you're a real competitor, why wouldn't you battle me?" Or you're scared or whatever, right? But then like you don't realize until you start to get to a level of status, like, bro, I can't just battle anybody just because a competition or for quote unquote for the culture or because you want to or whatever. You know what I mean? Like it has to make sense. Like that, I just can't take on everybody.
And again, like, at that time, a lot of those times that battles were judged. That one was not, I don't think, or I don't know. But some of these battles are judged, and your reputation's on the line, and all this stuff. And yeah, it sounds cool to be able to be like, I'll battle anyone, anytime, but it's exhausting and it's not as rewarding as that sounds. And brand protection is a real thing. I know I fucked up my brand protection years ago. My shit shot. You could look up Real Deal versus Johnny Nobody in Boise, Idaho. Like my brand is as far as like, so, and I'm okay with that because I'm sure I had a great time battling Johnny Nobody and went to the bar and drank and fucking did karaoke. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's all memories for me at the end of the day. But yeah, man, Okwerdz, great dude, and I'd like to think over time I'm usually a solid judge of complete whiff on my part. Love that dude, man.
Shout out to Okwerdz, man.
Facts.
How did you feel when grind time fell apart? Like, when did you start to notice that there were issues internally?
So, that's a good question. I haven't thought about it in a long time. So I know URL was coming, and I recall it was supposed to be a Math Rex battle or something. And I want to say, I could be wrong about this, but I feel like it was supposed to happen in New York, and I almost maybe like PH was gonna facilitate it maybe, and it fell through. And I remember it looking kind of bad that it fell through, not on PH at all, but like, and then I think there were public spats over these message boards between, usually, if I recall, it was like Matt Ills and somebody. Like, Direct is such a chill, quiet dude. Like, it was never Direct.
No, it had to be like
Um,
Lush.
I was about to say, and that's not to say that. And then I
Shout out to
remember
Lush. That's my
again,
guy.
dude, I fucking love that guy. I want to say big event again. Maybe it was Battle of the Bay 5, and uh, cool event, didn't live up to the other events. I remember there was some money uh, things like, arguments or what have you. And it just, and then again, there was, new grind time divisions opening up, and the water it just got so muddied down. And then the Math and Rex battle had success. And then that URL card started to turn some people into stars. And then URL became an interesting thing. And a lot of those guys, the Cortezes, were going over to URL DNAs. And it just didn't seem like grind time could continue to stay afloat. And everyone was kind of jumping ship.
Yeah, there was no quality control because of just like allowing people to take on the name grind time, but like you not being there to really facilitate it, to have standards of quality, and everything.
Right.
It's like you got avocado filming on one, battle. It looks all great and everything. The quality's great. The cards are good, right? The battles are good. Then you got like other ones that are like very like almost like proving grounds type of
Right.
level. So it's like it was hard, but yeah, like when three people go into business together and there's not necessarily contracts or a level of understanding of like how is this really going to look, there's definitely going to be issues.
And then people started asking for, more money or more whatever. And yeah, and again, the water just got muddied, and like there was some public fallout. And yeah, man, and at the same time, you have King of the Dot is starting to flourish. They're starting to look more legit, and also Don't Flop is looking
Right.
legit, and it's just everything looks so much. We went from looking like, then it's like that looks like MMA and Bellator, and now we just look like some backyard shit Kimbo was fighting in all of a sudden. So
Yeah.
yeah.
And it's a shame because you look at how much of an influence grind time really had, right? Because like they modeled, I mean, you can really say that URL really did poach a lot of people from grind time, right? They took a lot
I
of
would
people.
say some. I would give UR a lot of credit for. Well, let me think. So they got some. I would say some. I would say that a lot of the talent that they got on their own. I would say that, right? Like from the B Magics to the Clean Papers to the Big T, um, Hitman, like a lot of these
Mhm.
people never stepped on a grind time stage, but they got some gems, you know what I mean? They certainly got some gems.
Right, right. I don't, let me rephrase that. I don't want to say that they, they got most of their roster from Grind Time or anything like that, but they did take a good amount of Grind Time
Mm,
battlers over there, right?
mm,
That's what I meant. But also, like, I'm sure Smack seeing how things were operating from Grind Time's perspective, being like, okay, this is what I should do, what I shouldn't do. I'm
mhm.
learning from watching what's over there, right?
Right,
And he just did an interview not too long ago where he spoke about, like, how Remy and Easy the Block Captain were like poaching artists and stuff like that, but they kind of did that a little bit too. But I remember Penn was talking about during that time he was scheduling events, he would make sure that it wasn't conflicting with URL events like the same day or something like
right.
that. But Smack did schedule events on the same day. Like, he wanted the smoke, he wanted the
Very
direct
well,
competition, so. But how did you feel when you start to see more of the street rappers like the Hollows and everything like that, and Cortez go over to that side, but then they would have punchlines going at, oh, you a nerdy grind time rapper, like
right,
you one of those type of guys, and like that became the thing. But it was like, hey, you were just over here with us, it
right.
was all good just a week ago,
Well,
right?
I felt, if I remember correctly, I felt like Cortez and Hollow were the ones that received those punchlines. I don't remember them spitting them at the other people, and if
No, I
so,
do
I mean,
remember Cortez at least saying it one time. I do know that for sure.
maybe
I don't
that's
know if he said it
fine.
more than that, but just all in all, it became like a angle, right? For people to
Right,
say,
right.
like, so that
Yeah, I mean, well, it became a new interest then for me to want to, showcase my skills there, and again, I'm very late, but I didn't come up on Smack DVD, so I do recall early in my battle rap ventures watching Math and Iron and Jin or whatever, and so those were, I mean, those were Fight Club too, I think, or one of them was Fight Club,
Iron and
but
Jin is Fight Club, Math
yeah.
and Iron is Smack though.
Right, so I do recall, and I re the Murder Mook, Jordan, 35 or what have you, but I wasn't the guy that got, that got the Smack DVD. I remember seeing them, but I didn't, I just, so now I started becoming interested again, like, "Oh, I think I could do this. I think this could be dope, like, this could be something that I would excel at," and, it became a new challenge for me. I in the short time I was at Grind Time, I think I had ascended to the top with the top of the, whoever the top of the battlers were at that point, you know what I mean? I think I was right at the top of uh, that kinda tier.
For sure. And I think that, of course, this is no disrespect to Smack at all, because I feel like everybody's learning from each other, right? Just like Grind Time probably learned from watching the Smack DVDs too, as far as like different ways to approach the game. I think that was a very sad time to see how well Grind Time was doing. I mean, getting these sponsorships, even the paid dues thing, and the next thing you know, it's just like it just falls apart.
Man, and yeah, I hadn't thought about it until you really brought it up. It seemed like it fell apart pretty quick, man, and yeah. Yeah, it was a shame because it was such a, and this is a weird, is no pun intended, but it was such an organic, grassroots, cool thing started by, with people that had battled. They were in the WRCs, and just it opened the doors for so many people for it to, yeah, for the wheels to come off so quickly, and like I said, there was a time I recall there was an event. I don't know if it was like prison fights outside or what the fuck it was, but I remember Mac Lethal was like, "I can't believe I ever partook in any of this with my name on it. Like, I'm so disgusted," or some shit. Like, and I was like, "Ah, man," like,
What do you
because
mean?
like
Wait,
that's
they changed it to fighting.
it was, dude. There was some, and Mac would probably help me out better on this, but there was some grind time event, and it just said grind time now. It was on the channel, and this time they still had a big channel and a lot of subscribers, but like they were looking to put out content, and one of the contents was like two guys, like, I don't know, it was like a Dusty, they met up to fight or some shit.
Mm.
I don't know what the fuck it was, dude. And, this is like, I mean, it was flatlined at this point. And, yeah, Mac Lethal was just like, I think he was one of the YouTube comments. He was like, "I can't believe I ever had anything to do with this dog shit production," or whatever. Like, it was bad, dude. It was
Wow.
bad. Yeah, it was bad, bad, bad,
When
bad.
you look at the earlier battles, right, you see the happiness and the innocence of everybody participating is so much love for the culture. That's what it really is, right? And then when the money gets involved and everything and the clout and just like these different things, it's like now you're starting to see people pulling in different directions. And that's where it's really sad, you know?
Mm. Yeah, and again, I it was such a fun time, man, and you know, there was very few leagues outside of grind time, like, No Coast was a little thing, but No Coast had some funny, they were entertaining, but it was, yeah, it was a good time, man, and it was, battles were quick, man, like 16-minute videos, and
Right, exactly.
yeah, yeah, it was a
The
it
sad
was
thing though is that there's still feelings there of resentment amongst the three, kind of, you know, like, um, and I mean, especially I think amongst Lush and Mad Ills, because when I did the interview
yeah,
with
I don't
Lush,
think they I don't
you saw it, right?
So I know at one time I feel like, and Direct's such a level-headed, cool dude. Like I love Direct. I think he just is, he's just kind of like, um. But I think I did see a something where maybe Lush, maybe it was right after he gotten sober or whatever, and he attempted to bury the hatchet, and I feel like Matt Ills was like, "No, I'm good on that. Fuck that. You just called me a pussy at some event or some some hilarious shit where he's just like, you basically had the crowd chant, 'I was a pussy' or 'fuck Matt Ills.' And no, I'm good."
Yeah, yeah, I
Yeah,
remember that. Yeah,
yeah. I mean, to each his own. I'll say this: uh, Matt Ills in battle rap, never done wrong by me. You know what I mean? And I like to try to keep my interactions with battle rappers and battle rap figureheads. I'd like to try to base how I feel about them based on their direct relationship with me, unless obviously they got some weird shit going on, and then I don't want a direct relationship with them anyway. So I've heard a lot of, takes about Mount Hills. I will say this, always been A1 to me. You know what I mean?
yeah. All right, man. 2013, you released your third album, Fight or Flight Mode. What made you name it this?
So fight or flight mode, man, I was just looking for a cool break, like a cool, catchy kind of name that maybe kind of fit the way that I rapped, like aggressive, yet I could story tell, I could slow it down, I could, pull my emotions on my sleeve. So I think that's where that came from, right? So like either some, you can get one or two versions of me kind of deal.
Mm-hmm. And what was the mindset for the album? Like, what did you want to do on this one?
I wanted to put a little bit more budget into it. I was able to reach out on this one, like I did a joint with copyright. So now my name in the battle rap streets was like resonating I wanted to try to bring my rapper name up to where my battle rap name. So I was able to do a song with Mac Lethal, which meant a lot to me. Um,
Dose Noun is
Copy,
on the album.
Dose now. Now at this point, I was cool with Dose, trying to experiment with and utilize different talents that I knew in battle rap. So now I was able to get some production from some places. Um, and like I had got in contact with Engineer through Diabolic. I was able to get some dope Engineer beats and was able to make a couple more videos and just continue to try to just continue to try to expound on what I was doing with the last record, man, experiment with different cadences and things like that. And, just take some risks. But every album I've ever put out, I make sure it's almost 72 minutes long, dude, like 68 to 71 minutes. Because I remember when I was young, you could make the burn CDs, a whole CD held that much. So I remember thinking, why wouldn't I try to give somebody a foot? Now I realize that'll probably hurt the overall. Like I'll never get 5 mics or whatever shit. But I remember when I was young, probably like 16, 17, I bought a Quali CD, and I was a big Quali guy. And the album was dope, but it was like 36 minutes. And I remember I spent like $16 and I was like, damn.
Yeah, I
You know what I
mean,
mean? I'm like,
you could put 80 minutes.
that's what I thought. And I remember thinking like these verbatim burn CDs hold like 72 minutes. And I'm like, man, you could have doubled that. Like you could have, I kind of, I don't have a lot of money. $16 could have went a long way. So for that reason, I always, and again, I'm sure it affects the overall quality. I'm sure some people were like, damn, man, if he would just cut a couple songs or moved it, whatever, so yeah, no, I like that project too. I'm definitely proud of that one too as well.
Did you do the collabs with them in person, or it was sent?
No, I sent them over. So I had Mac laid a hook and a verse and a half a verse for me. Copy did a 24 for me. But now I'm getting to the point where I'm able to start reaching out to people that are rap similar to me in my lane-ish, that have a better name than me, that respect me through battle rap.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a big thing to be able to start doing that.
Yeah, I spoke to Copy today, and he said to tell you what's up and that you're just like such a good guy, real solid brother, man. So yeah.
Oh, that's my dog, man. Cobby's a nutball, man. That's my guy, man. He's a
If you know
nutball.
Copy, like you appreciate him for being crazy, and at the same time, you just like he's kind of like that asshole friend that you love. Like you're just kind of like, I know you got some
He's
shit
so
with you.
fire too, bro. Fire, bro. Like fire.
Nah,
Yeah.
for sure, man. He definitely is. Shout out to Copy, man. For this album, right? Like, how do you feel it was received by the fans?
So I didn't really get like official album reviews, right? Like until later on. Um, so I know I did a song called Right Where I Wanna Be, where I did a video, and it's one of my more watched YouTube ones. It's one of my more catchy ones. And at that time, trying to do something catchy was risky for me. You know what I'm saying? Like incorporating any kind of auto tune like was risky for me, because it goes away from the idea of just being this like shred the mic lyric. But I never wanted to be a backpacker.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? So, but I at this point I'm starting to open up as far as like, okay, maybe that's not my wheelhouse, but how do I add something like that to my repertoire? But I'm still in a small dosage at this point.
I feel like your style would have fit more, not necessarily with like true underground hip hop, but maybe like more in like the raucous lane where it's like you're like independent and respected, but you still
Right.
got a little
Right.
bit of the commercial sound. You know what I mean? But like it's not,
Right.
you live in both worlds to a sense, right?
Right. No, 100%, 100%. And I always wanted to have the identity of like you said, like a raucous artist, but I also didn't want to give 17 songs, lyric this, lyric that, you know what I'm saying? And so, but fight or flight mode became, I believe this was the first time that I started to experience hardship. Like I don't want to say first time, obviously, but my mom had cancer. And I have a track that's later, it's called Second to Reflect. And at this point, right when I put this record out, so my sister's battling addiction, my mom is struggling with cancer, but I guess this is the one time that she had cancer, but she was doing okay. She was like going to chemo and stuff, and I put the album out. And so the Second to Reflect is actually an upbeat song. And then I revisit the song on the next record. But yeah, so this was the first time, because Working Man's MC, like I rap about growing up poor, like shit like that. But that's like a lot. That's not. I don't want to downplay growing up poor or whatever. But it's not as, I guess, it's not as brutal, as straightforward as like, yo, my mom has cancer. You know
Right.
what I mean?
You're
So this was the
you're
first.
actually being vulnerable on a different kind of level here.
Right, right. Like if I say, yeah, I grew up poor, a lot of people, oh yeah, I remember being poor. Da, da, da. There's some good times there too. Da, da, da. But if I'm like, yo, my mom was battling cancer, that's universally sucks. So like, but I tried to put a positive spin, um, because at the time, I think if I can recall, there was like some I won't say positive news, but it wasn't as bleak as it would go quickly.
Right. So in 2013, your mother passed away from bone cancer. Talk to
Yeah.
me about that because like within 6 months, she wanted to stop taking like chemo and everything, right?
Yeah, bro. So the crazy thing is, like I said, the fight or flight mode comes out in I want to say 2013. Is
Hmm.
that right? Right. So I got all the album recorded and everything, and my mom had always said, "You're gonna be on TV. Like you're gonna be on. Like I know you're gonna make it. You're my star. You're my star." Now my mom had bone cancer. Dude, she was on dialysis too. So her schedule would look like Tuesday dialysis, Wednesday chemo, whatever. And I went to record, or not to record, to be on TV for BET in June. Was it June? Early June. Yeah, it was mid-June. And for the UFF, Freestyle Friday. When I come back, I guess she had fallen. And when she fell, they took her in and they realized like the cancer had spread. Like, and she just like when I went to see her, she looked so terrible, bro. And it was so quick. And I remember my dad's driving me to the hospital and he tells me, he's like, look, man, there's medicine, she's under a lot of whatever. She might say some wild shit. Like her brain is affected. Like she might say some shit. Just know it's not her sometimes. Like if she says something mean to you, she don't mean it, blah, blah, blah. And I got there and the last coherent, real conversation I had, I walked in and my grandfather was there trying to talk to my, trying to basically tell my dad, like, what are we gonna do? Funeral. Like this is, and she looks at me, yeah, and she's just like, my star. She was like, my shining star. And that's like the last. And then later that day, I'm sitting there, she's on the bed. And my dad's on the bed, and she just looks at my dad, and she goes, my dad's name is Charlie. She's like, I fucking hate you, Charlie. And he was just like, why would you say that? She was like, I fucking hate you. And my dad starts sobbing, and I had to tell my dad what he just told me. I'm like, Dad, she don't mean that, dude. Like, da 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 da. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
but it's
you could
hard to
see in her
hear
eye.
though. Yeah.
Yeah, like I guess he thought I was gonna be the recipient of it, and ultimately he was. And yeah, she passed. I was at a battle when she passed. I went and did a battle, and I rapped that day, um, in a fucking league in Milwaukee. I did a 1-round battle, and so when you see the video, I'm like, yo, rest in peace, mom. She had died like hours before.
Yeah, you got the news on the way to the battle,
Yeah.
right?
I got the news in my hotel, and I was just like, I'm literally sitting there, and I always buy like a case of beer. So I got this big case of beer, and I'm just like, what am I gonna do? Am I gonna just fucking drink this and just fucking wallow? Because I'm a wallower, dude. I'll play sad music. I went to the battle, I got it done, and it was cathartic, man. Like, and I mean, I always say this, like I never try to hold anyone else to those kind of standards. It was actually like a selfish move on my part. I was trying to fucking navigate it. So yeah, man, it was tough, bro. Like, but I learned later about her basically saying like, I don't want I'm good on this. This isn't a way to live. You know what I mean? Fucking having to fight for 3 to 5 years or so. Yeah. She was 57.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for your loss, man.
No, I appreciate you, bro.
How was your guys' relationship throughout your life?
I was always close with my mom. Uh my mom was a sweetheart. She loved her kids. She definitely suffered from depression. She was very overwhelmed, depressed. Um But she loved us, like, we brought her joy, like, you could see her light up when we would, come over and play some spades with her, hang out, watch some court TV or some shit with her, like so we definitely brought joy into her life for sure, so she loved us. Being a mom was, like, her first thing.
Yeah, man. Whew, damn, man. It's a tough thing, bro.
Yeah.
How long did she live after she was diagnosed?
Man, I wanna say, like, 6 months, bro. It was and that's the crazy thing about this song I wrote. I wrote this song, Second Reflect, and off the fight or flight mode, because I was like, "Okay, I need to have a positive mindset. We're gonna fight this, and today she seems good, and let's focus on that." And by the time the album come out, around it or close to it, she died maybe after it or whatever. And so, like I said, I on my next album, I sampled my song the album before, and it had a complete it's a song called 3 to 5 Years that discusses it. So I sample all this happy shit I'm saying, and then I like slow it down, and then I talk about her passing. Cancer's a rough way to go, man. It's fucking rough, dude. It puts in that in chemo and dialysis together is just a beating on your body, dude. Like my dad like hit a sudden stop in the van maybe like a month before. And my mom like barely braced herself on the dashboard. Like it's a van, like, whoa, and broke her fucking forearm. You know what I mean? Like her bones were so weak, like, you know what I mean? And when she fell, like it wasn't a fucking crazy fall, but she fell and it looked like when I saw my mom, it looked like she got jumped by fucking cartel. Like, you know what I mean? Bruises everywhere, bro. Like,
What is your favorite memory with your mom?
so I got a memory, man, that sticks with me, man. Like I said, we were always poor. One time I was up in Mount Oliver and my mom had me by the hand. I was young, dude, young. Cause my mom, when I was with my mom when she snapped her leg when she was like 4, and she didn't go out a lot after breaking her leg, but this was one time she was out. I don't know if this was out or before. Anyhow, we're about to get on this bus and this guy stops us. He said, "Hey, Gene," that was my mom. "Hey, Gene." She said, "Do I know you?" He said, and this was right near the holidays, like probably early December. And he goes, "Here, take this." And she says, "What's this?" It was like a $20 bill. And this is fucking 1990. So this shit is $20 was like a fucking $1,000,000. She's like, "What is this for?" And he goes, "I'll never forget what you did for me." He was like, and I'll never forget. He was like, "Thank you." And he just walked away. And when I asked my mom, I'm like, "What the hell was that about?" She's like, "Now I know who that is." I guess years prior, uh, she had done some Christmas shopping like 4 years before that, because maybe I was just born or something, and dude was in the bar going through it, sobbing, like, I don't have no money for my kids," and she was like, "Here's" I forget what she gave. She's like, "There's a Family Dollar right up the street." She said, "You go." She gave him whatever, $10. She closed her tab, gave him like the $10. She said, "You go get your daughter a little doll. They're so young, they won't even know." Boom, boom, boom. And it was cool. It was like a really cool, powerful moment for me to see. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, those things that stick out to you in life, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like people learn, especially kids, like kindness and like, you know what I mean?
I see it on a daily, bro.
Yeah.
If a little kid in my kindergarten class falls, there's 10 kids surrounding him to pick him up.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Before they even know if he's hurt, I gotta tell him to get back. Like that, I mean, that's, I really do believe a lot of this hatred and shit, majority of it, you're taught.
Yeah, absolutely. Like racism is
Learn.
taught, like
Oh, a hundred
yeah.
percent, bro.
Well, rest in peace to your mom, man.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
So let's backtrack a little bit. June of 2013, 8 MCs were selected to compete on BET for the Ultimate Freestyle Friday competition, right? So you were one of them. You actually trended on Twitter as white boy. There was Ill Will, Lotta Zay, Sko, City, Tone Montana, Young Cannon. Who else am I missing?
Is that 8?
Wait, Ill Will, Lotta Zay, Sko, City, Tone
Tone.
Montana, Young Cannon, and you. That's 7. So
Or are we missing? There's gotta be one.
because there was 8,
Shoot.
right?
There has to be,
Yeah,
right? There
yeah,
couldn't have been 7 with a bye, right?
yeah,
M City, Young Cannon. We say City, was it Lotta? Lotta Zay was in that.
yeah.
Yeah, Lotta Zay was in that because Sko was in that. Uh, shit. Huh. I know I'm missing somebody here. Tone Montana was in that one.
Young
Yeah.
Cannon.
Because I want to say first round was like Tone and Lotta, and me and Cannon, Ill Will, and M City. That's 6. And it was the other one you said?
Skull, right? Who the Skull bat?
Sko battled Tone Montana.
Right.
And who battled Lotta? Shit. Lotta advanced. I know that.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So it was, well, they aired it in July. And they did all of the battles in 2 days. But they spread it out as if it was done over like a long period of time. And I remember when they hit me up, they're like, yo, there's just 8 people in this, blah, blah, blah. And we're going to tell you your first opponent. And then, we're going to tell you what the bracket looks like. So you can come up with, whatever, 3 rounds for each, boom, boom, boom. And I'm like, I'm not writing 9 rounds or whatever, or I'm not writing all these rounds. I said, I'm going to start predicting who I think will beat who.
Mm.
And so I'm like, I'm going to write for Young Cannon, obviously. And I said at the time, I'm like, and I believe Ill Will is going to beat M City, I think it was. And I'm like, so I'll have a round and a half for M City. Well, what happened was me and Ill Will had the standout performances of day 1. So they didn't want to match us that soon. So they tell me the fucking night of, they're like, yeah, we're going to go with you and Sko the next day. And I was like, fuck, man. So I go and I battle Sko the next day. And again, I had to come up with everything in 24 hours. And it was just, he was cleaner in his performance than me. It wasn't like a great battle by any stretch. But I remember Ill Will then beat Lotta. Yeah, and then that would have gone to the finals. But I don't know why I can't think of that 8th
Yeah.
person. But yeah,
So
I know it's gonna drive me crazy. But when it aired in July, it was trending under White Boy. It was like in the top 5 trending things. And I remember knowing it was me because every time I would go under, it was just like, yo, this White Boy on UFF and the funny thing, it was like on the footage, it says my name right underneath, like real deal. They're like, yo, this White Boy's kind of, White Boy going in. Da, da, da. And I was like, fucking, I capitalized on it though, favorited everyone, retweet, you know what I mean?
Right. That's so yeah, Smack and Bow Wow was the ones that hosted it, right?
Right.
How did you get selected for it though?
I want to say Bees hit me up and was like, yo, I think, that would you do this? This would be dope. And I was like, yeah. And I remember it was more of it was paid. We were paid, but it was definitely more like the opportunity would be dope. And I just remember I was like, I have to do it. I gotta be on TV. Like I have to, you know what I mean? This is dope. And yeah. So he told me, he's like, there'll be 8 MCs, boom, boom, boom. And yeah, I'm glad I did. Like, you know what I mean? I'm definitely glad I did. I mean, I obviously was bummer to have because what I had predicted had worked up to that point. Like Ill Will was in the 2nd round. And I remember being like, if I get to the 3rd round, I didn't know it would take place like bang, bang, bang. But like, sure as shit, it did. I want to say, dude, I got to give so much credit to Ill Will. I want to say he battled the same day I did. And then he battled the next day twice. He battled Lotta and he battled Sko in the finals. And it was just a lot of battling, dude, that day.
Why didn't they bring back like the old venue space and like the rapping on beats in that format and stuff?
I think they were trying to do, because URL was so popular at the time, I think they were trying to bring URL's popularity to reformat the UFF as opposed to the other way around.
Got you.
Right. So I think, yeah, I think it was like, you remember how much you loved Freestyle Friday? Well, now we're going to give it a shot in the arm with blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean?
Right.
So yeah, yeah. It was dope though. Bow Wow was super cool, dude, man.
Yeah. So when you battled Skull, basically the first round you slipped up a little bit, but you recovered
You-
quickly. The second round you were freestyling a lot. Like, did you just like forget your writtens or like what happened?
Yeah, I think that might have been part. I don't think I had a lot of writtens. And I think I just was like, all right, I better, because I had some success in the first round with doing some freestyle shit. And like I said, there comes to a point where I don't know how successful I'm gonna work under short prep. So even if I was able to write 3 90-second rounds or whatever it was, first of all, I didn't know anything about Sko. Like, I'd just seen him battle in the round before. I didn't, you know what I mean? So I'm like, I gotta come up with all of this shit. I was like, maybe I can flip something. So yeah, it definitely was not one of my cleaner performances. I had a couple little cool shits that I liked in there, but other than that, I just was bummed out because I'm like, man, I had a plan. My plan was, but that being said, I mean, look what happened to Will. He got his opponents, you know what I mean? He made do with it. I remember before he battled Lada Zay, he had a bar, and I told him, I'm like, you're gonna win the battle off this bar alone. Because he was rapping his round to me. I was like, that's cool, that's cool. And I don't know which round it was, but he had this bar. I was like, holy fuck. I said, yeah, that will win the round and will probably win you the battle. And sure as shit, uh, it did.
Do you feel like being on this actually elevated your career or helped you in any kind of way?
I don't think when you look back, it's one of the first things you think of when you think of my battle rap career. But couple that with the fact that my mom had died the month before, and that was always her thing, is you're gonna be on BT, and that was great, you know what I mean? So maybe it's more of a personal thing, and it's the only battle that my dad ever watched him on.
Oh,
And so my dad, I remember telling him in July, I'm like, "Yo, dad, I was right, I'm on TV, my battle's dropping on TV," and he goes, "Okay, well, we have cable, what channel?" And I was like, "BET," and he was like, "What is that?" I was like, "It's Black Entertainment Television." He was like, "Am I allowed to watch that? Is that?" I was like, "Yeah, yeah, dad, it's fucking regular ass cable, dad, dude, like, you can watch it." Like, and so he watched it, and I remember calling him afterwards, like, "What'd you think?" He was like, and he goes, "You did really good. That other guy sounded like rehearsed, but you sounded like, oh, that's some news for you, dad." And then he's like, "I like when you said that joke about his pants or something." It was like the fucking dumbest little friend. I'm like, "All right, dad, thanks." I mean, I wasn't expecting the best in-depth shit, but it was honest. It was cool.
right. So this same year you battled Rone at World Domination 4. Who do you think won that battle?
Oh, that's tough, man.
Why was the
Tough.
audio so bad on that battle, man?
Man. Man. So this is another thing where me and Rone set the battle up. They were pitching opponents to us that neither of us were interested in. And Rone was my homie, is still my homie. And I'm like, yo, why don't we just lock horns and just make a super dope battle? He's like, okay. And so you'd have to look at preference in the third. I thought my third was big, impactful, a statement, but wasn't as direct. It was more, I'm gonna use this platform to go at other battle rappers that I think been ducking me, da 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 da. Where his was direct.
Right, you were calling out a
So
bunch of names, right?
I was right. I was using the third to throw shade on, these URL battlers and so I knew I'd have big pops and big reactions there. So I think if I recall first, I thought I maybe won the first and he won the second, but it was a great battle. I think the source of all things put it in like the top 5 battles of that year, which is hilarious. Like these two white fucking dudes from PA and the Source magazine had us at like 5. And great battle. I have no idea what happened to the audio, bro. I can't tell you how many like times, and I just told you an instance. Just recently I battled Chef Trez, icon behind me. The fucking audio is so terrible, bro. And I'm like, how does this happen?
Yeah,
I don't know.
you see it. It's like clipped onto your shirt, the microphone and stuff, right? And then everybody in the comments is all like, "Yo, you need to re-release this with subtitles." You know, what I mean? Like,
Jesus. I remember though, cool thing is I got paid to wear this shirt. And it was this shirt at the time, I guess Rob Ford was like their mayor, and he was smoking all this crack. And so someone had a dope ass shirt. It was like Biggie, but it was Rob Ford on it.
Mm,
And so somebody paid me to wear it, and I was like, "All right." I wore it. It was like Biggie, you know the Biggie iconic picture with the tilted crown?
right.
It was like that, but it was like Rob Ford. And that's what his name was, right? Rob Ford, the big guy that was up there like smoking crack and shit. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh,
So Toronto had this mayor, this big white guy. And at first he came out and it was like, he's for the people, da da da. And then they found video of it like fucking smoking crack, like wilding out.
wow.
Yeah. And so somebody had made a shirt. And I got paid. That was like one of my first like sponsor. Like, can you wear this for a battle? We'll pay you X, Y, Z. And I was like, okay, cool. So
So for the Rone battle, that actually got you mentioned in the source as the top 5 battle of the year.
yep. Yeah, they had me and Rone at like the 5 spot that year or something.
Have you been mentioned in the source prior to that?
Oh, I'm trying to think of the year this is. I got mentioned in MTV when I battled Daylyt, which was an interesting battle.
Why? But
And
that's hold on, you going too far. You're going ahead now.
yeah, so I don't know about the source, but yeah, that would be chronologically, I think that would be the next.
But I mean, that's a big milestone as a hip hop artist, right?
Yeah,
I
it was
mean, like
dope.
the source, you know, I mean, at that time wasn't what it was before, but obviously
Right,
growing
right,
up
right,
as a hip hop fan, it's like,
right.
damn, like, you know,
I was like, "This is love, man." Yeah, yeah, dope. And then it was such a bummer that because the only thing I can't explain is I do believe Avo shot that event. And I think a lot of the other battles were cool, the audio. I don't know why mine was shit, like
but it's both of you guys too. It's not even just like, you
yeah,
know,
yeah. I don't know why that happened, and I'm bummed out because I do think it was a great battle, but at the end of the day, I mean, people there enjoyed it, and I think the people that watch it back, I think you can hear it, but yeah, the audio's fucking
yeah.
not good.
All right. So 2014, your sister passed away due
Mm,
to overdose, right?
mm.
Now, leading up to this, did you know that she had an issue with substances like you've always known or
Yeah. Yeah, I actually on my album Fight or Flight Mode, I have a verse about it. Which is kinda fucked up because I basically apologized to her in the verse for not being more understanding, but then I treat her the same way anyway. And basically the way I had cut my sister off, like, she just was visibly she'd be high, you know what I mean? And I just fucking everyone else kinda turned a blind eye to it, and I think it's because my other brothers, used pills, and my mom, used pills for pain meds and different reasons, and my dad occasionally. And so I think, like, who were they to fucking call her out? But I was like, "Yo," I'd be the one to be like, "Man, wake the fuck up, like, get your shit together." And she called me one time, and I sound very much like my older brother, and she had said something like I answered the phone, she's like, "You got them 30s or some shit." I'm like, "What?" "You got them 30s." And I'm like, "Who the fuck you think you called?" And she said my brother's name, and I'm like, "Yeah, that's not me." And I hung up. I never talked to her. She called, she left like 7 messages, like, "I'm so sorry, blah, blah, blah," and I just delete 'em, and then she died. So, like, it really, like, I was like, "Fuck, man," you know what I mean? Because you just don't think, and yeah, she died. I was in another rap battle in fucking Missouri when I got the news.
I mean, why were you so angry though? Like when that situation happened that you stopped talking to her?
'Cause I tried to experiment with tough love, right? I tried to be like, like, "Get your shit together, like, you got 2 kids, like, what the fuck? Like, tighten up." Like, you know what I mean? Like, that was my approach. I'd seen a lot of addiction around me at this point in my neighborhoods and everything. I'm like, "Yo," like, and she looked rough, and I'm like, "Man, like, look what the fuck you're doing. Like, how can you not see this?" And, you always think, like, they'll hit a rock bottom, and then you know, they'll be like, fuck, I don't, you see the stories that they come back, but sometimes they don't, man. You know what I mean? So I had to learn the hard way as far as like, not to say that there's not tough love at points, doesn't have its, you know, but yeah. So yeah, she passed away. I was at a battle in Missouri. Yeah, I battled that day too.
Did you wait, is this the situation where you got the news on the way to the battle?
So I got the news right before I was going to the battle. Yeah. I was pretty much on the way to the battle. My brother, my middle brother, called me and he just says, and he rarely shows any kind of emotion. And he had like his voice was cracking. He just goes, hey man, man down. And I was like, what? He goes, man down, dude. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? And he goes, Amber overdose. I just go, fuck. And it was fucked up because it was one of the few times my dad went fishing. Like he tried to do something for himself and we couldn't get a hold of him. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, oh, fuck, dude. Yeah.
At that time, were you a believer that, or even now, that addiction is a sickness, or you have a hard time wrestling with that? Because I know when people are impacted by it personally, it's a little
Mhm.
harder. You know, when you're watching it, it's
Okay.
harder to be like, oh yeah, it's an addiction. When you keep seeing people in this endless cycle of hurting those closest to them, hurting themselves and everything like that, it's hard to accept it as that.
Man, it's a layered question, right? It's tough. I 100% believe that the addict deserves much, an overwhelming amount of the blame, of course. However, I do think in many instances there are other things, other entities, and other factors that what's the word? Help then go down that hole, you know, and in one way or the other. Um, of course, you're gonna have your people that says, "Oh, nobody put a needle in your hand and said the da 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 da," like, and I understand what they're saying, but you know what I mean. There's many forms of addiction, from alcoholism to whatever, and I think you have to look at the entirety of each case. But I do think in almost every case, uh, for example, I will say this: if I were to become an alcoholic, I would say I should hold much more of the blame than my sister in her case. And I do believe my sister should hold blame for herself as well. But if I were to become an alcoholic, I would think I should shoulder pretty much all of the blame. It's on me,
What makes you
right?
say that?
Because I've seen it around me. I know what it can do. I've gone out willingly. I know people that have told me like, stop drinking. It's bad. I stopped. I've know good examples, bad examples. Um,
But people could
I could,
argue then that it's a genetic, addiction is genetic.
yeah, and I have alcoholism, but again, I think if you know, that you have that, then that might be all the more reason to be like, this ain't it.
Mhm.
And by willingly going to the bars, buying beers, da, 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 if I ended up being an alcoholic, I would have a hard time being super duper sympathetic for myself, or thinking and expecting others to be super sympathetic for me.
What was your sister's substance of choice?
So my sister started out drinking uh early, and weed. And I'm gonna sound like maybe a nerd, but I do believe that for many people, like many people with addicting personalities, that maybe weed's not the best thing. Like, I don't think the gateway drug thing is the wildest theory. Not for everyone. Many people could just smoke weed, chill. Many people discover other highs along the way.
But
And so that
but even with weed, it's like you gotta maintain that high. Some people smoke all day long, you know,
There
or
you go,
they get
bro.
mad when they don't have any, right? Or they can't go a day without it and stuff like that. Like, I'm speaking from experience. I know, you know what I mean? Like, so I understand. Like, it's I haven't done it in many years or anything like that, but like I remember how much of a role it played in my life as well. So I understand of like how like
Yeah.
you
And
know
and I I
and
I definitely think that weed is, of course, like, I think alcohol's worse and blah, 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 all that stuff,
right.
but
But
so
especially
she
these
started with
days, the way they make it so strong now,
right.
it's on another
Oh,
level, bro. It's you're not talking about like back in the 70s, like everybody's just taking like a puff or two
right.
or passing it around. Like this is dabs and all these
Oh, I
different types
can't
of
handle it.
rigs and like you know what I
I
mean?
can't
So it's
handle it, bro.
yeah.
Yeah. It's like that Cat Williams bit, right? Where he's like, "This shit called death? This called death?" Like, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy, but so she started with that, and then she I feel like pills hit our area around that 2001, 2000, like,
Mm,
right in that window, and all of the sudden, like, she stopped drinking because she didn't really the pill high was now, my sister also had spina bifida, and so, she'd gotten prescribed pills
oh man.
and I've never had a pill high, right? But I could tell, I guess, by her never going back really to alcohol that the pill high had exceeded that.
Right.
And so that was it, pills for her. She had depressants, or whatever, antidepressants and, whatever pills she wasn't big on, she definitely didn't like shoot anything. She wasn't big on coke. She didn't smoke crack. You know what I mean? Not that whatever, a fucking addiction's addiction. If you smoke crack, if you take
Right.
pills. But here's something that stuck with me, how oblivious I was. When my son's mom, I was with my son's mom in like 2003 or whatever, and we're talking one time, and my her mom was addicted to crack, and my brother was taking pills, and I'm like, "And yeah, your mom got to get it together or whatever." She's like, "Your brother takes pills and shit," and I'm like, "Yeah, but that's different. That's not like crack." She's like, "It's pilled heroin," and I was like, "No, it isn't," because in my head I'm thinking heroin, like the 27 Club, like Jim Moore, like, what are you talking about? She said, "Yes, it is. He's taking pill and like heroin in pill form." I was like, "Nuh-uh. Don't talk about my brother." Like, I gotta, because to me, that was unfathomable.
Well, because also you're thinking a doctor is prescribing this or whatever, and a prescription, it's like it makes it more clean, right? But when you look at the addiction for a lot of those people that, oh, they hurt their back, they got prescribed something by the doctor or whatever, right? They all of a sudden they get addicted, they can't get the pills anymore. What do they turn to? They go to that black tar.
Right. 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 100%. 100%. And so, but that, just to put it in perspective, that's how unfathomable that was to me, because I thought of heroin as like a rock star drug. Like, I would watch Behind the Music, and Nikki Sixx was talking about shooting his veins up after a fucking Motley Crue shot. Like, it didn't occur to me like, oh, you know, and again, when I say this, I don't want to act like I understand that heroin in, or I don't want to say heroin, but whatever, like fentanyl, whatever. These things in very controlled doses work on pain. I understand that. And some people absolutely need it, for their extreme pain. But I think that there was a fuck up in that window. But anyhow, to get back to your original, yeah. So pills were her thing for sure,
Did you
and that
ever
it became
did you ever have any conversations with her about what drove her to start using really and relying on it though? Like,
just denied it. She denied every time, bro. She'd fall asleep and nod off, and I'd be like, "Yo, wake up." "Well, I'm just tired. I just been fucking working all day. I'm so fucking tired." And I'm like, "You're fucking lying. You're high." You know what I mean? "Oh, no, I'm not." "No, why you always say that? Why you always gotta" and the denial is unreal, and the ways that they deny, right? So, like, then there's my other brother. He just talks so much when he's high, because he thinks if I talk a bunch, you won't think I'm high. And it's like, dude, shut the fuck up. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's different, and they just deny, 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 deny. And so, yeah, unfortunately, And that's the thing. So with alcohol, when she'd get drunk, she was a mess. There's no denying that. There's no denying that you were drinking. Like, there, you smell it on your breath. There's, you know what I mean? But it's harder to prove without like a drug test that you were actually getting high on, pills and whatever. So she's able to deny, oh, I'm just tired. You don't understand the stress I've been under. I'm just, oh, deny, bro.
Do you have any regrets over cutting her off and not being able to talk to her?
I do, bro. I do. And I had reached out to her before and I had said, like, listen, man, like, if you're about getting your shit together, like, I would love to help you out. So it's not like I was, at the time I had a young son myself. Like, I can't have you or whatever you got going on around my young son. Um, but cutting her off, I don't have no audio with my sister. I have very little pictures, like maybe because 2014, I don't even know if I had a camera phone, I mean, I had to. I don't know. I don't know when the camera phone became a big thing, but I, I don't know. Or if it was shitty pictures or what. I very little pictures. And, at that time, she didn't look her best anyway. So, like, I wish I could have been more transparent about saying, hey, when you're serious about getting help, because, with my brothers, I've tried that. I've tried to be the other way and it's fucking backfired. So, but at least I have put it out there multiple times that when you're serious, I got you. But if you're not serious, like, just keep doing you.
Have you heard
And
that Joyner Lucas song, Best of Me, with Jelly Roll, where he's like rapping from the perspective of the addict and rapping from the perspective of like the friend or the family member that's being affected by.
no,
Oh, you
I
got
haven't heard
you
it.
got to check that out. It's like it's pretty crazy because you get to like,
Macklemore, which people might, I don't know, hope people don't clown the pool, but Macklemore's got some really deep shit about because he went through a lot with his addiction and shit. He's got some really good
yeah,
fucking songs that relate to, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough, it's tough, but there's no perfect way. So you got to give yourself some grace. There's no perfect way. What I thought I was doing, I did think I was doing out of love. My sister was the toughest of us growing up. My sister was a fucking wrecking ball. My sister could fucking was a scrapper. She was, you know what I mean? So I guess I thought, yo, she's tough. You need this tough love. And maybe I was wrong. Maybe it would have went the same way regardless. I
Yeah.
don't know.
It's hard, man. It's definitely really hard. You know what I mean? You just never know like what is the right answer to do. Yeah.
Yeah, because like I said, I'll tell you one thing, man, and this resonated with me heavy. I had my brother, he hits me up the one night. It's fucking, and dude had kept making these high calls to me. This is probably like circa 5, 6 years ago. And I'd be like about to go to sleep. He'd call me and it fucking sounds like this. And I'm just like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. But I'm trying not to like snap on him. So one day he calls me at fucking 1:30 in the morning. And he starts talking about how good the 90s Yankees pitching staff was. Dude, if you remember, I said, hey, man, I'm going to stop you right here. I got to go to fucking sleep. You're high. I got something to do tomorrow. So he goes off. Dude, what are you trying? What are you fucking thinking better than someone else? So the next day, maybe like a couple days later, I got a homie, a knucklehead, right? But I love him. So he got tires put on my whip. We were having a beer together. And I'm telling him this. Now, my homie is a knucklehead. He had his own substance abuse problems. You know what I mean? But I'm telling him, I'm like, yeah, my brother calls me, man. He was high. He's talking about the Yankees pitches. He starts laughing in my face, bro. Like I'm talking about, he has this beer. He's like, ah, and I'm like, yeah, that wasn't really meant to be like a funny story. He's like, and he just literally, and this dude, God bless his soul. He might be one of the dumbest motherfuckers I've ever met, but he just goes, he got a beer and he goes, he ain't gonna get right unless he wants to get right, bro. And he sips it. And at that point, it was the most poetic shit. It was like Emerson Waldo said that shit I said.
Emerson Waldo.
My God, he's right.
It's true.
And here I am thinking of every little, well, if I say this, if I let him say this, if we have this conversation, and maybe he ain't gonna get right unless he wants to get right. And at that time, I'm like, he's fucking right. Like, Like, simple as that, bro.
It's true, man. You know, the sad thing too is also when people get clean, it's like there's those addict behaviors, those mannerisms and things that they have, that the manipulation tactics, the little
Oh,
different stuff, like it doesn't go away because you get off the substance. You know what I mean? Like there's like the
man,
codependency, the different
of
stuff like
course.
that becomes their new high, right? All of a sudden, I'm
Mm,
really into working out now, like, you know, or I'm
right.
really into this now, or like that. It's an actual thing. I think that like people just got to find things that are productive and really, I don't know, go to therapy, go do something to like really
I was
heal
just
your.
gonna say, bro, I'm not a big religious guy, faith-based, but you know what? I think that people that go through that shit, man, by all means, if it helps you, do it.
Exactly,
Because
exactly,
there
man.
was times that my brother was trying to get sober, whatever, and I can't remember, we got into an argument. I told him, I'm like, "Bro, you're still an asshole. Like, you're not drinking right now," because his thing at first was drinking with him. I said, "But you're still an asshole, bro. Like, I thought, like you were just saying, I'm like, I thought you was supposed to develop a new mindset or something. Like, you still a opportunistic asshole, bro. Like, yeah, that's wild, man."
Yeah, man. Oh, rest in peace to your sister, bro. Yeah.
Appreciate you, bro.
All right. In 2014, you participated in the Honda 16 bar series. This was Lotta Zay, Danny Myers, Swave Seva, you. Who else was in it?
It was just us 4. It
Oh,
was
just
us
you
4.
guys. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
How did this come about?
So Pan hits me up and he says, "Yo, man," and he goes, and this is funny because now that I think about it, I was also in a tournament for Penn. The winner was supposed to tour with Immortal Technique. Like Penn always be looking out. He throws my Penn takes care of me, bro. So he hits me up, he's like, "Yo, they got this thing. It's a check. Bring you out. Uh, 4-person battle." I said, "Cool." Uh, he's like, "Yo," I'm like, he's like, "The flights are looking crazy." I think if I recall this right. Or maybe I asked him like, "Yo, I'll just," because it was the summer or some shit. I said, "I'll just take a train." I'd never taken a train before, which is dope. Like, I took a train from Pittsburgh to New York. Super dope. Long, takes a long fucking time, but super dope. So that was the first thing I remember. I get there, it's me, Danny, Lotta, and me, Dan, and Swave. All right. And Swave, it's me and Swave in the first round, Danny and Lotta. I remember Lotta goes, he says to me, because I'm kicking with those guys a little bit. He's like, "Yo, I told Danny I barely prepared, but really I got like 5 rounds I could pick from him." And so he battles Danny, and Danny has some bars, but like clearly didn't prepare like Lotta Zay did. Lotta Zay was prepared. And at this point, I'm like, I got 3 rounds for Swave, and then I'm just going freestyle after that or whatever. I'm just gonna have fun because we're all getting paid the same. So I beat Swave, but I remember Rob Markman was putting it together. He was the host. And I remember it was like a Most Def album release or something, Roots or some shit, right?
Well, Black Thought was
And
performing.
Black Thought, excuse me,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Black Thought. And one of the cool things with Rob Mark, they had a fucking this like a movie camera, dude. This thing going around. It was there's a little snippet of it online. I think that still is. It's so crisp, bro. It's the arguably the crispest battle rap footage I've ever seen. And Rob Markman just goes, "Hey, bro, Mac Miller told me a lot about you, man. He says like you're the best battle rapper in the world, and Artie thinks a lot highly of you too. Artie was like the Rostrum Records guy. He was like, so Mac told me, you're the man, bro." And he just, I was like, "Oh man, that's awesome." And Mac always held me down. But before the battle, there was a contract that went out. This is right around the time they start sending these contracts out. And in the contract, he was like, "Yo, it's a Japanese car company, uh, or a Japanese company." And he's like, you could rap, obviously straight some street shit, but you can't be like, "I'll rip your spinal cord out and fist fuck your mother." You know what I mean? Crazy. I was like, "Okay." And he's like, "And yeah, you can't mention Pearl Harbor." And I was like, "Yeah, there goes half my round right there. Fuck. I really had a lot to, I was gonna expound on Pearl Harbor for, I'm like, fuck." So I'm like, "All right, cool." And we do the battle. I beat Swave. And the second round, I get Lotta Zay. And again, there's like 30 minutes before we did this. So I walk around the block. I'm with Rone. I'm just walking around. I'm like, dude, there's no way I'm coming up with 3 rounds. This dude has rounds for days. I said, I'm going to pull the biggest bullshit trick. I'm just going to start asking the crowd for like fucking topics and fucking words to rhyme. And I did. And I beat him off crowd reaction. 100% he beat me. Like, I just literally was like, what's that behind your ear? And the crowd was like, what? Like, but he beat me. He had 3 good rounds. And I was just like, yo, somebody give me a look at this. Like, it was just fucking choppy. But I guess today thought I was more entertaining, whatever. And at the end, the guy's like, yo, you won. Ron Mark was like, we got you a gift bag from, I think it was Aku or whatever, AKOO.
Right.
Take this gift bag. Thank you, bro. And I bring it back. And I think me and Danny, either we were staying in the same room or he was the room across, whatever the case may be. Get to the room. First thing I pull out is a beach ball, deflated Aku beach ball, small one. I'm like, this is cool. Maybe I'll take it to my kids, whatever, in school. Boom. Then there's this shirt. Now, this shirt is high quality thread. Like, this is probably a $60, $70 shirt. But I opened this motherfucker out. First of all, it's not my size, but that's the very least of the problems with the shirt. Like, it's like a large, but I digress. This shirt, which I don't know if I've sent you the picture or if not, but the picture tells 1,000. I will send you the picture for this. It's just not a shirt for me to wear. I'll let the picture tell the story, and just imagine me walking around anywhere in this shirt. Okay. Shirt though, not a shirt for me to wear at all. It's like, so I immediately open up the shirt. I'm like, oh, I don't even know if they knew a white dude would be in this tournament, let alone win this tournament. Like, I'm like, this is Danny. What do you think? He's like, that shirt's fire. I was like, it's yours, my guy. Here you go. And gave him and gave him the shirt. But yeah, when you see this shirt, you're gonna be like, dude, great call on not fucking ever wearing this shirt. Like,
could you imagine the angle that other rappers would have taken after that about you being racist if you wore that shirt?
dude, this shirt is like, and dude, couple it with the fact that I teach in the inner city and I teach almost all Black youth. You know what I'm saying? Like, wearing this shirt is a level of ignorant, oblivious, like, that is, you would have to be like, yo, he's doing a prank. Like, this isn't real. This dude's not really doing this. Like, I was just like,
It probably would be like kind of reminiscent of the 90s where some like white dudes would wear like the Black Power and like the African medallions and all that stuff like that, right?
well, my brother, I remember ordered a bunch of like cross colors and like at Malcolm X jeans and shit. And we didn't know what they meant. Like the big X on it, like I didn't know what the fuck they meant. I don't know what he knew, but I knew they were popular at the time. And only later find out like, damn, he's rocking some out. That would not have been as egregious as this fucking shirt, dude. This shirt is
Wow.
just,
That says a lot.
that would not have, it was, but yeah, still one of my favorite like battle rap stories ever.
All right. 2014, same year, you battled Daylyt, and sheesh, that had to be one of the most wildest things we ever seen on a battle rap stage.
Insanity.
During the battle, you had spoke about him wanting to suck his own dick and trying to top himself off, basically outdo himself. Did you ever imagine he was going to do something like trying to take a shit on stage, literally?
So here was the thing that there was something that pissed me off, but there was some crazy shit to it. So first of all, this dude that books the card, stacked card. It's in Arizona. And it's at this amazing venue. I guess Louis C.K. just did a special there. And I don't know if this place held a couple thousand, but there might have been like 60 people here. So all that was filled out was like 2 rows in the front. Like, this dude had to take a major L on this event. And I know the dude, and he's a cool guy, but man, I don't know how he got this event. I don't know, whatever. But I remember talking to Daylyt because me and Day were in Dot Mob. Like, I was like, yo, man, you cool? Do you want to do this battle? He's like, yeah, let's do the battle. I said, okay, cool. So right before that, he had a battle where he was just in this mode of doing antics. And again, I was, you didn't know what to expect with Daylyt at the time, but all I said to Organic and them, I was like, look, man, do you know if he's coming to rap? Because I'm just trying to rap. Like, you know what I mean? I just want to rap. I just got some rounds. Like, either like, oh no, he's coming to rap. Like, he's gonna be some rap. I said, cool. So they introduced me. I come out, and it was like a long entranceway. Come out. I'm on this big ass stage.
Right. It was
And all of a
almost like
sudden,
WWE shit. Like you got to walk down to the ring.
it's a long ramp. Yeah. And well, yeah, it's dope though. I'm telling you, man, one of the doper venues I've ever performed in. And then they're like, coming to the stage, we got Daylyt. And he's taking forever. And I'm like, and they're giggling and shit, like Organic and these motherfuckers. And I'm like, so he's about to be on some bullshit time. So he comes out in this headless horseman costume or some shit. I'm like, so I don't know if I rap first round and he raps and the crowd is not feeling it, whatever, boom, boom, boom. In the second round, I'm already like, man, I just want to get this battle over and get the fuck out of here. I think I freestyled something about him. So I really turned the small crowd on him.
This first round, like he's taking long pauses and like just like being like time and like just like really,
Yeah. And so in the second round, I think is where he starts saying like, yo, man, you boo me again. Cause they start booing him. Now, mind you, there's probably 80 people at max, but they're all in the front 2 rows or whatever. And he's like, you boo me again. I'm a boo-boo right on the stage. That's what he kept saying. I'm a boo-boo on this stage.
Wait, why wasn't there more people at the event?
I mean, I think this person thought that this would sell like crazy and it didn't. But I mean, those 80 people look great in a 100-person venue. But I don't know how this dude got this venue. I guess Louis C.K. had just recorded a special. This was crazy. And I'm like, it was fucking beautiful. And so he goes, I'm a boo-boo. You keep booing me. And they booed him again. And he fucking pulled his pants down and he got into like a straining squat. And he's like literally like adjusting himself to shit. Now,
Everybody runs off stage.
people ask me, yeah, then the security runs up against him. But people ask me like, was he going to? You'd have to ask him if he had anything in the tank. 100% looked like he was going to shit.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, now, obviously, shit's something you can't just force out if you don't have any shit in the fuck. But I
heard he had a melted candy bar or something like that he was going to use.
That might be. But so they take him out, whatever. And I was low key, like, that was my man. So I was like, damn, man, like, I hope he's not arrested. Like, I don't know. I hope they don't fucking hit him with some. And thankfully, nothing else came of it. But I remember I'm standing up there and like, yo, you want to do your third round? I'm like, fuck no, I'm not going to rap after that. You fucking out of your head? Like, I'm going to rap to nobody? Like, so I did. And the dude did throw me more bread. He's like, yo, that shit, whatever. He throws me more bread. But it was funny. I think like a week later, Daylyt put out this video called Boo Boo, and then he does like a fucking rap video about it and shit. And then I think Vlad hit me up to talk about it, like MTV or whatever the fuck. So, yeah, interesting, and definitely an interesting moment in the battle rap career for sure.
Everyone has been consistent in saying that when Daylyt actually raps, he's like one of the best. Like the way that his references, like, his unorthodoxness is like amazing, right? But the antics people get frustrated with. Do you agree with that?
Well, I remember Daylyt rapping in Grind Time, and I think he battled Pass, and I think he battled Locksmith. And I remember him rapping. He showed up and rapped, and I don't know that he had got the fanfare that maybe he deserved or whatever. And I think you take it from there, like more and more rappers. So I guess he felt, a need to get eyes on him, to get attention on him. And it's crazy because you look at it now, like obviously he hasn't done an antic in a long time, but he's getting like, he's in the studio with J. Cole and Kendrick Lamar's thanking him at the Grammys. Like, I'm not saying it's a route I would have taken, but clearly he got eyes to recognize his talent after shining, you know what I mean? Because he had some great performances where he didn't antic, but, I think it's the car crash effect, and that car crash was enough to get light shined on his talents, no pun intended light, but, um, yeah, yeah, I mean, people would say like, "Oh, I'm so pissed at these antics," but then they would watch anyway, so it's like, you know what I mean? Are you really that pissed? Like, what happened with me, I was more pissed because I think people knew I don't think they knew he was but gonna shit or whatever, but they knew he had, like, a costume and, like, "Motherfucker, I asked you that."
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I asked you that. And you were so eager to get some kind of publicity that you put him on the stage like that, or you allowed whatever, like, I asked you that,
Oh, so
bro.
you were more mad at KOTD.
Y Yeah, like, in the powers that be, like, "Bro, I fucking asked you that." Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and,
Did you talk to them
but it
after the fact to be like, why didn't you guys tell me?
I don't know, cause I think they would have just been like, "No, I had no idea," but I swear to you, I can tell by the looks, like, and the giggling and shit, that it was a joke that I wasn't in on.
Mm,
You know what I mean?
got you.
And I'm like, I told you off the like, and I think that's something that maybe I'm naive, but I really try to reach out to people from a standpoint of like, I'm Trevor, you're Frank, regardless if you're fucking MC Destroyer, you're Frank, I'm Trevor. Let's shoot straight here for a minute. Look, bro, da da da. Da. And maybe I'm naive because I try to take that stance a lot. Sometimes in battle rap, man, motherfuckers, I don't know. I don't know if they
I
operate the
don't think
same
that
way.
it's just battle rap. I think it's like the music
Yeah.
industry, entertainment, any kind of thing like that. But you know what you're saying about Daylyt is true though, because I remember at Total Slaughter, you know, in the first episode or whatever, he came in there like with just his boxers on, and he said he's like, I told you guys that I was gonna be like the most mentioned in battle rap, and look what happened. And like, of course, people were
Yeah.
criticizing the fact that, but what are you known for? You know, but like you said, like, I mean, he got a battle with Ab Soul and everything. Like he got like, mentioning from
Look years later, like the crazy shit he said and did is second to people thinking he's a really good rapper,
right,
people knowing that he's bumping shoulders and respected by the J. Coles and the fucking Kendricks. And so in theory, he was right.
right.
He was right.
He
You know,
obviously saw
regardless,
something that we didn't see.
yeah, regardless if you want to say some moral compass or, again, however you feel like how he did it, he did it. And I'll say this, if he was whack, it would have been all for nothing. There are people that have done gimmicks that are just whack. You know what I'm saying? And you're like, well, so
All right. Well, December 2014, you battled Illmaculate at Ether.
and
Before we go into all the issues with the event, what did you think about that battle with you and Illmac?
dude, I hate that battle, right? So first of all, it's like 3 5-minute rounds. And they're putting this event together. It's the Cassidy event, whatever. And as soon as I walk in, they're like, yo, you're going up. I'm like, okay. And we have the mics and they look like the Fox Sports mics, like the Pam Oliver mics. And I just remember it being not a big battle rap crowd, more of like a Cassidy kind of crowd. Like there was just a lot of,
Yeah,
it was weird.
who bought tickets to go to that? You would think that battle rap fans would want to buy tickets to go to that, right? Because they definitely
It
bought
didn't
the
feel,
the
yeah,
pay-per-view.
it didn't feel like a big battle rap crowd. And so
That's what I was gonna say though. The crowd was very lackluster.
terrible, bro, terrible. And then I will tell you something that's kind of funny about that battle, though. So Real Sick just battled Illmac not too long ago. And Real Sick has this amazing angle where he talks about like Illmac being native, but allowing people to act like he's not, or allowing people to call him Mexican and white. And I'm like, damn, that was my angle. Like, 10 years ago, but I was the wrong messenger. You know what I'm saying? Like, so like it was funny we were talking about it. But yeah, man, Illmac playing chess, me playing checkers, me trying to outthink, oh, he's gonna do all these things. And then he did good. He just rapped. He didn't like reinvent the wheel angle wise. And I guess that's what I was waiting for. I'm like, oh, he's about to come with some kind of, because Illmac can be known for like these grand, and he just rapped good and attacked the, and I was like, damn, he made me overthink it.
I think you even said that in the battle in one of the rounds, right? You're like, he's probably going to do this.
Yeah. And he didn't. And so one of the wackest things I did too, one of the wackest things I did. So afterwards, I was pissed about the way the battle went and everything. I was like, oh, people just gonna hit me with like teacher jokes and shit. Da da da. And I remember Illmac reaching out. He's like, come on, bro. Like, and I remember I was like, yeah, that is whack as fuck. So I like deleted the status, but it was definitely whack as fuck on my part. Like I was definitely like bitter. And so, you know what I mean? Like I'd like to think I probably got like 5 or 6 whack ass moments in battle rap where I was like, that's fucking ass. And, but yeah, then the Dizaster Cassidy 1 round happened.
Wait. Before we go into that though, but I want to say though, I think that the crowd was terrible. That really affected, because there was a lot of times you were saying some shit and like nobody was reacting. I'm like, what the hell is going on right now?
No, bro. I was, and so one of the things I should have focused on, which I'm actually much more proud of, is that I got through my material. Because if you rap for a dead crowd, it's fucking, and so there's other things you got to take into account, right? So here I am, which you learn from. I'm up there. I'm in Cali. I'm on the West. Here I am, like a much bigger white guy. I don't want to say I cracked a lot of jokes or whatever native wise, but like, it's just the aesthetic. You got to be aware of what the aesthetic looks like too, especially he's rapping better than me. So, here I am just like trying to, you know what I mean? The aesthetic didn't help me either. But yeah, we have these like Pam Oliver fucking Fox Sports mics. And at the end of the day, like I said, I haven't watched the battle back in fucking forever, but I do recall having to reach out to Illmac and be like, you know what, dude, that was pretty fucking whack. Like, because he called me on it. And he's right. He's right. He's like, you know what I mean? And I go by the bar and I'm drinking, and it's Arsenal, and I remember Arsenal battled to Saurus. And again, not much reaction wise going on there. And then Cassidy and Dizaster.
Right. But it was crazy because obviously this card was being built up so big, right? It was like, oh man, we got this billionaire or whatever behind us. And like, it's going to be such a big event. Like, this is crazy. How could you not have good microphones or good sound system? Like, it was just so cool.
Bro, I can't, man, the amount of times that this has happened, like, is inexcusable. And like I said, so I show up in there and they're like, they give me a fucking mic that just, again, it looked like it came like a kid's karaoke set with like a foam pad on the top, whatever. Not that the mic affected everything, right? Like, I don't want to fucking whatever. But then the Cassidy Dizaster battle happens, then it stops.
But what's weird is that their microphones were terrible. They didn't even have the hold ones. They had like some kind of whatever, like, where did that come from,
Bro, I mean, again, I can't stress enough how many times people, I equate it to like how a kid plays with toy action figures. Like, they just like smash toys together. Hulk versus this guy. They don't care about story. They don't care about fucking nothing. Because I used to think about when I play with my son with toys, right? Like, I'd get involved. I'd start to create a little storyline, and his goofy ass would come in there. Then Hulk comes in like, smack. I'm like, no, the fuck he doesn't. Like, get out of here. So I think that these people just take big name battlers like Arsenal versus Hitman. And then they're just like, well, that's the budget. And you're like, all right, what are you doing about video? What are you doing about pay-per-view? What are you doing about it? Where is it happening? What's the venue look like? Is it the pit? Is it on stage? Dude, you hear how crazy those battles I just said were? Yeah, I heard that, but you're going to make it look like shit.
Production value. And also because this guy owns a company that was like a streaming service, kind of like or he specialized in some kind of thing with streaming, didn't he?
Maybe. Alki,
Yeah,
Davy
I
Alki,
believe
or
I read an article about it, and people were so pissed off because those that bought the pay per view, a lot of them missed out on an hour of the stream because it just wouldn't work. So can you imagine that you paid for the stream and you didn't get to watch an
from a
hour of that
guy
shit?
that's made his money streaming is
So, I mean, but that's another thing, right? That was another lesson when you bring people into the culture that don't understand the culture of battle rap
right.
or hip hop in general. It's like they're just thinking money, like, oh, this could be lucrative, but they're not thinking like what is good for the culture, like how should I approach this and everything. I think when I interviewed
And
Lush,
then they had that fake fight. Remember it was a him and Lush fake fight or something?
yeah,
Lush
yeah,
put him in a
exactly.
headlock.
When I interviewed Lush, I remember him talking about like, oh, yeah, he spent the money like for the major parts, but then like after that, it was very difficult. It was like pulling teeth, basically,
Yeah.
to get everything else. But so after the one round between Diz and Cass, the thing shuts down. What is your reaction at that point?
I was like, "What the fuck is going on?" And then I remember, uh, uh, the next day, someone was like, "Yo, there's a secret location for Diz and Gal." I'm like, "I'm not going to that." And, now the crazy thing is you look back and that footage actually looks good, as if I can recall the
Yeah,
Cassidy
absolutely,
Dizaster
because
foot.
it was dope.
Yeah.
It was in a
E
parking structure. It
exactly, a
felt
little warehouse
really
kinda.
hip hop like,
Right.
you know what I mean? Like,
Exactly.
I think Vlad was there, and Vlad said that that was like one of his favorite hip hop moments that he's been there for. That was
Yeah.
being able to witness the rawness of that. Right? I think it was better than being on stage, but that situation was just so weird. Like, I don't know, man.
Very weird, bro. Very, very, very weird. And again, not the first and not the last time it'll happen. Like I said, I was just one of my last battles was at a Cassidy event where the audio got fixed before them. I'm like, yo, what are we doing? So yeah, yeah, very, very odd event for sure.
Right. What did you think of the Diz and Cassidy battle, though?
I remember the first round not thinking it was that good, and then uh I
You mean the one from
remember.
that night? Okay,
Yeah, and
gotcha.
then when I did watch it on in the thing, I thought it was cool. I thought Cassidy was funny. I thought, there was just a lot more that shined through. I think I didn't know how that came to be like that. I don't know but I remember in the room, I don't remember people getting a lot of love, to be honest with you, like with Cass and Diz, but
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like his musical fans came to the event.
yeah, it was a
Yeah.
weird, 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 yeah. But again, something you learn to be more cognizant of as you go through this thing, right? It's just like, you know, you have to be aware of many other things other than just rapping,
Right.
right?
All right. So 2015, you released your fourth album, The Mountains and Molehills. What's the meaning behind the title?
The ups and downs, man, the things that are really, really problems versus like, old albums, I'd be bitching about shit that was like, having to work hard to pay the rent. And now I'm like, dude, I just lost my fucking mom and sister in the span of a year. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Like, what's really
I think
important?
perspective is everything now, right?
So on the album, you got Terminology, Rone, Diabolic. Shout out to my bro, Diabolic. Blueprint, which was dope, man. Cortez, Daylyt, Johnny Storm. How did the Johnny Storm record come about, man? Like, like Johnny, I felt like he had such a big name in battle rap, right? Like I was sad when he retired from it.
So I don't know that he retired, bro. No, I don't think he's retired,
But
bro.
he stepped away, right? From after grind time pretty much because he never went over to.
No, bro. No, his career situation is one of the great tragedies, bro. Like, so when grind time fell, Florida as a whole kind of just nothing. Like you know, there was nothing. And so Johnny Storm, again, I don't want to speak for him or whatever, but like I think a lot of his was not but like Mad Ills was somebody that was believed in him and looked out in Cap Callis. Cap Callis then left. Johnny Storm has had some great battles since, but URL for whatever reason never took an interest in booking him or whatever. But he's still fire. Like he still, when booked, has put some really good battles together. And
did he ever battle on KOTD though?
So I don't think, and that's another thing that's been a great hindrance. Now, I don't know if that's a border thing or if that's a person. I don't know, but I know that, the cards he has been on, almost always he delivers and he's good. He just always ends up on like random leagues, like an iBattle. And iBattle's super fire, but like I don't know that he even does iBattle anymore. And I don't think it was a quote like a stepping away on of his choice. I think again, I don't know what his traveling status is, but I think he got hindered by a lot of just like a shitstorm of things that didn't help. Because I agree with you, man. I think Johnny Storm was funny, can rap. I still think he can, you know what I mean? And I just, it's like one of the great tragedies that and I think by the time, so for whatever reason, King of the Dot, I think he was on some of the Don't Flop when they came and did the US thing, but yeah, I don't know.
Because I see this interview from him from 2017, and he talks about retiring from battle rap though.
Unless I missed something there. I mean, maybe he was, but I was always under the impression that he kind of, I don't want to use the term blackball, but like kind of whatever the powers that be didn't put him in some situations, but I always thought he was good. I thought he could hang on any stage. I still do. Yeah, and I don't know why.
I thought like he stepped away to focus on music, and then like we just never really saw him battle to the same like platform level again,
And that's a big thing, right? So like he goes from headlining these events and he's at Battle and Locksmith and all this stuff, and then it's, I mean, Loso came up from Florida. And Loso's very good. And I don't know, man. It's a great mystery, man. He'd be somebody to sit down and kind of pick his brain about why some of those King of the Dot cards he wasn't on or what happened.
Right. So how did the record with Jonny come about?
So I had an idea that I wanted to do kind of a posse cut with battle rappers, man. And so I just reached out to Day, Tez, Storm, and then, the idea of the hook was just to kind of sample our own battle rap stuff in there. Again, kind of on the same thing. I'm reaching out to people like Term now, who I wouldn't say is in the same lane as Abolic, but popularity-wise I mean, he could rap his ass off, but like maybe not as gritty as like Abolic or an App or anything like that.
But he's been consistent for a long time.
Right. And then so I get the Rone track. I really love the music that Rone does. It taps into a different demographic, challenged me. I was able to, the hook was a homie that used to be a Pretty Ricky.
Oh, the
so
singer,
he lays,
right?
yeah.
I forgot his name.
So he Emmanuel's on the thing, but I forget what his Pretty Ricky name was. But killed the chorus for me. Was able to get Blueprint. He came into the show in the Berg, was able to get him on a joint. So again, just trying to use the popularity that I garnered from battle rap to kind of pull my like regular MC.
Yeah, and then you got the song what you call it? What is it? Song and Dance, right? With Diabolic. How did that come about, man?
Dude, Bollock's always been one of my favorite rappers, man. Bollock is so cold. And so me and Bollock have been homies for this point, a couple years. And I always just want to knock a joint out with him. And finally it came to fruition on this project, man. I'm just like, just let loose on it, man. And he delivered, man. He's so good.
I know Bollock is dope, man. Like he's been like one of my biggest supporters ever since I first interviewed him,
Oh, he's the man, bro. Yeah, he's the man.
for sure.
Hilarious dude, man.
He is, and he's super entertaining. Like, I feel like people
Thanks.
watch him even if they don't like him, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. He's hilarious, dude.
So in 2017, you put out the project, the Mount Oliver project, right? How did you come up with that name?
So I was born and raised in Mount Oliver, man, and I finally wanted to get back to something that was just kind of self-explanatory. I kind of liked the ring to it, the Mount Oliver project, gritty kind of album. You know, the cover has the clock. That's like the most notable thing in Mount Oliver. You know, it's this giant fucking clock in the middle of it. But yeah, I kind of wanted to get away from something that sounded more poetic and put something out there that was just fucking self-explanatory.
And for this one, like, you scaled back on the features a little bit, right? It was more personal to you, like you wanted to be more like your records.
So I mean, I still got I got my man Drastic on it. My man Drastic was one of the original Triple Threat
Right.
dudes. So that's the last song that I have with my man Drastic because he doesn't really rap anymore. But on that album, I did an song. One of the big feature songs I had an idea because now at this point I'm traveling with battle rap. So I said it'd be really dope to get on a song with people from different countries. And so I reached out to Bender and Protege from the Philippines, and I reached out to Tony D from the UK. And Bender came up with the name. He's like, you just call it the Axis of Evil. I was like, that's dope. And so I had them on it, and then it was done. And then when I went into the new event, Respect BA was at, I'm like, yo, BA, that'd be incredible if you jumped on this record because he's from Scotland. And he did. And it's one of my proudest songs that I was able to put together. And the scratching on it in between, and Bender just goes insane on this song. But Kruger does the visual for it. So yeah, not as heavy with the features. But that one, and then also on that record, I got Gabby Barrett on there. So that was a huge feature because Gabby Barrett was just on American Idol. She'd gone like #2.
Right.
And I met Gabby before she blew up. Somebody reached out at the local hip hop station. They were like, yo, this girl, you know, she's like 15 at the time. They're like, she can sing her ass off. Would you do like a little verse on this little song she got? And I'm like, okay, cool. And it was called Young Blood or whatever. So I just do this little like regular little rap verse. And then her trajectory, I just was through the roof, bro. So we do the song. That was like a big feature. That's like one of my more streamed songs. But you know, now she's doing like a platinum country album and shit. So
Crazy.
yeah, man. Yeah.
So September 7th, 2018, Mac Miller passes away. When did you meet Mac? It was from the Rhyme Calisthenics, right?
Yeah, I met Mac way back during the Rhyme Calisthenics days. He was young, dude. He would jump in the competition. He was really good. And there was something that stuck out to me that will always stick out to me about Mac is he was studious, bro. He was a sponge. And in such a standoff thing like rap and battle rap, where everyone needs to show that they're doper, I'll never forget there's like a little intermission and we go out and he's in the Rhyme Cal competition. He was a threat. And he said, how you freestyle like that? And I remember a split second, I was like, is this young dude fucking with me or something? Like, cause it's just not a thing that you genuinely, I was like, what you mean? He was like, how do you freestyle like that? Like, it's really good, dude. Like, how do you do that? And I remember looking in his eyes, like he really wanted to know. And I was like, that's kind of cool. And I'm like, all right, well, yeah. So what you do is blah, blah, blah. And I was like, and I felt like, all right, I'm kicking some knowledge. This is dope. And that explains why as Mac goes on with his music, why it changes, because he was just a sponge, man. Like he loved music. He loved whatever made you good. He wanted to know how you did that. And is that something that he could add to his repertoire? And that was something I didn't learn how to do fully until I was in my mid-30s and he was 17. You know what I mean? So it could have been fucking Metallica or whoever the fuck, James Hetfield or Anthony Kiedis. how do you do that little rhythm thing that he would have picked something up from anyone. And so with me, and so he started because Wiz was blown up. They were pushing Mac, and Mac just showed so much love to me all the time. He'd be on Twitter like, yo, Real Deal's is the fucking best. He's like, Real Deal's the best battle rapper in the world. He was showing me all this love, and he didn't owe me shit. You know what I'm saying? And that was like the thing that I still look at as an adult. Like, because, we're always like, somebody shows love. We're tend sometimes to be like, what do they want? What are you going to get out of this? And he just showed love, bro. And again, the shit was Rob Marksman. Then he was trying to look out for me with like Artie at one point in time. And I would send him my battles. He'd show them to everyone like at Rostrum and shit. And so, yeah, man, he was the fucking man. And like him dying was just like fucking, whoa, man. Like just a fucking gut punch, dude. You know what I mean?
Did you know what he was struggling with?
I had heard, you know what I mean? I know that he was out in LA, I want to say maybe, and he had moved back because of struggling with some things, substance wise, but I didn't dive too much. I guess I assumed that some of it was part of the party kid personality. Like I didn't, you know what I'm saying? Like I didn't realize the depressing side of it until like, I guess his music started to shift. But then again, he was such a creative dude that I don't know if he's just telling a story or if he's fucking reaching out or whatever, you know? And so that was really fucking, that sucked, man. That was fucking tough. Like, and those guys, that's the thing that people don't understand. I just saw a lot of the people. I just went to ID Labs where him and Wiz record a lot and whatever. Saw a lot of those guys, and every time I see those guys, like they're still recording and doing, they all came up together. His producers, and they're still making music. And I just like honestly, like Mac was my man, but they were like close with Mac. And so I just can't even imagine like the toll it took on them. You know what I mean? I just feel, yeah, but I mean, and it's not a silver lining, but to see how much love he got since then. And people always say, like, when someone passes away, they always get more like, people recognize his skill set. They recognize how dope he was. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's not like, some wild over like he is a musician and his Tiny Desk came out after that. And he really was a voice for maybe I don't want to say the generation right now, but maybe because my homie's niece, it was like every song he spoke directly to her. She was fucking devastated when he passed. So
It's so sad, bro, because it's like, man, like he was so talented, right? He passed away at 26 years old, you know? And you think
yeah,
about where were you at 26 and what have you been able to accomplish since then in your life,
right,
right? There's so much
100%, bro.
more in your life that you could do. And I can't believe it's been 8 years already since he's been gone, right?
Right.
And I'm sure you probably have moments like where you like, not just with him, but anybody that you lose, like, man, I wonder what they would be doing right now if they were still here. Or, hey, like I want them to see this right now or hear their thoughts about this, or like
Yeah,
it's so sad, like that.
yeah. Because at 26, like at 18, I was a fucking idiot. At 26, I was a semi-smarter fucking idiot. 32, 33, I was just dropping the idiot label a little bit. And now I'm 40, I might still be kind of an idiot, but compared to 26-year-old me, I have my shit together. And so it just seems it was one, you know, I don't know how to describe the
Not
Mac
all of us
Miller
get that
situation.
chance to get it together.
Yeah, and that's a big thing, and shit, man, I did some fucking idiot stuff. Like there was times I fucking, had too many drinks and drove, like, not crazy places, but all it takes is one fucking time. And now I got a 20-year-old son, so that's something I think about, you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't again, with Mac, like, obviously he had some substance issues, but it wasn't he was self-destructive. He wasn't out there hurting people and, the hope would have been that he would have, turned it around or, and he didn't. You're right. He doesn't have that chance now. What lives on is his legacy and um his music and his contributions.
The sad thing too, though, is that like he was such a cool guy. Like, you know what I mean? I don't see like how anyone could like dislike him. Like he just seemed like such a cool vibes, like nice guy. Like
Such a solid dude, bro. Like I said, I would never pretend that me and Mac Miller like hung out every day. And I say that to say I would just get a random tweet. I'd have like fucking 1,000 notifications or whatever. Maybe not 1,000. I have fucking what happened? And I'd see Mac Miller mentioning the same shit as me. And it'd be like, Real Deal's so dope, bro. I'm just watching him cook people on this studio time or something. And then all these comments like, Mac, you're the greatest, Mac. And I'm like, this dude took a fucking second out of his day, didn't owe me shit.
And
You know what I mean?
a lot of people in this industry, when they get to a certain status too, they like, who are you again? Like, I don't
Of
remember
course,
you.
of
Like,
course,
but
bro.
obviously you struck a chord with him in that moment where you were willing to explain to him, like, oh, this is how you freestyle or whatever. Like, you could have been like, get out of here, little kid, you know what I mean? Or whatever, right?
I
But
mean, I was just so on guard. Like, I mean, and again, Mac could freestyle. I didn't show Mac how to freestyle it. I showed him, and again, he didn't even freestyle like this. So I don't want to like take, but my freestyle is very ignorant, enunciating. Just wait till the punch. Like, don't worry about the setup. This punch, you're gonna hear it, and you're gonna. And so I guess that's what he was asking about more so, And again, the fact that he was doing this at 16, 17, he was trying to sponge, he was trying to learn. When I was out here at, 24, being like, yo, that dude's not as lyrical. I'm about to rip some shit. Like, it just shows like and so now in my last couple projects, I think of Mac very often. And I think of like, this is kind of a risk. And I'm like, you know what? Fucking Mac would have went with it, or Mac would have like took a second to think how this could be done and maybe, talk to somebody that does that kind of lane, shit like
Mhm.
that.
Yeah, but to the point was just like he did things he didn't have to do, like mention your name so many years after and show you love like that. You know what I mean? Because obviously, from a popularity standpoint, in the mainstream music, he reached a level where it was like most of his fans don't know Real Deal. They're probably not watching
Right.
battle rap or whatever, right?
For sure.
But like he's like genuinely doing this and not expecting anything in return. But like you said, like this industry or life in general sometimes teaches you like what is somebody's intentions really? Like what do they want? And sometimes,
Mm-hmm.
there are genuine people that don't want anything but to see you do well or to just spread that love, man.
Right. Yep. Yep. I'll always be indebted to him for it, man.
Well, rest in peace to Mac Miller, man.
Facts.
So at one point you ended up joining Dot Mob and people were really thrown off. How did you come up with the idea to join Dot Mob and like what is the real reason? Because people really questioned why.
I know, it was just wild. So, bro, it was as simple as this, man. I was looking to find my way. I had some great performances in a row, and Rex and Mook reached out. It was short. It was pretty shortly after the B Magic, maybe. I don't know. And maybe it was after that. I'm not sure. But they was like, yo, man, we think you dope as fuck. Like, uh, we want to make you part of Dot Mob, bro. We want you to fuck with us. And I was like, cool. Cause I fuck with what both of them got going on. Rex, you put Rex anywhere on God's green earth in a battle rap venue, he's gonna entertain. He's a villain who embraces the role, raps his ass off, but behind closed doors, man, he's a solid dude. He's another dude that'll look out for you. Mook laid the goddamn blueprint on how to make this an actual thing. And so I'm like, it ain't like it's two whack people asking me to be part of a faction. So yeah, I was like, yo, that's dope. And it wasn't like, you got to do all these things, or he was like, yo, if we in the same city, you battling, we're gonna fuck with you. You never need something, come fuck with us, boom. And so, you know what I mean? It seemed like a cool thing.
Did you feel you needed to be associated with a particular crew at that time?
Nah, I would say that. No. I mean, I was like I said, there was many of times in my battle rap career, early on especially, I was battling with nobody on stage behind me, and I kinda like that. But in the same token, I like being around like-minded, like, people that also, like, I guess before it became a popular thing, like, have that dog in 'em, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, Rex got Mook behind him or Mook got Rex behind him, but, I mean, Rex, I've seen him fucking when Mook wasn't there, just go fucking bananas at, like, different spots, and he's universally respected, you know what I mean? And that was the kinda people that I wanted to surround myself with.
How did you feel about people's reception or response to the idea of you joining Dot Mob, like, and the criticisms that people said, "Oh, now he's doing it because he wants to rap about guns," or like,
Yeah,
"Why are
right?
you joining these guys that are shooters and whatnot?" And like,
Jesus Christ, yeah. I mean, I thought it was the first. Yeah, I think the first thing was, "Oh, he's a white dude, but not he don't really rap all the street shit." Yeah, now he's trying to it's like, dude, if I wanna rap street shit, I'm gonna fucking say street shit, you know what I'm saying? The funniest thing I always said about that is, if I said a creative bar, and I've done this about, like, I will grab a knife and cut you 770 fucking times. A crowd is more easily to believe that than, like, I will shoot you. When the reality is shooting someone is much easier than
"Oh yeah,
fucking than you know what I mean, cutting your body into multiple you know what I'm saying?
you
If
got
I
to be
said some
closer. You get it's more
right, if I
intimate."
said some twisted psycho shit, like, you know what I mean? They're more so to me, this like the idea of some of this shit. But I really fuck with them dudes, man. Many a times I've gone to New York and I've been like, "Yo, Mook, where should I go?" And, he's like a fucking VIP spot for me to go into. Have drinks and shit, you know what I mean? Every time I bump into them, they've been supportive on my causes and stuff. Um, so yeah, it's not nothing where we pledge or like, you know what I mean, that we renew our membership or no
It was like a
fucking shit.
gang or anything like that.
Yeah, it ain't. I mean, those are just good fucking dudes, man. You know what I mean? If they go to battle and I'm up there, I'm behind rocking with them for sure.
Do you think that part of like the response was like you're viewed as like this good guy, and then all of a sudden you're joining this crew that is like quote unquote like the villains or like the winners? You know what I mean? Like the bad boys.
Right, right. Well, I think it was a wrench to throw in the game plan, man, because to be honest, the quote good guy shit was cool, but it wasn't getting me to the places I needed to get to. It got me what it got was a lot of respectful declines. Yo, I know you nice, but I'm gonna have to respectfully. I'm like, this is before respectfully was like a popping word, right? So yeah, so I'm like, let's shake some shit up.
Because I know in the battle with Math, he had basically said something to that effect that like you joined just so that you could rap about guns. And then like DNA spent like his whole third round talking about you joining Dot was like a reach or something like that.
Right, 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 right. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting angle, it's an interesting play on it, I'm not mad at it, you know what I mean? It's an interesting, like, way to think about it, but yeah, it's I don't think I get I've gotten hit with a couple pretty funny angles about it, but I can see it, the aesthetic is kinda funny.
Right. All right. So this next one's tough, man. September 1st, 2019, your father passes away from sepsis. And this was the result of a hospital procedure that he got that he didn't need. Can you
Correct.
start at the beginning of what he was struggling with and take us through what happened?
So, my father had spots on his lung, all right? And it turned out that these spots were cancer. So we were really worried. We had seen my mom pass of cancer 5 years prior. And so my dad was to go and get a PET scan. And that would tell you the how the progress of the cancer had it spread and these things. Well, at the same time, this is in July of 2019, my dad has back pain. He's like, my back is it's excruciating back pain. He said, I need to get this looked at first. Now, my dad did not like hospitals at all. So anything my dad could like thug out or, whatever, smoke a little weed and get over it, he would. But so we go in mid-July and they say, well, my dad had a stent in his heart put in April of 2019. Okay. They said, well, maybe your stent is leaking and that's the cause of your back pain. We're like, what? So they do these x-rays specifically on the stent. They're like, nah, your stent's good, man. You might be sleeping on it wrong. I don't know what's going on with you. Well, it turns out he has sciatica. So a week or so later, he goes to his PET scan. He's getting his treatments for sciatica too at the time. And the PET scan reviews come up. And it's good news. The lung cancer that you have, it's not to your lymph nodes. We can absolutely remove it. My dad did a breath control test. His breathing for a smoker was good. And all of a sudden they go, and we're rejoicing, me and my dad, like, man, this is great news. And they're like, yeah, man, we just want to see if we could take a look at that stent. And we're like, okay. He's like, we just want to go in, take a look at it. It's like checking the plumbing. That's what dude says. And we're like, well, you guys just checked the x-rays like a week and a half ago. He says, yeah, but we just want to make sure. We'll bring him in on Monday. He'll just stay overnight. He'll go home Tuesday, and nothing. Okay. Because we're just so excited about the news about the cancer. So he goes in the late July 25th, 26th, some shit like that. They do the procedure afterwards. They're like, yeah, turns out wasn't a leak, man. He's good. And we're like, so you just kind of just went in there for no reason? Okay. Again, you're not thinking these things at the time. Bro, within 18 hours, cold sweats, fever, diarrhea, he's going through it. So within 24 hours, he's back in the hospital. Now, how they treat a fever is, they start giving you antibiotics first. Well, to try to make this story a little bit shorter, 9 days he's on the 9th floor and he's just not eating. And they're hitting me up. I'm going to see him every day. And they're trying to make it like it's his, like, oh, he's not eating. If he starts eating and feels better, he can go home tomorrow. And we're going to see my dad. He's like, son, I don't want to eat. He said, I'm losing my bowel movements. He's like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. He said, I have no appetite. So 5-6 days in, and the daily plan is the same every day. It's not changing. I'm spoon feeding him. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? The man was fine. Now I'm spoon feeding him. So I guess at one point, and I'm not 100% sure about the antibiotic thing, but yeah, we're getting negative cultures, which means no infection. We're like, what the fuck is going on? Something's going on here. I go to see him the one day. They're like, yo, he's in the ICU. I'm like, wait, what? They're like, yeah. And the way they talk to you, bro, there's
It's nothing.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's just there's so many we just felt like he can get more one-on-one down there. And I'm like, so you move him to the ICU? They're like, yeah, I mean, up here he's got, he'll have a one-on-one nurse. And he might have a little bit of pancreatitis. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? Because I ain't know nothing. They're like, well, we just think like he might have developed a little bit of pancreatitis. So we got him there just for some more observations. I'm like, okay. So I go down the ICU. Now, my dad had a breathing episode the one night where he woke up and was struggling to breathe. So basically, because it would take a long time to explain this, because how they do it, it's a fucking art. By like 13 days, now he's in the ICU, and I remember turning to the nurse, and I go, because up to this point, 9 days, they'd have on the whiteboard, he can go home if he feels better and eats. I said, what's the plan? Do you think if he eats, he can go home by the end of this week? This nurse looked at me like I was a fucking moron. She's like, honey, he's in the ICU for a reason. Your dad's sick. And it was crazy. And another thing is, a homie of mine that I used to work with was an ICU nurse in the hospital. I've worked one for a long time, a good friend of mine. As my dad is declining, he continues to decline. Liver, kidneys, all this shit over like 2-3 weeks. He pulls me aside one day, dear friend of mine, he says, Trev, he's like, you see them emojis. Now, when you look at the ICU, they have icons, not emojis. There's icons. He said, your dad has every icon lit up next to him. That means he's going through dialysis. He has a wound vac. He has at this time, this is late August. He goes, mid to late August. He goes, your dad's the sickest person I've ever seen down here. Something got fucked up along the way. You can never tell somebody I said that to you because I need this job. I've been blackballed at another hospital because I acted on behalf of a patient without a doctor telling me. And the patient was fine. I did the right thing. But the fact that I acted, he said, and I have kids, I can't. I said, I would never do that to you. But he said, something's fucking wrong. And so at around maybe the 15th of August, so my dad's in there 14, 15 days, is when I first reached out to a medical malpractice attorney. But yeah, so it was a brutal decline. And he ultimately passes away on September 1st. They start doing the meetings mid to late August, oh, what would your father want? And I'm like, fucking what? And again, I realized my dad at 70 years old, I already told you, he has lung cancer. He was a smoker, but my dad was up walking around. My dad was not, you know what I mean? It wasn't he's going to die. My dad was fine. He was walking the dogs, everything. And so he passes, and on September 1st, I gave the order because he started not to cognitively respond to shit. And I had always said, me and my brothers had come to the decision that if it started to affect his mind, that's it. We were going to take him off shit. So
he passed within 10 minutes, right, of you taking him off stuff?
Yeah. As soon as we took the intubator out, it was, the beeps got slower, and he passed within 10 minutes, maybe less. And right after that, my goal immediately was to figure out what had happened, this medical malpractice, and that just has been a nonstop onion to peel layers back off of.
And it's crazy because his hospital bills totaled over $600,000 or something, right?
From now, my father, again, he lived in Knoxville, Mount Oliver. He made about maybe 12 grand a year. He was retired, but he didn't have a long career. And so he was living at a rent was $800 a month. And they put the stent in April of 2019. So counting that stent from April 2019 to September 1st, they were still sending paid bills to my house after he passed. So I'd get something on September 8th. And it was just a procedure they paid for. From April of 2019 to September 1st, $614,000 they got from him. He was covered because he was a vet.
Oh, so you didn't have to worry about paying for it though?
No, I didn't pay a dime. His veterans, whatever, paid for all of it.
Dang.
Yep. So they got $614,000 for that, man. For
That's
all
insane.
Yep. For the procedure that they didn't, and then all his stay in the ICU that they caused, all of the wound vac, all the shit that was caused by them, he paid for out of his pocket.
So you were turned down by 18 lawyers for your pursuit of medical malpractice. What did they say exactly to you, basically?
I got turned down by 23.
23 now. Wow.
So the very first one was get the medical records. So again, as soon as the death happens, you're pretty much on the clock. And you have, which I didn't know at the time, but you have 2 years.
That's the statute of limitations.
Statute of limitations. And so the first nurse, because usually you talk to a nurse for a law firm. She's like, yo, get the medical records, boom, boom, boom. So it was supposed to be 30 days. Legally, they're supposed to have your medical records. Well, 30 days come and go. I call them, I email them. Where's my medical records? Nothing. 31, 32, 33, 35. Where the fuck is my medical records? So I go on Twitter. This is about 41 days into it or some shit. And I'm drunk. I'm at the bar. And I say some shit like, yo, at UPMC, you're going to pay for what you did to my dad. Now, I wasn't about to go post or no John Wick shit. I get a call from the threat assessment department the next day. It was like a Thursday. I said that Friday. And it was the lady that they had given me her number, like, oh, if you need someone to talk to. Like I said, they got all angles covered. She was a nice lady, to be fair. Hey, we see that this tweet came from, did you say this? I said, fuck yeah, I did. Is there something I can help you with? I said, I ain't got my medical records. She said, oh my God, I'm so sorry. We're getting that for you right now. They overnighted them. So now 43 days it took me to make up what they perceived as a threat to give me my records. So as I'm talking to this woman, basically the end. Now this was the common theme was this. I heard it 5-6 times. Your dad's case is one of the most unique cases I've seen in 20 years, 30 years, 25 years. There's something here. There's questions. Problem is this. Proving an infection is difficult. And your dad was 70. What does that mean? Well, finally, I get to have a sit down with a lawyer. And he finally said, son, I've been doing this in 20 years. Your dad has one of the most complicated cases I've ever seen. Your dad, however, to pursue a case like this is expensive. And we don't think that we would recoup for it to be, he said, there's a formula that determines what your loved one is worth. They said, now, if something would happen to you, someone like you, okay.
Because they
So,
can
but your
pursue
dad-
like your loss of income potentially
Right,
over the span of your life and all that, right? Basically.
He said, but your dad, he had, years ago, he had bladder spots that got lasered out. I'm like, so think of it like a baseball card with the corner bent.
Yeah.
That's what they look at my dad as, like, oh yeah, that's, that might be a fucking Ken Griffey, but it's a two of the corners are bent. Like, so he's like, it just, I do think that there's something. I've heard this so many times, like, there's certainly a lot of questions I have, but after, and then so you get turned down a couple times. And then what happens is so some of these things I'm like, let me ask outside the state. I got turned down immediately outside of Pennsylvania. They're like, why aren't you calling in Pennsylvania? They're like, you needed a license to practice. Call Pennsylvania. So then I call across the state, Philly. Called a couple attorneys over there. Three of them so they get back. Yeah, we don't typically take, because I'm like, UPMC might have a stranglehold on this. They're like, we don't take a lot of cases from across. You stay in Pittsburgh. So I'm like, fuck. So there's about 5 or 6 turn downs in that little. Then what happens, bro, is you hit up law firms. Now you're about 6 months in. Because you got to live your life, too, at the same time as pursuing this. Well, how come nobody has taken it yet? They're like, are we the first people you reached out to? You're like, no. So you reached out to other, what did they say? Well, they said XYZ. They're like, yeah, I think we're going to have to turn it down for the same. So you get about 3 of those. Then you're like, fuck, I need to change my strategy. So you call some more law firms. Are we the first people you've reached out to? You go, yeah. It's 7 months. Why'd you wait so long? Now you're like, they're like, so you waited 8 months when you thought there was medical malpractice? You get turned down about 3 times for that. You see what I'm saying? So it's like,
but
it's crazy.
Remember when you got the actual medical records back, it was like 6,000 pages, right? And
so I got,
and then also they took a portion out of it. They left a portion out of it, which required you to sign the HIPAA form to get.
So I know the whole time I know I'm fighting this clock, I had the original medical records, which were, dude, if you've never seen hospital records, you have a better chance reading hieroglyphics. And it, you know what I mean? Like, boom. So I keep plugging away. This is probably about the 17th, 18th turn down. This attorney's like, these aren't all the records. What do you mean? We're about a year in. What do you mean? Well, they left some stuff out. What? I said, what do you, he said, we don't have time for, respectfully, sir, for you to be upset. I'm going to send you, my secretary is going to send you a HIPAA form. Send it to them. They'll send the rest. So I played a handicap for a year and they knew it. And again, this is just the shit that they do, man. And they operate on shit.
Yeah, one thing I want to highlight is people think 2 years is a long time, but it's really not. With life, responsibilities, work, bills, family, holidays, life's still happening. Nothing is slowing down. Not to mention, you just lost a loved one of the most important people in your life. Most people don't even heal from trauma of losing someone in 2 years, if not more. You know what I mean?
And what
So,
do you get?
like,
Full 4 days for bereavement? Is that what you
right.
get? I can't even remember. Like, you planned a funeral, you put everything together, holiday. Yeah, it's
I'm sure you're still not over it, obviously, and it's been 7 years, but during this time, you're going through personal stuff too. It's insane to think that like you can accomplish something like this, like you said, when you're looking at the records, like you've never done this before. Like, how do you
like
even
all
know where to approach it from? Like, which route you're supposed to even go right now? You know?
the far dude, I say this. I if you would ask me medical malpractice, just the term or the phrase, I would have probably told you in 2019, like, yeah, I heard of it. But just like I heard of grand larceny, like I don't really know what I don't know what anything about pursuing it or the same as medical malpractice. Like, yeah, I know it's a thing. And yeah,
All
isn't
the
that when like
nuances and
right?
everything.
I don't know I don't know the serious, so I'm learning everything on the fly, educating myself in this 2-year process while raising my son, while trying to get on with my life, while, and
COVID
every
happens.
COVID happens in that. And, you're also, you, they ask you to get this and get that, fill this out, fill that out. Yeah, it'll keep you busy to say the least.
I know you had the petition and everything. Where do we stand with everything now?
So the petition is over 10,000 signatures. I have been reaching out to senators, representatives. I just had a conversation about 2 weeks ago with a representative in Pennsylvania, and he's actually a doctor or physician himself. So we had a lengthy conversation. I've talked to representatives in my area. My goal is to get my dad's story in front of a group of people that can make change. Now, it's hard to change statutes. That would be something I would love to see. But on top of that, even just a middleman institution that someone can help you out. That's not just a lawyer. It's not just because lawyers are only looking, when they do that, we don't get money unless we get paid for. That's because they take slam dunks because they can afford to. If you have an easy no-brainer medical malpractice case and you stand to get 400,000, they get 200,000, they can miss the next 5 iffy medical malpractices. They don't got to take some kind of brave case. They could just wait for the next one to come along because medical malpractice happens so much.
Right. It happens in our country all the time.
Yeah.
And
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 so they're
obviously
waiting.
obviously like you said too, like practices, they want to have that record too of like we've been successful in 100% of the times.
Of course. So when when it finally turned out that I was pursuing and, I had all the paperwork drawn up for my dad, $70,000. That's it. That's all I was able to seek. 70 grand. 70. For the torture that man went through. For a man that raised 4 kids and put all his own dreams and everything on hold, 70 grand, dude. That's before I'd even have to pay the lawyer afterwards. So anyone that even has the smallest, oh, he just blame and he wants money, 70 grand is what my dad was deemed.
You That's so stupid for them to even think that, if they really do think you just want money, because it's like you don't think that you would rather have your dad here.
Fucking A, dude. Even if, dude, I say this, if lung cancer had killed my dad, I'd be devastated. I'd understand. Hey, man, you was a smoker 50 years. Terrible. I wish you would have quit. lung cancer had taken my dad. But cancer took my mom. I'm not here, you know, fucking stirring hell or whatever, but yeah.
You've stated you didn't lose your father. He was taken from you through basically a series of decisions that were careless.
100%.
The situation also led to a falling out with your brothers, right?
Mm.
So, like, in the span of 10 years, you lose your sister, your mom, your dad, and you're no longer on speaking terms with your two brothers.
Yeah. Yeah, man. It's again, so within, 2012, we were a family of 6. And now, because my 2 brothers don't speak a lot, so I don't speak with either of them. Them 2 don't speak a lot. I've tried, tried, but it gets to a point for your own peace of mind for you just have to. So, I have, again, I just keep doing anything that I think can draw more eyes and benefit for my dad's case. But yeah, it's a crazy thing to think about, man. You know what I mean? Losing 3 and then I we had, it's full circle where we talked about some people, their behavior's just not changing. You know what I mean? And in the case of my oldest brother, like the behavior's getting worse. You know what I mean? And like just calling me all fucked up and saying that I had a hand in my dad's death and shit like that. It's like, bro, I can't. You know what I mean? Like,
Wow, he said that to you?
yeah, bro. My older brother, bro, called me out the blue. I knew he was fucked up. I took his call, like, hey, what's up, dude? And uh again, he's like, well, you're writing a book because I'm writing a book. I said, yeah. Well, a couple of my homies said that they read it and it's all right, but they're waiting this. I said, they couldn't have read it. It's not out. Like, what are you calling me for? He said, well, just don't try to rewrite history, bro. I said, what are you talking about? Well, that I tried to get him out. I said, no, I don't know what you're talking about, dude. You had a hand in killing him. I said, all right, man, cool. I'm good on talking to you, bro. And he tried to call and apologize to fucking, I'm good on you, bro. Because it's a cycle. You're gonna get drunk, high and fucked up again, and you're gonna try to call, and you leaving these voicemails, I didn't mean that, dude. Da, da, da. Nah, bro, like you're too much.
Yeah.
And yeah, and so it's, but at the end of the day, uh, wrong is wrong, bro. And so whether it's 6 years, 20 years, 10 years, I'm gonna be fucking fighting, bro, until there's some real change. And I don't want anyone to think like, oh, he's got to get on with his life. Like I'm living life. I'm living life. You know what I mean? But like it's not an all-consuming thing. But until some kind of change happens in the name of my father, or in the name of a lot of these victims, like, mm-mm, I'm gonna keep at it. So the book is done. I got some edits I have to do. Albums, just countless things that, I try to keep my dad. I started after that. I wear this merch, Charlie stuff, every battle I'm in, man. Just to let people know, bro.
2020, you released the album Charlie in memory of your father. And you had the song and video No Mercy, Justice for Charlie. There's the line in the song where you said, of No Mercy, you said, you will never forgive Mercy Hospital.
Right.
Talk to me about that project. Was it therapeutic for you to go through that?
So I had already started writing. I was already working on a project. It wasn't called Charlie at the time. I was just working on an album. And there's a song on there called Just to Say You Love Me. And I was actually writing from the standpoint of somebody of myself that had passed on. And, you know, things I would see in heaven, like, a Mac Miller concert and all this shit. And my dad died while I was writing the song. I had to go back in and add that piece. And so the No Mercy song, I knew it would be big. As far as I wanted it to be impactful, I reached out to Hunter Bullets, makes incredible beats. He made me one from scratch that I couldn't have imagined a better instrumental. A friend of mine, Tara Lane, who was she was on The Voice, did the chorus. I had people hold up signs. My brother's actually in that video as well. And crazy thing about that is I filmed that and I showed his plaque at the cemetery. My dad was at the veteran cemetery. And everything was cool. I put the video out on Facebook. It started to get traction. I get a phone call from the cemetery. This guy's like, yo, you got to take that down. I said, why? You can't film in here. I said, but I didn't film anybody. I just filmed my dad's plaque. Yeah, I just filmed my friend walking up the road, and I filmed my dad's plaque. He was a veteran. This is the veteran stuff. We understand that, sir, but you got to take it down. So I'm like, damn. So I put it out there online like, man, I guess I got to take this down. I'm getting my inbox blown up by everybody, homies, veterans who were like, you better not fucking take that down. Fuck that. Make them make you take it down. Tell them why. So I reached back out to dude. I'm like, yo, my man, it was an older dude. So I could tell he probably had no idea something like this could happen. I said, respectfully, man, what rule did I break? I said, did you even hear the song? He goes, yes, sir. I heard all 7 minutes and 34 seconds of it. And I think that you have a great cause. We here at the cemetery just cannot support your cause. I'm sorry. Huh. So he said, I said, well, I looked at the website, the things that fit film, and I didn't violate anything. He goes, well, at the very end, it's 7 minutes and 17. When you show your father's plaque, you can see 2 other people's plaques on the side if you look. I said, damn. So luckily my homie, my videographer, he said, look, we can blur that. He said, you can go in on YouTube and you just blur it. So I hit him back like, problem solved, man. I just go in and blur it. He said, that's not going to work because we'll know you shot it here. It's got to come down. What? So I call fucking Arlington National. I said, I got a question. You probably were going to be like, what? I explained it to him. Dude on the phone, literally on the phone, he's like, well, how do I see this? I said, I'll email it. So I email it. He's like, all right, hold on. He starts watching it on the phone with me at Arlington National. He goes, I'm just waiting. I'm like, this is fucking crazy. The end is 7 minutes 30. He goes, yeah, I don't see anything you did wrong. He said, maybe, I guess, blur those out. You're good. And so I reached back out. I said, hey, man, I really don't want to be a thorn in your side because this was a nice guy. I said, but I reached out to Arlington National. And he gave me his name. He said, if you have a problem, to reach out to him. But unfortunately, I'm not taking this video down. A couple weeks later, dude reaches out again. He says, I just want to say, sorry I was being a stickler earlier or whatever. Something similar happened to my dad. The guy at the cemetery is like, I just didn't, I said, I completely understand. I'm not mad at you at all. And he was like, I said, I'm not mad. I just, my dad's story means a lot. He was like, I understand. He was like, and that's, I just wanted to let you know that. Crazy. That was just with that song.
Wait. So why did he want you to take it down so much though?
Because I don't know. I think he was nervous that somebody was gonna, I don't know, fuck with him about it. Like, yo, you let this dude film here. But I told him, I said, sir, I don't swear in the song. He said, I know you don't. I said, I don't film anybody else. He said, I know you don't. Now, people think Pittsburgh, I don't have no proof to this. So I don't want to sound crazy, but the song was gaining traction on Facebook. Nothing crazy, but like 30,000, 35,000 views. People think Pittsburgh and they think steel. Pittsburgh is run by the healthcare system. UPMC is like one of the top 5 money-making hospitals in the country. In Pittsburgh, a city that's like the 47th largest. The steel mills crashed fucking years ago. So some might say, did somebody make a call to dude and be like, yo, this kid went to the fucking UPMC or this kid went to your cemetery and filmed this and he's talking about you. Who knows? But yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. And again, it could have just been because he said somebody showed me the video. This was an older dude. The chance I'm thinking somebody jumped on Facebook and watched this and just so happened to, I don't know. But I reached out to Arlington National and dude was like, no, you good, bro. And he said, tell him if he got any questions, here's my name, here's my number, boom. And so on Charlie, every title track is one of the things he would say. So the only one that's not is No Mercy, because that's Mercy Hospital. But everything else, just to say you love me, it's all things that he said or stories that remind me, they're all derived from him. And then my niece did the logo, which was his granddaughter. She came up with the logo.
Man, how have you personally dealt with the loss of your father? Because it's more than just that you lost him, but you had to watch him go through lung cancer treatment. And I'm sure your father was like the strongest man you knew and you looked up to him, like, but to watch him deteriorate over time and have to deal with being less than what he previously was, like, that's hard for us men. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? Like, prideful men to be like, because I know that like he was starting to have issues with going to the bathroom and
that
controlling
was
things
big.
like
Yeah.
that. You know, that's hard for us, right? You said like every time you guys went to see him for that month, it was like him dying again and again. So with
There was
all those
one,
things being connected to his death, you know what I mean? Like how have you been able to deal with that?
there was one like bounce back epiphany time. And I'll never forget it. And it makes it even sadder because he was, every time I'd see him, it was worse and worse and worse and worse. Uh, but in the ICU, probably 2 days, and every day. So my dad would bitch about it a lot. Like my dad did not, like he would bitch. Okay. So he's bitching every day. Now, obviously I get it now. Day 12, I go to see him, maybe 12 or 13. He's in the ICU. So he'd been in the ICU about 3 days. He said, Trev, you know what I just thought of? I haven't had a cigarette in 12 days. I'm never going back. He said, I'm never smoking another cigarette again. I don't even want one. He said, I just want to get the fuck out of here. I don't want, I don't want to smoke again. Dude, I feel like, and he was like, I was like, man, this is what the fuck I've been waiting for. Hell yeah. My head, I'm still thinking, maybe this was the wake up call you need. He's like, dude, when I get out of here, we're going to fucking, I'm going to eat better. I'm done smoking. I don't even. And so I say, my mom passed knowing she was going to pass ready. All my dad wanted to do was live. That's all he wanted to do. And unfortunately, so it was rough. It was very, very rough. But again, this has helped channel a lot of that energy because it doesn't, it's not productive for me to just sit, reminisce, and be sad. Seeing the change and all of not the change per se, that may be a little soon, but seeing all of the things that has been able to, and all of the people that have supported him has been special, man.
Right. You were raising money for him to be able to go do something when he got out, right? But then you ended up
So
having to use that money for his funeral?
right. So one of the coolest things about battle rap, man, is that we are a family. So I'd never gone to made a GoFundMe before. But when my dad, it turned out he had cancer. I said, Jesus, man, this guy just keeps getting the shit kicked out of him because his wife dies in 2013, his only daughter in 2014, his uh, father-in-law in 2017, his sister in 2018, his biological mom in 2017, I think. The hits just kept coming. And so I said, man, this guy, because my goal was always, I'm going to get myself in a better financial place. And it would only took a couple of years to where I could start taking him to Florida, taking him to places, taking him to do all these things. I'd already taken him a couple places. So I put out this thing. I'm like, look, man, I just want to see a guy, a father who deserves it. Get out and maybe get to Florida for a little bit. I was asking for like maybe I don't know, 2,000 at the time, like, and if whatever, if you can't do it, and these people just the money just starts pouring in, right? I couldn't believe it. Then my dad goes in the hospital and the money's still coming in. I'm thinking, I'm gonna wait to tell him because this is gonna be I can't wait till he gets out of here and I could be like, and guess what? I got some amazing news. He just kept getting worse and worse and worse. So finally, when I finally went to tell him, I don't know if he heard. You know what I mean? I don't know if he knew, but I know that that money that was raised for my dad was like 6,000. We paid his funeral. Yeah. So in essence, battle rap fans paid to have my dad put to rest.
Have you been able to reach a point where when you think of him, you're able to think of him in a happy way, or is it tainted by like the anger you feel for how he went and the malpractice or the pain that he endured from the cancer?
I think there's little funny things I think about over the last like couple years, maybe 2 years. And it's gradual, it's slow because it's still an open book. It's still injustice was done and nothing was done about it. Um, and again, the cancer, albeit existent, it wasn't causing my dad anything other than just nervous, right? And he was set to have it removed in mid-August, but he was in the ICU for this shit. So, um, yeah, I mean, my first thought, unfortunately, is initially still that there's people and institutions out there that, that my dad was a victim of, and they had nothing has been done in any kind of capacity other than me grassrooting something. So I think one day, and I still, and whereas my mom, I think much more fonder of, you know what I mean? And, yeah, but it was definitely, quite the exit. I tell people, I say it all the time. I say, Jesus Christ died a kinder death than my dad did. And I don't mean that to be blasphemous at all. I feel like Jesus died over 3 days or something, and Jesus knew he was dying. No, he was obviously, my dad died terrified over a month.
Have there been backlash from like the hospital and stuff like that because you've been so vocal to come out and say all this stuff and basically be on a campaign? Have they like try to threaten you with defamation or anything like that?
No, I mean, in my book, I don't list the doctors' names. Obviously, like there's steps that I take that I make sure that I don't do anything that would be, um, but it's actually the reverse, man. The amount of support that I get every time I tell my dad's story, not just from like people that are listening, but like nurses, other people. Hey, that happened to my grandma. Hey, that happened to my uncle went in and they did a wound vac and this and this. And I don't intend to create a boogeyman that's the doctor. That's not my goal. If I'm hurt, I'm going to a doctor. I don't think this is necessarily just a UPMC thing. I think that I don't even think that a lot of times the doctors I think that they're under us, you know what I mean? Like there's pressure above, there's things above them at work. So I don't want to, but I think that the whole process needs looked into and what that looks like. I mean, I wouldn't mind sitting with some like minds and seeing what we can come up with and just ways to make our loved ones safer and ways to make the fight for process, um, the fight for justice more fair. I never stood a chance against UPMC. You know what I mean? Never stood a chance. I was lucky I got as far as I did. And so, I mean, these are things that, you know, I want to work on. And like I said, I'm continuing to get a hold of senators, representatives. I'm continuing to try to do stuff to bring eyes on this case and other people's cases and whatever that looks like. I've been, you know, I keep getting encouraged by like senators and hey, keep up the grassroots movement, keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. Um, yeah, I went on the mayor's office and you know the last mayor and spoke and yeah, I mean it's one thing is life has given me a new purpose at 30, was I 34 when this happened? 30, 33, 34. 34, I think it was. Yeah, life gives you a new purpose, man, sometimes, whether you're ready for it or not.
Rest in peace to your dad, man. I'm wishing
Thank you,
you the
brother.
best with everything.
Thank you, brother.
So, in 2021, you battled Charron for a title match. Was this a difficult battle for you?
Very much so. Charron is really good. There is uh, God, I can't even, there's maybe a handful of battle rappers, maybe 5, that take battle rap so serious, it's almost like insane. Dizaster's one, Charron's one. I'd have to think of the other, maybe Lux. That's why they battle so, you know. And so Charron, like to give you an example, I saw Charron battle, smoke it, cook, battle over. He's still walking around running his rounds. I said, Charron, what are you doing? He said, I just do this after a battle. I run my rounds again. I'm like, bro, immediately when I rap, that shit goes out of my head. But I thought I could, you know, I thought I had an idea some of the angles he would use, and I was pretty accurate on it. But Charron's incredible. I mean, he's incredible. So yeah, and I definitely think for King of the Dot, he's a better fit for the champ. But I wasn't ready to give up. You know what I mean? So I think for the company, it looked better, like, oh, Canadian champ, Charron, but I was like, nah, you gotta pry for my cold dead fingers type deal, man. So
He brought up the awkward situation and said he wasn't going to check you for that, but Karma already did. But you got him back in the last round when you spoke about it. How did you feel when he said that?
there's nothing anybody says in a battle that ever makes me, you know, like pissed or whatever. And especially because he's right. Yeah, I did say some dumbass shit. And so who the fuck am I? Just because what I've grown as a person or something, just like, no, you out there. Like, it was a cool line. It wasn't a bad line. I mean, it wasn't, I don't, I've gotten way away from saying tasteless shit, but it's in the eye of the beholder. I didn't think it was the craziest thing I've ever heard. I mean, I battled in Philly and Kaboom opened up with, you know, fuck your dead mom, fuck your dead sister. And I'm like, all right. You know what I mean? Like, my biggest thing in battle rap is just don't touch me. Like, there's no need to touch me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just don't put your hand. If you're like trying to get a bar across or something but I'm not a fan of like pocket checks and fucking shit like that. Like, just say what you're gonna say. There's never gonna be a bar that's gonna stop me from getting paid. You know what I mean? But just don't go out of your way to like show you can do some shit physically on a platform that we're supposed to use lyrics and shit, you know?
You're supposed to be
So
respectful of each other still.
yeah, like
Yeah.
what the fuck is that? Like, so no, I thought Charron had some really good shit. I mean, I wasn't, but I thought I prepared very well for that battle as far as like defense tactics.
Got you. So that line that you used in the last round when you were talking about his angle about talking about your dad, did you already have that written? That was freestyled right there.
So I added that in, yeah. So I already had the part of because, you know, Charron had said things before, like in battles that might have been tasteless. And then so he said that, and then I tweaked my material to put it in there because like I said, a lot of the shit that angles he was gonna go with, I had a feeling. I'm like, this is
Wow.
yeah.
So the judges had it as a split decision. Were you surprised by that?
I was.
Okay.
I thought, I think me and Charron was close though. So,
But the
I
people
don't want
had you at 58% winning, so you
to. Yeah,
ultimately
I
retained it.
thought. Yeah, I thought I had. But I can't be too mad at it because he had some good shit. I was, there's other battlers or battles that you may or may not get to that I started to question, but that one I did think I won, and I thought I would have been shocked. I'll put it this way: I'd have been shocked had I lost.
Got
I'll
you.
say that. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Obviously, we can't go over every single battle and whatnot, you know what I mean? But it always gives us a second chance when we do our second interview. You know,
My
just because
dog.
you got such an extensive career, man. We'd be here forever. But 2021, 20 to 2022, around that time, you and Passwurdz had a back and forth on Twitter. What
Mm.
was that about?
So I I had battled times. I'm trying to think of this if this comes up right. I battled times. Me and Passwurdz have had like some disagreements in the past about some things we didn't see eye to eye on.
Like dumb
And
stuff?
mind you, what's that?
Dumb stuff or like or what? Like legitimate stuff?
I mean, it was pretty dumb, and the biggest thing is reflecting on it and looking at it. None of us spoke to each other about it, so we interpret each other through uh Twitter or whatever, which is never but my issue at the time was I had a battle in a tournament. I was battling times. I was battling in Detroit. I was battling against the Detroit dude. The day before, there was people there that was like, "Yo, I want Times to win," da, 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 which is cool. Times is cool. Times is super dope. He did very well. But in the battle, somebody sent it to me. They're like, "Yo, battle was dope. I recorded it for you." I'm like, "Fire, can you send it?" So I'm looking at the battle. I'm looking at the comments, and I keep seeing this or this person pass KOTD comment, and it's like Times 1-0. I'm like, okay. And the second round starts, and I'm like 4 bars into my second round. It's like Times 2-0. And so I'm kind of pissed because I'm like, damn, you have pull. Like, you're a legend, and you're in this chat, in my opinion,
Oh, it's the live
influencing.
chat.
Yeah.
Got you. Okay.
And I'm not even halfway through my round, a round that like has almost 1 million views on Facebook. So if any round is this round, I'm like roasting. And I'm like, this looks like kind of purposefully just, in my opinion, it looked like, yo, you're sabotaging me, right? So I end up losing the battle, but I'm pissed because I'm like, I just the way I think, like I don't maybe I'm wrong, but I don't comment on as with my name. I wouldn't have done that, right? I might have at the end been like, man, close battle. I'd have gave it the time. I wouldn't have been mad. But the way that the shit lined up, I was like, so I lost round 2, 4 bars in. And so we just had a quick back and forth. And then that was pretty much the end of it, bro. Like, moved on. He moved on. I wish him nothing but the best in that regard. You know what I mean? But that was and again, there was little things up to that point we didn't see eye to eye on.
Can you talk
But then
about that, or it's just kind of like too petty?
it's super petty, bro. But it's like, and it wasn't never a direct issue with me. It was like an issue around somebody that I was like cool with at the time or whatever. But then we bumped into each other when I battled Chilla in the Bay, and he was like, "What's up?" or whatever. It was cool. It was like we didn't have a long conversation, but it was cool. And so that's why I think that I felt away when I read this comment section. I'm like, because I'm thinking there's $50,000 to be won here. And like, that's another thing. If there was no money at stake, But you hold a name, and it's ain't even like your incognito name. Like, your name is on here. And again, you know, hindsight or looking back on it, it is what it is. We don't see eye to eye about things like that, I guess. And we've been in many of the same spaces. He was just at the same event. I was just at the same event. You
What
know, he
was
did well.
exactly said on Twitter though? Like you called him out. You said like, "Why are like you hating on this battle?" Or like, "I lost" or
So
something like
I
that.
basically what I did was if I can recall correctly, I screenshotted it and I put it up. I was like, "Yo, this you?" And he was like, "Yes, sir," or some shit like that. I was like, "So let me get this straight, bro. Like, I lost this battle 4 bars in or whatever." And he basically did like a LOL, like, "Come on, bro, don't do that. I mean, you was cold, but I thought." And to me, again, my mindset was like, I don't think he would think I would catch this. 'Cause the comments go away. Like, you can't, if you go back and watch it, like, it was the live stream.
Right.
And so I felt a way about it. And I'm like, this is some bullshit. You know what I mean? Or whatever I said, but this is some pussy ass shit. This is fucking whack. You know, I'm trying to here to make 50K. You know, I gotta go into someone else's home city and try to beat the underdog. You know what I mean? And from my standpoint, I wouldn't even comment on your battle. Even if I thought you was getting smoked, I wouldn't even do it because I felt like I realized the power of because the chat, you see chat guy 6'7", chat guy rhymer guy, chat guy, and then you see real deal king of the dot. A lot of these guys are gonna flip, right? Like if I'm like, yo, that dude's winning, they're gonna be like, yo, real deal, right? That dude is kind of cooking. That's just the way battle rap fandom can be.
Mm-hmm.
So, and again, to be fair, to his point, the judges voted that I lost. So it's not like, but I just felt like it was, some sabotaging shit and I didn't fuck with it. And, you know,
Would you battle him?
I don't have an interest in battling fast. No, I don't have no interest in battling.
Why not?
And this is before Bishop, rest his soul, had reached out to me um years ago and asked me about battling for like a #1 contender. And I said, yeah. And Bishop hit me up. He said, uh, yeah, okay, it's down or it's happening. And then 48 hours later, he's like, yeah, he can't do it or whatever. Now, I don't know what his story was, but to me, that was pretty much because people used to bring up that we should battle all the time. And he wasn't a fan of it. And I was like, all right, cool. I'm not a fan of it. So then the one time that Bishop was going to put it out there, he was like, Bishop was like, yo, all right, cool. It'll be for the #1 contender. It was like Massacre. It was supposed to be. I said, that would be dope. Cool. And then 48 hours, maybe, I don't even know if it was 48 hours. He's like, yeah, you can't do it or something. I was like, all right, cool.
So
So
the times that you guys have been in the same area since this, have you guys like acknowledged each other, or it's just kind of like you guys just don't even like look at each other or anything? Like it's just like whatever.
nah, I mean, nah, there's not really much conversation at all. You know what I mean? There's nothing really, you know, there's not really like I said, which it looking back, it probably sounds like a situation that we should have talked instead of, because you got to understand, for me, when I read LOL on a tweet and then I'm kind of pissed off, I'm already in a pissed off mood. So when the response is like, LOL, don't do that. But like it almost, I felt like I was being talked to like a child. But how the fuck do I know? He might have literally been like, what? This is fucking crazy, and laughed. I have no fucking clue. So
But to
it's
say
probably
don't do that, bro, is almost like turning it around on you, like you're doing something.
like I'm pointing out something that's crazy. And
It's kind of
it,
gaslighting in a way, right?
it is cast and so, and it, like I said, especially when there was like a series of little misunderstandings before and I thought we was cool. And then, I never thought we'd be like homies or nothing, but I was like, okay, cool. And then just by chance, I saw this. My homie didn't even point it out. He's like, yo, I recorded your battle. I'm like, great. I've been wanting to watch it. I hope it's dope. And I just see this pop up. I'm like, it's like, yep, times 2-0. And I'm like, motherfucker, I'm still rapping. I'm 5 bars in. Like, I'm like, oh, this is, But again, shows you the power of maybe not, or in person having a conversation, or even on the phone, like, yo, let me get on the horn with you, man, because there's some,
It could
which
be
I could have done.
misconstrued, right?
For sure. You know what I mean? Where I could be
Right.
like, yo,
But in some kind of way, you kind of felt like he was trying to walk it back a little bit in a way too.
I definitely felt like it was being downplayed now, but I can't
Mhm.
speak to another man's intent.
Right.
So he could 100% just be like, nah, I just was not fucking with the approach he was taking 5 bars in. I would still, you got to let a round breathe. Again, regardless how you felt, me personally, I just wouldn't be commenting on it because a man is trying to win 50K. You know what I'm saying? Or 100K, whatever. Once there's money involved, if I'm not a judge, I'm not going to sway nobody. You know what I mean? Like, cause I know how hard it is for battle rappers to get these checks, hopefully. And again, I'm not at all implying that he was the reason I fucking didn't win. Some judges went one way, whatever. I just felt a way about it, and I was like pissed. And again, so like there was some things that added up before. Um,
But
but
to be
yeah,
fair though, like Pass is no slouch, right? He's a student of the
he's really
game.
good.
Obviously, he
I would
knows.
never, yeah,
Yes, but I mean, he knows just as much as any battle rapper, as any battle rap fan, that somebody could have a line even towards the end of the round that changes everything. So to say something a couple bars into somebody's round that they already lost, though, like I see what you're saying, though. Like you got to let
yeah,
it at least
bro.
play out first before you say something.
Man, and again, again, that was just like that was compounded, but I felt like you add that with the fact that I just wouldn't have said anything, because there was other people in the chat, like the chat that was battle rappers that wasn't released. They was like, damn, Deal's spazzing. Damn, Times is killing it. I'm cool with that. And I don't want to go and act like, oh, if you're a battle rapper, you can't have an opinion on a battle. I wouldn't, but then the second layer of it is, damn, 4 bars in, after I times 1-0, times 2-0, and I'm like, and so I felt away. I probably should have tried to reach out and be like, yo, can somebody give me his contact? Yo, like I saw this bothered me, man. I would like to have a conversation because, like I said, when I battled Chilla in Oakland, uh, I got off stage or whatever. I think he said good shit or something like that. And it was a small gesture. It was nothing crazy. And I was like, okay, cool. All that other shit is water under the bridge. And then I saw that. And then, we had a quick exchange and it is what it is. I just saw him up World Dom. I hope he does well. He's very good, legend. You know what I mean?
For
But
sure, man. Shout out to Pass, man. Yeah, I hope that you guys talk about it sometime or whatever, and I mean, to just move it over for sure.
no doubt.
What?
I said no doubt.
Oh, I thought you said no, you don't. I was like, what?
Oh,
But
funny, bro.
so in 2022, you put out the album, The Statute, right? Volume 1.
Hmm.
And talk to me about this project now.
So I kind of had the idea how this is an odd comparison, but like how Lil Wayne does the Carter, and I'm like, man, I really want to make a series of records that keep the focus on my dad. And I don't want obviously every song to be about my dad or no shit like that, but I want, if the album gains traction, people ask a question similar to you. And I can say, well, the statute is because I'm trying to get the statute changed for my pops. I want to see real change and what have you. So the thing that the statute is what came up the most, and then I can keep that and change the title of the statute volume 1, the statute volume 2, whatever. So yeah, my niece again designed, or excuse me, my homie designed this cover. And this one, like I said, they're full-length albums. I don't want ever want somebody to be like, "Oh, if I'm gonna hear my other 16 songs about his dad," like, I put my little nuggets and Easter eggs in there, but they're just rap albums. They're just dope rap albums, you know what I mean? And, um, like I said, you might get a song, you might get because that's part of my personal life. It's a big part of my journey.
Right. Now on the statue, you have this song called "No Pardons, No Votes," the ballad of Dose Noun, right?
Mhm.
What made you want to make this record?
Yo, so my man Dose, years ago, he became a lawyer. Dose is one of the, like, most smartest people, fucking it's insane, but he becomes a lawyer, and a lot of his homies are criminals, When I say criminals, I mean, like, they sell some herb. They're not, like, fucking crazy, but they're criminals at the time, And he starts this idea like, "Yo, I'm gonna be the lawyer that has a criminal mindset. So hire me because my homies are criminals and I can get you off." And he makes this commercial, and I don't know if you ever seen it, but it's
Yeah, the
fucking
ad goes
hilarious.
viral.
That it goes fucking viral, right? And thanks Dan or whatever. And that happens. And years later, he stops the lawyer shit, and I guess he's selling weed or whatever. And they get him, and then they proceed, everything looks like it's kind of dying down, then they proceed to kind of fucking wanna make an example out of him and throw the fucking book at him when weed is, like, practically fucking legal now. You know what I mean? So they're so pissed that he did this back in the day, and they can't get him to fucking tell on other people, that they decide, again, in a country that, weed is, I don't know if it's fully legal or whatever the fuck, but I know that it ain't like it was, right? And you got Democrats like Biden out here talking about he's gonna give people pardons and all this shit. Weed criminals that are doing time. And so, yeah, it was just an effort to try to get, some light on his case, man. Like, they were trying to have my man do like 5 fucking years and shit, over fucking weed. He didn't sell it. He wasn't a violent offender. He didn't sell any, like, he sold a lot of weed, but he was a dispensary before fucking dispensaries were legal. You know what I mean? Like,
Right, the store.
yeah, and they're trying to throw
Yeah.
the whole fucking book at the
Do
man.
you think that they were trying to make an example out of him
Oh,
because he had practiced law previously? So it was like kind of like you switch sides, you went to the other side and did something illegal. So now we want to make an example out of you because of that.
I think it was more so, that they were like, "You made a mockery of us with that
Oh, got
commercial."
you.
I think because they mentioned the commercial in, I don't know if it's court or whatever, they mention it. They make a fucking, while they're, like, handing out the sentence or some shit, they make a little slick, like, callback to it. It's like, "You motherfuckers," like, again, it's one thing to hit him with whatever, like, and he had paid fine, all this shit, and they just decide they're gonna fucking throw the book at him, like, because 'cause you're mad that he had a ad go viral. Meanwhile, he's calling out how, like, Democrats claim they're gonna pardon all these people, and he's listing people that could use pardons and shit, and they're not doing it. Now, I guess eventually they did pardon some people or whatever, and he's out now, but yeah, man, it was just trying to show, support to my homie, man.
It was crazy though because like they waited like 2 years to prosecute him pretty much, right?
Yeah.
And in that
Yep.
time, he had got his real estate license and everything, and was like going on with his life.
Right. Right,
Yeah.
and they just wait, and they play the fucking game, and then they just played with him, bro. They played with him. They waited. He was him and his, missus were trying to, have a kid and all this shit. They wait and then fucking indict him, like, way down the line because 'cause they're frustrated he's not gonna tell on nobody.
Yeah, they were trying to get him to snitch
And
and
they just
everything.
played with him, bro. Yeah,
There was
and
somebody that
so
snitched on him though, right?
yeah, yeah,
Dang,
he
that's
got told on it.
crazy.
Yeah.
And I spoke to Dose, and him and I are gonna do an interview probably like next month or something like that. But he said that you always been a solid dude that, you know, was always supportive of him throughout everything he's been through with that situation. And you guys had some epic freestyle sessions together. Like one
He's insane.
time he said that it was Christmas themed or something like that.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. We were up there fucking freestyling, just fucking stand just me and him on like I have a picture of it somewhere, man. It's like I don't know what the fuck we're standing on. They're like crates or something. We're just fucking freestyling like way older than people that should be freestyling at this time. Like we're like, what the fuck are we even doing? Like it wasn't even for like a crowd, but it was fun, dude. He's a great guy, man.
So on the statue, you volume 1, you also have the song "Kings Never Die," right? And that's in memory of Pat Stay, who passed away on September 4th, 2022, which is a very tough loss for the battle rap world, man. And he died from a stabbing from trying to break up a fight. Uh, was the name of the song titled after Eminem's tweet of like "Kings Never Die"?
It was I also I don't think I think that dude stabbed him. I think that they found out that he stabbed. I don't think it was a breaking up the fight. I think that was what that dude was trying to make people think.
Oh, really? So he
Yeah.
just like actually targeted.
So, yeah, so there's a lot to unpack, but yeah, it wasn't in the midst of breaking up a fight. Like Pat had gone over to the table, and I guess I don't want to for lack of doing the story like but that dude stabs Pat. It's not breaking up a fight. It's that dude stabbed him. But check it out. But check because they have like all. I don't want to miss a detail or make something a little bit different. But
Right,
yeah, that's
right.
I think that was what the dude's defense was trying to be like. I didn't even mean to. There was a fight, and that's not. But so yeah, I mean, I was working on the album, and when that shit happened. Um, I immediately wanted to just show my support and,
What
you
was
know,
your reaction when you got the news, man?
man, I was in Atlanta at an event and, I was drunk. This is the first time I've ever gotten some terrible, like, news drunk. And, fucking well, some of that magnitude. And, I was out drinking and, uh, I got I wanna say an IG message from Apathy. This was like maybe 2 something in the morning. He's like, "Yo, man, I'm really sorry to hear about Pat," or something. I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "Yeah, I don't know if you heard, like, he got killed or something past day." And I remember reading it, and I don't even know if I responded or if I just said to myself, like, "Nah." And I just put my phone in my pocket and went to sleep. I was like, my drunk brain was like, "Nah, I'm not dealing with this shit. That's not true at all." And it's crazy. I don't know how the fuck I did it because I'm a very level-headed, like, but I guess drunk me was like, "I'm not processing this. Fuck that. Fuck off." And I put it in my pocket, and when I woke up the next day, I saw he was trending on Twitter, and I reached out to Apathy. I was like, "Dude, I'm fucking sorry, dude." He's like, "Nah, man, whatever." And, yeah, it was fucking awful. Just awful.
It's
Senseless, bro.
terrible, man. You know what I mean?
Senseless.
Yeah. It's just damn, bro. Like, can you talk about your guys' relationship? Like, what was it like?
Pat was amazing, bro. Pat was another guy that, like, I would run into people like Bless or like, and they'd be like, "Yo, Pat was talking about how you got like one of the funniest rounds of all time," or like Pat was saying how, amazing you were, and Pat, and then they would send me videos of like interviews, and I have them where Pat's like, Dizaster, real deals, one of the greatest and he's always waving my flag, showing love. Now, and he was just hilarious, bro. Pat was the type you'd be having a heart-to-heart conversation, and he would just say some random funny ass shit or like make fun of you out of the clear blue, and you'd be like, "Damn, this dude's a different breed of funny, man." And just again, bro, like gave me some great advice in battle rap. Not necessarily like what to do differently in the ring, but like how to make my brand bigger and just, you know, there are times I was disgruntled about some shit. I can have a conversation with Pat, huge supporter of my son. And on top of it, I think skill set is the greatest battle rapper of all time. As far as on an A game, I think Pat Stay's the greatest battle rapper of all time. But yeah, man, it was supposed to be that legendary compliment battle with him and Rone was supposed to be me and him. And I couldn't, I think I couldn't get to Friday and the Monday or some shit. And so it ended up being Rone, and obviously it fucking turned out great. But yeah, man, I was fucking crushed, like really fucking crushed. And he had a son, and he was loving fatherhood, dude. And just didn't make fucking sense, dude. And so yeah, that when you know I saw the Eminem tribute, I'm like, shit,
Which
that's
is a
it.
big deal because like M doesn't really like publicly make statements all the time, but for him to come out and say the tweet, not just the tweet, but then he made the video sending the
Yeah,
condolences to his family and stuff. I mean, that's
that's unreal, man. Eminem's like a guy. This is gonna sound, I was gonna say like a hermit crab, but he is really like a very
to himself.
chill. Yeah, like he doesn't. You're not seeing like Method Man is. You see Method Man everywhere. He's the man, but like not that Eminem's not. But you get where I'm going. Yeah, I mean It's yeah. We've lost some people in battle rap, but that oh. And I'm not trying to downplay other losses, but man, that was didn't make no sense, man. The trajectory he was on to was just he was about to go bigger than battle rap, or at least he was gonna, you know, keep trying. He had checked every box in battle rap.
It was dope that he had his channel too, where he was interviewing people and like having like really cool conversations. You know, I thought that that was dope too, man.
He was doing some acting, dude. He was such a funny ass dude, man. Like funny as shit, bro. And like I just didn't. I mean, I just as a man, I enjoyed him as a battle rapper. He's my the goat to me skill wise.
I think it was Apathy that I interviewed, and he had said like, you know, Pat was the type to just send you like all these voice messages. So he has like all these voice messages of him, and I think he played one during our interview, and it's just like Pat was just that type of guy, man. He was a really good guy.
He was heavy on the voice messages, dude, the voice notes and shit. So I got a gang of them, dude, that
That's a
I'll
gift.
always hold to. Yeah,
That's a
fucking
gift,
right,
man.
man. Fucking right. 100%.
Rest in peace to Pat Stay, man.
For sure. Long live past day.
So 2022, you battle Bizzo Bond, right?
Mm.
During the battle, he said, medical error is the third leading cause of death in this country. And the moment I stepped off the plane, it dropped to 4. Now, you didn't feel any type of way about him saying this?
I thought that's a fucking incredible line. I think that is fucking cold. But it's not like me. I didn't think it was. I just thought it was fucking. That was the best line he said all battle to me. I think Bizzo's dope. That
Well,
line to
what
me.
happened in the first round? Because it's like, did you get thrown off by the line or something like that? You
No,
struggled a little bit
dude.
in that first one.
I know, bro. I fucking am pissed about it. So like people, it can be so. This is why I never get pissed or clown anyone that fucks up in a battle, because I'm like, dude, it can happen at any given time. You might look at a light funny, or like you're looking at someone in the crowd, or you say something or whatever, and all of a sudden your brain fucking glitches or some shit. And I don't know what the fuck. I forgot a bar. And so yeah, I had to shut that first down super early. And yeah, it was nothing about his bar. His bar was dope though.
You felt like it would be unfair if you kept on trying to remember and like prolong the process, or what?
It's just cringe to me, bro, because I feel like the overwhelming majority of the time when you lose it, you're fucking panicking. You're not, your head's not, because you know, even though it's not necessarily on a beat, there is like a rhythm that you have that you go through. So as soon as you fuck up, typically the chance that you get it back is slim, dude. So rather sparing the audience of me being like, okay, all right, hold on, let me start this from the top. All right, I said, and you know what I mean? I'm like,
You didn't want
fuck
to
it.
freestyle though? Like,
For a minute? No, dude. Fuck no,
come on, you
dude.
done longer than that.
Yeah, but I mean, how many times you gonna hear it like, yo, like off the fucking top? Like, I'm like, dude, you win some, you lose some, bro. In that round, I was like, yeah, this is a 10-8. He's gonna pack me up in this round.
But in the end, who won? You won, right?
It wasn't judged. It
It wasn't
wasn't judged.
judged.
No,
Okay.
my second and third were really fucking good.
Right. That's what I
Um,
remember.
yeah, but yeah, I fucked that first up, dude. I actually did like a funny, I sent it to you. I did like a funny ass TikTok about like what people are thinking when you fuck up in a battle like that. Like it's ass, dude. Like,
Do you think that people immediately say that you lost the whole battle because you choked in one round, or they just think that you lost that one round? That's it.
it depends. I mean, there are some people that would say both. You know, what I mean, oh, you lost this round. Some people be like, yo, but again, my pushback would be, what if I was up 2 rounds and it happened in the third? Would you then say, "Oh, you lost the whole battle because you choked in third," and forget that I was winning the first 2? Or how would you know what I mean? I personally, I think you can fuck up a round like that and win the battle. Now, you're battling uphill after that. You know what I'm saying? So,
It's kind of rough. I think that like if you're gonna mess up, it's better to mess up in the middle because like the first impression and the last impression are the ones that
yeah,
people remember
yeah,
the most. You know?
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. And there's also, like, when you fuck up, right? So the later in a round that you can fuck that's what's so brilliant about Sue Surf Jersey, like him naturally just because if I correctly remember, I don't want to, but he would fuck up or whatever, and he was so far into the round anyway. He's like, man, Jersey, and it's like, okay, I don't think that's a shot. I think he just ended the round, and that's why it's so dope. Like, I think Surf's a fucking genius for that.
Yeah. All right, man. Around 2022 to 2023, there were some top 50 battle rappers of all time lists floating around. BT had one, Double XL had one. You were upset at being left off the list, right? Which, or one in particular, or just all of them, pretty much?
Any top 50 battle rapper list, bro. If you don't put me on there, like your fucking list lacks any kind of credibility, bro. In that same time, there was like a top 20 fucking Pennsylvania battle rap list that had me like fucking low as shit, dude. I'm just so sick of weird ass like slander. It's like, bro, my accomplishments, many of them are tangible. You know what I'm saying? Like, I made it to and battled on Scribble Jam. I had a overwhelming winning record on, Grind Time. Fucking
You were on
I made it.
BT. Come
I
on.
made like and so it's a weird thing, and the only thing I can think of is people put so much stock in views that they're like, basically like, "Let's look at the top 10 view getters," or some shit. I don't know.
But
But yeah,
I want to say this though. That double XL list had Remy Ma on there, which I thought was weird. Yes, she battled back in Fight Club, but if we're going to use that as a reason to put somebody on, why would you not put on like all these other guys from Scribble Jam or like
of
from
course.
Eminem and the Rap Olympics too and stuff? Like he's not on any of those lists either, right? So it's like why would you put
Fucking
something like that? That didn't make any sense to me. That was
at all, it
weird.
doesn't make any sense that, but
Or
that's
she
what I'm
owned the
saying.
league, so then like now she's listed as one of the top ones. And it's no hate to her, but I'm just saying though, like as far as
Right.
like there's so many people that put in so much more work, right? That have actual recorded battles that you can see, like that didn't make any
Right.
sense.
Right, and right, and if I recall, I don't know if it was BT or who at Double XL. Some of their, like, descriptions of certain people weren't even the nicest description, like Charron, it was almost like they drug him a little bit.
Mm.
Like in some of the other battle rappers, I don't think they gave enough flowers, like Illmac and shit. I think it was much more like it was like I forget. I just don't think that they gave him the flowers that he deserved as far as expounding on what he's accomplished. And again, I will say any battle rap list of all time, if you don't put me on it, is you have a personal vendetta against me. You could always say I'm not your cup of tea. I'm fucking cool with that. It's a subjective thing. But to try to say the person that's been on the highest uh stages of battle rap from 2007 to 2026 and has much tangible shit along the way to be like, oh, we're gonna and again, it's not gonna ever lead me to taking shots at those that are on the list above me because it's not it's not them. You know what I mean?
Right.
You'll never hear me be like, no, how you gonna have dude on there when he blah blah blah? Like I'm never gonna do that. I'm never gonna be that guy. But I will go straight to the source, like, yo, this list is garbage. Like, or somebody I would say is Remy Ma, and that's no attack on Remy Ma, but no list should have Remy Ma, Eminem, respectfully, and this is, I just think like Idea, great legend in Scribble, but like he moved on to bigger and better things. He did what battle rap was supposed to do at the time, which was catapult you forward. You know what I'm saying? Like, so for those people, it was like a phase, I guess, maybe. I don't know. Like, not a phase, but
Chapter in their career.
boom. That's better. Like, even Mac Lethal. And he won Scribble. He battled at Scribble 5, 6 times. But then his career after that eclipsed his Scribble and he went on. He hadn't battled since he did one grind time battle or two.
Mm-hmm.
But even at that, like, how can you weigh his, accomplishments? I don't, in battle rap, just in battle rap.
Right,
like,
right. So in 2023, then you tweeted, someone apparently in battle rap Reddit, in an attempt to downplay my legacy, said, name one real deal haymaker. I'll wait. Jesus Christ. This is what you said. Jesus Christ, battle rap fans have to start checking other dumbass fans.
Man, like to pretend that I don't have a fucking haymaker in 20 years of battle rap.
Thank you for making the exception.
I just did a fucking callback in world. You know what I mean? Like, come on, bro.
But
Like,
look, I've seen the criticism about you on Reddit, right? And I'm sure you've seen it. Obviously, you've seen it as well.
right.
People call you generic, kind of like working man's MC angles boring. What do you think about all the criticism that you get? Because like, I'm just kind of like, wow, like, how could you get that if you're like, you've been the champ for so long and everything? Like, like you don't just get handed the championship. Like
They be dragging me in these Reddit streets, bro. And like
mad
I
disrespectful for no reason.
Dog, and it's crazy. Now, the only reason I don't go in there and fire on them is because I think you need to have a members. I don't know. It's more complex, isn't it? Like, you can't just go in Reddit.
Well, you have to join
But some shit like that,
the
right?
group or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
so I'm not
subreddit.
doing all that. But if it was like a public forum, and I would be fucking eviscerating some of these people. Like the idea, okay, let's say generic. Let's say, I'll give you, okay, but I'm still out here fucking winning. Like, I still go to battles, produce moments, haymakers, win shit. You know what I mean? This is the thing, you'd be hard pressed to find a battle rapper who has had as much success in every era, on every continent, on every fucking platform, from TV to fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like, at some point,
So many different competitions.
it's undeniable, bro. Like, and again, I'm not gonna act like I haven't said like a whack line or two here in my career or whatever life, but like I still remain. Last year alone, I had a Cody run. Like, so it's like it's weird. It's I've seen it. I have seen like people go in on me on these Reddit threads. I'm like, damn.
So yeah, let me ask you that, right? In 2023, you decided to step down as King of the Dot champion. Why did you do that? Did you feel like they weren't doing enough to line you up with like good competition, or like what was going on?
So I definitely feel I felt that there was no competition after Saint. So Saint got the shot due to winning the tournament.
Which people criticized too, though, because they were saying like they didn't understand why he got. I mean, they didn't really feel like it was a good battle. Like a lot of people were criticizing the battle, and he did have some mishaps in the battle as well.
And so the first thing that threw me off was I thought I won the battle clear. That was a battle I thought I won clearly. So when it came back like 4 votes to 3, I was like, what are we doing here? So I just coincidentally have 4 title wins of 4 votes to 3. Like, what the fuck is this process? So that's when I fell out of love with the process immediately. And then there was just no other contender. Like, I guess A Ward was doing his own thing or whatever. He wasn't. I don't know what was happening. There was talks at one time, but it was just, there was King of the Dot used to crank out events every couple months, and it was not happening.
Right.
And then so for me to battle anywhere and still be the champ, there was discussions that needed to be had. Like, is it okay for me to do XYZ? And I was just like, listen, at this point, me and Pat have tied the amount of championships. I would, I would like to retire the belt, and then you guys go a different direction with it. Maybe have a tournament, whatever you guys do. But I can't just sit and wait for, because then like I didn't see anybody at the time that was putting in the work for King of the Dot that deserved a shot, And then since then, Madflex put on a couple fire. Madflex is so fire, but he would have been somebody that I would, if they would have been like Madflex after that, you know what I mean? But like like Bill Collector was another one. He didn't want to do the shot or some shit. Again, I'm trying to remember, but he didn't want to take the title
But
shot.
Math wasn't trying to come back out of retirement, right? I mean,
Madflex, not Math Hoffman.
Oh, I thought you said Math. My bad. Okay.
Yeah, no, Madflex. And then, they got some good battles out of like Jay or whatever and all that. But at the time, it was an odd trajectory. Charron, Saint, and then waiting to see, and then what? Now I'm like holding them hostage, and if they have another big event, now you gotta have a title match, right? Who you got? And so it just felt like it just felt like the thing to do, and I was doing, had some other battles I was gonna line up.
But you already had felt like they wanted Charron to win that title match previously too, right? To be like a kind of like a Canadian champion.
I wouldn't say that they wanted him in terms of like they were gonna do shit to make him win, but I think he would have looked better for the brand. The Saint shit threw me off a bit, and I'm not saying Organic is just a host, but I just left that battle feeling like, hold on a minute, bro. Like, this is a 4-3 again, and I think Saint's fire. So this is no shot at him, but that's when I was like, okay, I see the writing on the walls a little bit. Like they're either trying to go in a new direction, or I don't know how many more of these 4-3 skin of my teeth battles I'm gonna, you know what I mean?
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you, okay? And this is no shot at Saint because I do think that he's super talented, but for that battle, I don't think that it deserved that far of like, because I mean, that last round, he stumbled a lot. Like he kept on stumbling like over and over again, where it was kind of like, and a lot of people in the comments were saying like, the bars were boring. Like they weren't fans of it either, So I don't know who voted the 3 or whatever, but I'm just saying though, like that battle, I've seen him do great work, but I don't think
Right.
that battle was his best.
And this is the thing, bro. I've had conversations where I'm like, okay, like, this is why I don't like judge battles, because a lot of times I'm like, I don't trust these people that you want to judge my shit. I don't think they should be evaluating my shit. And I'm not the only one that feels a lot about this as far as judge battles. So again, I was perplexed when it came back with a 4-3. And again, I said, okay, the writing's on the wall, man. Like, and at this point, the cards that King of the Dot was putting together was so few and far between. And I would just thought like, all right, man, let me just try some other shit, go in some different directions and, you know, respectfully, you know, move on.
All right, real deal, man. I just want to thank you for your time. Is there anything else you want to say to the people before we go ahead and wrap it up?
Nah, man, I appreciate everything, man. That was thorough, man. So definitely some great questions, man, and diligence on everything, man. So I really appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, man. I'm sorry. There was a lot of other stuff that, you know, I had to move to the second interview. I know people are gonna be like, "Yo, why you ain't ask him this and stuff?" But you know, but we got a lot. You know, we got a lot to that we spoke about and everything. And I just appreciate your time, man.
Hell yeah, bro. Absolutely, brother.